Chapter 201. Lava blocks burning with dark red devil flames fell like meteorites, smashing down fiercely with a roar of destruction. The scorching air wave instantly distorted the air, reflecting the fear on the faces of those passionate young men in a pale light. Ella! Left wing 30 degrees, holy light barrier, maximum deflection. Lillian's calm voice sounded clearly in the scorching storm, without any panic. Barrier. Maximum deflection. Start. Ella reacted as fast as lightning, and her light wings burst into an unprecedented brilliant light. A thick light wall with sacred runes condensed and formed in front of the stone track in an instant. Boom! The burning stone hit the light wall hard, making a deafening noise. The huge impact force made Ella groan, and the light wings trembled violently. The light wall was instantly covered with spider web-like cracks, but it did not break after all. The stone was deflected abruptly, whizzing past the edge of the team, and smashed into the ruins behind the side, blasting a piece of rubble and magic flames. Roar! 3 lava demons, like small volcanoes, roared out from the shadows of the arcade ruins. Their bodies are made of flowing dark red magma and hard black rocks, emitting terrifying high temperatures and sulfur stench. 6 giant eyes burning with flames locked onto the team, and the huge lava fist was raised high. With every step, the ground was shaking and melting. Target locked. Lava demon. Core temperature, extremely high. Physical defense, extremely strong. Legolas's cold voice was solemn, and the bowstring was instantly pulled to full. A special arrow wrapped in ice blue cold air was aimed at the lava demon rushing in the front. Weakness, joint cooling. Merlin! Ice cone. Target, left leg ankle joint. Ah? Aye? Merlin was hit, and her hair exploded in fear. She began to make hand seals in a panic. Don't rub the big fireball. Ice cone. The smallest. The most condensed. Aim for the joints. Legolas shouted sternly. His arrow had already been released, and it was accurately shot at the lava demon's knee with a piercing cold current. Bloom. Target, the lava demon on the right. Hit the ground in front of it. Frequency. Refer to the canyon seismic wave record, the 3rd sequence. Shake down the foothold. Lillian's instructions did not stop. The 3rd sequence? Let me think. Boom. 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 Although Bloom didn't understand the sequence very well, he remembered the rhythm specified by Lillian very well. He roared and swung the hammer, using all his strength to smash the ground in front of the lava demon's charge path on the right side at a specific interval. Boom! Under Bloom's brutal power, and the vibration of a specific frequency, the ground suddenly collapsed a little. The lava demon was caught off guard, and its heavy body staggered. The lava giant fist hit the air, and its huge body almost lost its balance. Roland! Trap! Tripwire! Target, the middle lava demon, right leg. Yes! Roland flashed out like a ghost, and the tough animal tendon rope wrapped with sharp metal wire that had been prepared in his hand was thrown out like a venomous snake, accurately covering the thick right leg ankle joint of the middle lava demon. The team moved instantly. Ella's light wings maintained the dispersal circle, desperately resisting the terrifying high temperature and magic flame aftermath emitted by the lava demon. Legolas's thrust arrows and Merlin's crooked but at least icicle spells hit the left lava demon's knee and ankle one after another. Ice and fire collided, making a harsh sizzle sound, and a large amount of white steam rose. The momentum of the lava demon's charge suddenly stagnated, and it roared angrily. The lava demon on the right was disturbed by the collapsed ground, and was trying to stabilize its body. The lava demon in the middle was successfully caught by Roland's tripwire at the ankle. Although it could not be completely tripped, it greatly delayed its movement. The battle broke out in a flash. Under Lillian's precise command, the team members barely withstood the first wave of the 3-headed lava demon. However, the lava demon's terrifying defense and high temperature greatly reduced the effectiveness of their attacks. The effect of the ice arrows continued to melt. Merlin's ice cones were like tickling. Bloom's knocking could only create interference, and Roland's tripwire could be burned by the lava at any time. Ella's holy light dispersal circle fluctuated violently under the high temperature. Energy consumption is too fast. Sugar. Sugar can't hold on. Ella's anxious voice was crying. Damn! This stone shell is too hard. Bloom roared, and his hammer hit the lava demon and only splashed a few sparks. The effect of ice spells continues to decay. The magic interference is too strong. Legolas gritted his teeth and put the arrow again. Merlin's face was pale, watching her pitiful frost evaporate rapidly on the surface of the lava demon, and the frustration made her almost unable to hold the staff. Those passionate young men had already collapsed to the ground in fear, holding their heads and shivering behind the bunker, murmuring unconsciously, "Holy sword. Draw the sword." At this critical moment, Lillian's eyes were like the most precise probe, and she instantly completed a deep scan of the three-headed lava demon. In her horizon, the violent energy flow, the surging of the lava core, the weak points of the rock shell, all the data were clearly visible. Target: lava demon, sample number 8 derivative. Core defect: the energy circuit node, under the third armor plate on the left rib, is not completely closed, and the heat dissipation rate is high. External defense: the resistance of the armor plate joint to low temperature erosion, weak, -15%. Related plan: neutralization reaction of sample number 7, moonlight moss, concentrate. The cold analysis was completed in an instant. Lillian's voice sounded again, still calm, but with an unquestionable determination. "Ella. Stop dispelling. Keep the core sugar. Target: the lava demon on the left. Dive. Use the moonlight moss concentrate in your bag. Pour it under the third dark red scale on its left rib. Maximum dose." Ella was stunned, and then her big blue eyes burst into light. "Ah? Use disinfectant? Got it." Although she was puzzled, she had absolute trust in Lillian's orders. With her wings retracted, she swooped down like an arrow from a string, and her little hand quickly took out a crystal bottle filled with viscous green liquid from her precious bag. Legolas. Target: the middle lava demon. Ice arrow. Shoot the tendon connection on the back of its right knee joint. Coordinates: XXX, YYY. Reduce its mobility. Humph. Legolas snorted coldly, and the arrow flew off the string, shooting at the inconspicuous tendon gap designated by Lillian with a precise cold current. Bloom. Target: the lava demon on the right. Hit the shiny diamond-shaped protrusion on its head with all your strength. That is its secondary energy gathering point. Control: create shock interference. Roar. Look at the hammer. Bloom gathered all his strength, and his short and strong body burst out with amazing jumping power. The mighty hammer smashed the top of the lava demon's head with a whistling sound. Just as Ella swooped down to the left side of the lava demon and poured the whole bottle of viscous green concentrate with a cool and slightly bitter smell at the weak point designated by Lillian. Sizzle, a violent sound that was 100 times more piercing than the collision of ice and fire, like a hot iron immersed in ice water, suddenly broke out. Under the armor plate splashed with green liquid, the energy circuit node that was not completely closed instantly burst into a chaotic dark red light. A large amount of white steam with a biting cold gushed out crazily. The lava demon let out a shocking howl full of pain and confusion, and its huge body twitched violently. The magma flowing on its surface dimmed and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Success, success? Merlin screamed in surprise. At the same time, Legolas's icy arrow accurately hit the tendon gap, and the extreme cold instantly destroyed the power transmission of the lava demon's legs. The lava demon in the middle staggered, and the heavy body half knelt on the ground. Bloom's hammer also hit the diamond-shaped protrusion on the top of the lava demon on the right. Although it did not cause substantial damage, the violent shock obviously interfered with its control of energy, causing its movements to stiffen for a moment. The offensive of the 3 lava demons was instantly disrupted. The one on the left was even more struggling in pain due to energy disorder. Well done. Roland was refreshed and immediately seized the opportunity. The dagger in his hand flashed with cold light, and he rushed to the middle lava demon whose knee was shot by Legolas, and whose movement was restricted. The target was the relatively fragile magma core exposed by its pain. In this battle, a key breakthrough was achieved, and the team. The moment the members were excited. Draw the sword. A shrill scream that broke the voice suddenly sounded from behind the bunker. It was the passionate young man who was in the lead. He stood up again without knowing when, his face was mixed with extreme fear and crazy desire for miracles. His bloodshot eyes stared at the starlight flashing on the top of the trial stone in the distance, and he screamed with all his strength. Now! Brave! Draw the sword! Only the light of the holy sword can completely purify these monsters. Please! Draw the sword! His roar was like a spell, instantly igniting the remaining unrealistic fantasies in the hearts of the other boys. Draw the sword! Brave! We can win if we draw the sword! They forgot the lava demon that was close at hand, and forgot the panic just now. In their eyes, there was only the holy sword that was still shining in the smoke and magic flames, as if it was the master key to solve all problems. This sudden, inappropriate, and enthusiastic shouting made the team members, who had just achieved victory, sluggish. Roland's blade was half a beat slower. Legolas frowned in disgust. Bloom was almost hit by the lava demon's counterattack. Even Ella almost forgot to finish off the attack. And Lillian, a dark gray figure, paused slightly at the edge of the chaotic battlefield. She had just finished commanding a round of precision strikes. Her eyes were fixed on the lava demon on the left side that was struggling in pain, calculating the next step to completely neutralize its core. This harsh shouting full of blind faith disturbed her thinking core like noise. External interference, invalid belief sound waves. Logical conflict, weapon effectiveness does not match the current tactical solution. Emotional module, irritability index +1, slight. Her dark gray hood turned to the direction of the trial stone, and glanced at the boys who were shouting enthusiastically behind the cover, as if they had put life and death aside. Their eyes were very similar to those of the tribesmen in the Athos tribe, who prayed for miracles. In the cold data stream, a trace of boredom belonging to trouble slipped quietly. At this moment, Roland, Ella, Bloom, Legolas, and even Merlin, who had just recovered from the shock and was holding the report, all looked at Lillian involuntarily. After experiencing the life and death of the canyon, the command that was accurate to milliseconds, and the incredible disinfectant tactics just now, they had almost blind trust in Lillian's ability. Although they knew the existence of the biological lock, at this moment, in this desperate battlefield, facing the crazy prayers of the teenagers, and their own faint potential expectations for the legendary power in their hearts, their eyes inevitably carried a very faint expectation that they themselves did not even notice. Roland's eyes were complicated. He knew it was impossible, but what if? What if the administrator had a way to bypass the lock? Ella's eyes were pure. Draw the sword. It sounds amazing. Lady Lillian can definitely do it, right? Bloom's eyes were filled with awe and a hint of curiosity. The administrator can even repair bones, so opening a lock shouldn't be difficult. Although Legolas still had a cold face, a hint of inquiry flashed through the depths of his emerald eyes. The energy field of that sword. How will the administrator deal with it? Merlin's eyes were the most fanatical. Draw the sword. It must be a piece of cake for Lady Lillian. The god of knowledge is omnipotent. Under the roar of the lava demon, the burning of the magic flame, the shrill cries of the teenagers, and the focus of the team members' complex eyes, Lillian's dark gray figure was like the only still point in the center of the storm. She didn't speak. Under the silent, faintly expectant gazes of Roland and the others, and amid the heart-wrenching prayers of the passionate young men to draw their swords, Lillian slowly, very slightly, turned around. For the first time, her steps were no longer straight forward, but towards the center of the square, the huge brave trial stone that symbolized legend and faith. Chapter 202. Lillian turned very lightly, and her dark gray cloak only raised a tiny arc in the hot and chaotic battlefield airflow. However, this action was like ice water thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the emotions of all the onlookers. Look! She turned around. The brave man is about to draw his sword. The glory of the holy sword. It is finally coming. The passionate teenagers were like chicken blood, leaning out of the bunkers, shouting hoarsely with broken ecstasy, and their eyes were burning with almost crazy hope. Even the other teenagers who were limp on the ground struggled to raise their heads, and the weak flames in their desperate eyes rekindled. On the battlefield, the team members who were fighting hard with the lava demons also stopped moving. Roland's blade stopped in midair, and his heart skipped a beat. Master Administrator, really going? Bloom's hammer missed, and he almost sprained his waist. His copperbell eyes widened. Really going to pull it out? Legolas frowned, but his fingers on the arrow loosened a little, and a hint of complexity flashed in his emerald eyes. That sword. How will the administrator deal with it? Ella even forgot to give the energy-disordered lava demon the last blow, and her big blue eyes curiously followed Lillian's back. Will the sword glow when it is drawn? As bright as frosting? Merlin was so excited that she almost threw the report in her arms away, and the starry eyes under her afro burst into unprecedented light. I knew it. Master Lillian is going to show a real miracle. Quick! Record. This is definitely a historic moment. Under the focus of countless eyes burning with enthusiasm, expectation, astonishment, and inquiry, Lillian walked steadily across the edge of the chaotic battlefield. The terrifying heat and flying lava fragments emitted by the lava demon seemed to automatically avoid her dark gray figure. She ignored the lava demon struggling in pain due to the moonlight moss concentrate, whose energy core was on the verge of collapse, and ignored the heartbreaking cries of the teenagers, and her eyes were calmly locked on the glimmering starlight on the top of the trial stone. She walked to the huge trial stone and raised her head slightly. Under the shadow of the dark gray hood, The eyes, that were like two bottomless coal pools, clearly reflected the extremely fine biometric interface on the hilt of the sword, which was flowing with energy patterns. There was no passionate declaration, no pious prayer, and even no excitement to hold the hilt of the sword like the legendary brave. Lillian just raised her right hand very naturally and reached for the holy sword that was regarded as a symbol of salvation by countless people. Everyone held their breath. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The passionate teenagers stretched their necks. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Roland held the hilt tightly. Bloom forgot the hammer. Legolas narrowed his eyes. Ella covered the small bag. Merlin held her breath, her fingers trembling as she tried to record this sacred moment. Lillian's fingertips did not touch the cold metal hilt of the sword. When there was still an inch away from the hilt of the sword, the air in front of her fingertips twisted slightly. An extremely subtle, almost imperceptible blue beam of light quietly shot out from her fingertips and accurately projected onto the biometric interface of the hilt. Iris scan activated. Authority authentication. Administrator Lillian 0. Biometric lock released. Buzz. An extremely slight humming sound, like the start of a precision instrument, sounded. The starlight flowing on the starlight sword seemed to light up slightly for a moment, and then return to its original state. The whole process was as fast as lightning, without an earth-shattering burst of light. No shocking energy fluctuations, only that inaudible humming sound, as if it was just the sound of a lock being opened. Then, under the astonished, confused, and puzzled gazes of everyone, Lillian's hand that was suspended in the air was retracted. She did not draw her sword. She did not even look at the sword again. It was as if what she had just done was just to open a toolbox that had been forgotten to be locked. Her dark gray figure turned around calmly. The shadow of the hood covered her expression, and only the calm voice that was enough to penetrate all the noise and expectations rang out clearly and without waves over the dead silent square. "Oh, that knife." Her tone was as flat as if she was discussing the weather, and even carried a trace of imperceptible relief that had finally solved a small problem. "The biological lock has been unlocked." She paused, and her eyes seemed to briefly sweep over the passionate teenagers, who were frozen like petrified, and it seemed as if she was just sweeping over a meaningless piece of air. "If you want to pull it out, you can do it now." After saying that, she did not stop, and without any hesitation, she walked straight around the huge trial stone, as if it was really just an ordinary stone that blocked the way. The hem of the dark gray cloak brushed across the charred ground, and walked towards the other end of the square. The real direction of the frontline command center. Dead silence. More thorough and colder than before. It was like an extremely cold ice storm that swept across the entire square in an instant. The ecstasy, expectation, and excitement on the faces of those passionate young men shattered like fragile glass, solidifying into a blank confusion and incredible dullness. Their stretched necks were stiff, their mouths were wide open and could not be closed, and the fire in their eyes was completely extinguished, leaving only an endless void. The brave man did not draw his sword? He just unlocked? And then, left? Unlocked? Unlocked? The leading boy repeated in a dreamy voice, his voice as dry as sandpaper. Then, let us pull it out ourselves? Another boy looked at the starlight still inserted diagonally on the top of the trial stone, and felt that the whole world was spinning. The totem of faith, in the understated unlocked, completely collapsed into cold, meaningless metal. This is more cruel than biological lock. It unlocked hope, but crushed it into dust with its own hands. Puff. An uncontrollable, twisted laugh suddenly burst out from Bloom's mouth, breaking the suffocating silence. The dwarf quickly covered his mouth, but Tongling's eyes were full of absurd smiles. Unlock. Unlocked? And let people pull it out by themselves? Administrator. You are really too honest. Ha ha ha. Legolas raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, full of sarcasm. See, the so-called holy sword is just a tool that needs a specific key. Unlocked and discarded. Foolish faith is not even worth being used. Ella blinked in confusion. The lock is unlocked? Then, is the knife now an unlocked sugar jar? Anyone can take it. She looked at Starlight with curiosity. Melon quickly recorded with admiration. Efficient. Accurate. No wasted actions. Lady Lillian solved the authority problem in the simplest way. This is the style of the god of knowledge. Roland looked at Lillian's back as she walked around the trial stone without stopping, and then looked at the teenagers, who were completely petrified and their faith collapsed, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. In the end, he just sighed deeply, clenched the short knife, and whispered, "Don't stand there. The lava demon is not finished yet." He rushed to the lava demon, that was severely injured by the moonlight moss, and was struggling to get up. Lillian's dark gray figure walked farther and farther in the dead silence behind her, which fell from the peak of enthusiasm to the cold abyss, amid Bloom's twisted laughter, Legolas's poisonous tongue, Ella's naive doubts, and Merlin's fanatical recording. She bypassed the legend, bypassed the faith, and also bypassed the heavy trouble called Savior that was forcibly given to her. For her, this was just an efficient path correction. Removing a small trouble, the lock, that might cause subsequent entanglement, and then continuing to the real goal. As for the unlocked knife, whoever wants to pull it out can pull it out. It has nothing to do with her. Chapter 203. Lillian's casual words unlocked and her unstoppable detour were like two invisible ice cones that fiercely pierced through the last shred of thin ice called hope on the square. Deathly silence, a more suffocating silence than the roar of the lava demon, instantly engulfed every inch of the brave trial stone square. Time seemed to be frozen. Those passionate teenagers stood stiffly on the edge of the bunker, as if they were hit by the most powerful petrification spell. The ecstasy and expectation left on their faces, as well as the last glimmer of hope that was ignited by Lillian's turning around, were like inferior paints, which quickly peeled off and faded under the extreme shock and cold reality, and finally solidified into a blank, incomprehensible dullness. The stretched neck was stiff, the mouth was wide open and could not be closed, and the fire that refused to go out in the bloodshot eyes was completely extinguished, leaving only endless emptiness and confusion. The hero didn't draw his sword. He just unlocked it. And then, just like throwing away garbage, he threw away the unlocked holy sword and left. Unlocked, unlocked. The leading boy's lips trembled, repeating like a dream, his voice as dry as sandpaper rubbing against rusty metal. Every word hit his heart like a heavy hammer. Then, let us pull it out ourselves? Another boy stared absent-mindedly at the starlight on the top of the trial stone, which was still inserted diagonally and flickered with a faint light, and felt that the ground under his feet was spinning and collapsing. They desperately followed, and the redemption that entrusted the meaning of all their lives, in that understated words, all the sacred aura faded, and became a tool that anyone can take? This is more cruel than locking. It untied the shackles, but crushed hope into the most humble dust with its own hands. Puff! Ha ha ha! Bloom couldn't hold it in any longer, and the twisted laughter finally broke through his throat, and turned into a dwarf's unique, deep and ridiculous laughter. He covered his stomach, and tears came out of his eyes. Unlocked? Unlocked? Let people pull it out by themselves. Ha ha ha! Administrator, you are really too honest. Too damn honest. Ha ha! This is more satisfying than us dwarves fixing the stove and letting people add firewood by themselves. Ha ha ha! He laughed so hard that he could hardly hold the hammer, and his shoulders shook violently. Humph, a poor imitation. Even the energy efficiency as a tool is pitifully low. Legolas crossed his arms, with an undisguised sneer on his delicate elf face, and his emerald eyes swept over the starlight as if he was looking at an unsightly piece of trash. Untying it will only make it become scrap metal on the battlefield faster. Human ignorance can always twist anything into a sacrifice of faith. His venomous tongue accurately finished the knife, and sprinkled salt on the broken hearts of the teenagers. Ella was completely immersed in Lillian's technical results of unlocking the lock. Her big blue eyes stared at the starlight curiously, and whispered, "The lock is unlocked? Then, is the knife now an unlocked sugar jar? Anyone can open it and taste it. The energy inside. Is it sweet or salty?" She licked her lips, as if she was thinking about this question seriously. However, this strange atmosphere of dead silence and wild laughter, venomous tongue and innocent doubts was completely torn apart by a sudden high-pitched scream filled with extreme shock, collapse of faith, and cognitive confusion. Biological lock? It was Merlin. She loosened her grip on the geological report, and the scroll fell to the ground with a click sound without her noticing. She jumped up suddenly as if struck by invisible lightning, and her afro stood upside down because of the extreme emotional impact, like a frightened hedgehog. The stain-stained little face instantly lost all its blood color and turned pale, and her big star-like eyes were wide open, filled with incredible shock, as if she had witnessed the end of the world. Biological lock? Merlin's voice was so sharp that it broke because of extreme shock. She pointed at the starlight on the top of the trial stone, and her fingers were shaking violently. "Miss Lillian, you just said biological lock? Holy sword starlight. Isn't it the legendary artifact that only a true hero with a bright heart and pure faith can pull out? How can it have a lock? Or a biological lock?" Her worldview suffered a devastating blow at this moment. The legend that had long been rooted in her heart, the awe of the holy sword, and the worship of Lillian as the god of knowledge, all collapsed in front of the cold, technical, and unromantic word biological lock. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Malin held her head and shook her afro frantically, as if she wanted to throw away what she had just heard. The holy sword is faith. It is a symbol. It is. She was incoherent, trying to find a reason to refute, but found that the sacred descriptions in her mind seemed so pale and ridiculous in front of the three words biological lock. How can it have a lock? Or a lock that can be opened with the iris? This is simply blasphemy. The most vicious insult to the legend. She waved her arms excitedly, tears pouring out uncontrollably, mixed with the stains on her face, making her look particularly embarrassed. Her screams echoed in the dead silent square, filled with the pain of disillusionment and the panic of having her cognition overturned. Merlin's scream was like the final death knell, completely breaking down the shaky defenses of those passionate teenagers. Biological, lock. Iris, unlock. Blasphemy. The teenagers murmured and repeated these cold and piercing words, and the hollows in their eyes were quickly filled with great humiliation and disillusionment. The leading teenager shook his body, and could no longer hold on. He fell to the ground with a thump, his hands tightly grasping the charred soil, his knuckles turned white due to the force, and his throat uttered a suppressed whimper like a wounded beast. The other teenagers also fell to the ground, as if their spines had been taken away, their eyes were scattered, as if their souls had left their bodies. The entire square fell into a cold and silent ruin after the complete collapse of faith. Only the painful roar of the lava demon, Roland, was finishing off the enemy, Bloom's ridiculous laughter, Legolas's cold sarcasm, Ella's innocent questions, and Merlin's crying, incoherent screams intertwined and collided in it, forming an extremely absurd and extremely tragic doomsday picture. Roland looked at Merlin, who had completely collapsed, and the teenagers, who collapsed on the ground, and sighed even more in his heart. He no longer hesitated, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light, accurately piercing the core of the lava demon that was severely injured by the moonlight moss. The dark red magma core dimmed and solidified instantly. After solving one threat, he immediately pounced on the other two disturbed lava demons, and at the same time whispered to his teammates, who were still in shock, "Don't be dazed. Solve them. Get out of here." Lillian's dark gray figure had long disappeared at the corner of the ruins at the other end of the square. She seemed to have never heard the clamor behind her, which was a mixture of enthusiasm, expectation, and astonishment that eventually solidified into cold despair and ruins of faith, as well as Merlin's heart-wrenching cry of biological lock. In her mind core, the record of Starlight had already turned over, and the new target coordinates clearly pointed to the frontline command center. For her, this was just an efficient permission removal operation. As for the scene of the collapse of faith caused by the operation, the database has no relevant processing protocol. Classification: irrelevant noise. Ignore. Chapter 204. Merlin's heart-wrenching scream of biological lock, like the last wail, echoed over the ruins of the square where faith collapsed, mixed with the dying roar of the lava demon, Bloom's absurd laughter that had not yet subsided, Legolas's cold sarcasm, and the suppressed sobs of the passionate teenagers. The air was filled with gunpowder, blood, sulfur stench, and a strong despair and disillusionment. Roland's dagger, with a resolute cold light, fiercely pierced into the magma core of the second lava demon whose tendons were frozen by Legolas's ice arrow. Sizzle! With a sound, the dark red energy core dimmed and solidified in an instant, and the huge lava body fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of hot smoke and dust. He gasped, his old chest wound ached slightly, and sweat mixed with cigarette ash slid down from his forehead. Without any pause, he turned the bloody blade to the last monster that was disturbed by Bloom's knocking, and was trying to recondense the lava fist. "Damn stone lump. Take my hammer." Although Bloom was still laughing so hard about the unlocking incident just now, his fighting instinct made him calm down immediately. He roared and swung the hammer again, smashing it hard at the joint of the lava arm that the lava demon tried to lift, trying to create an opportunity for Roland. Humph, slow movements, energy dissipation is aggravated. Trash. Legolas was mean, but his movements were not slow at all. A new arrow with a natural glimmer was shot accurately at the mouth of the lava demon trying to spit out magic flames, interfering and suppressing it. Merlin was still slumped on the ground, holding her head, her afro was messy, and she unconsciously repeated biological lock. Iris. Blasphemy. In her mouth. All the light in her starry eyes had lost, leaving only the huge void and confusion after the faith was uprooted. The geological report was scattered aside, covered with dust. At this chaotic, depressing, absurd and tragic moment, a clear voice with pure confusion and a hint of expectation, like a crystal thrown into a muddy quagmire, suddenly sounded, "Locke?" It was Ella. The sugar angel was suspended at a slightly higher position on the edge of the battlefield, staring at the starlight on the top of the trial stone with its big blue eyes. The unlock action of Lady Lillian, the scream of Maylene's collapse, the desperate sobbing of the teenagers, and the strange word biological lock stirred in her mind with sugar as the core logic for a long time, and finally condensed into a key question. She completely ignored the bloody battle and the tragic atmosphere of the collapse of Faith off the field. Her face was full of serious thoughts. She stretched out her slender finger, pointed at the starlight, and asked Roland, who was rushing towards the last lava demon, in her unique voice with sweet confusion, "Roland, that knife. Lady Lillian said it was unlocked, right?" She paused, and her big eyes flashed with the wisdom of a foodie who tried to use known experience to solve unknown problems. "Then, since the lock is unlocked, is it like an unlocked candy jar? Anyone can open it and take out the energy inside?" Her question was naive and almost cruel, but it also carried a pure logic that broke all heavy shackles. Roland was concentrating on delivering a fatal blow to the last lava demon, but Ella's sudden and inappropriate question made him hesitate, and he was almost hit by the lava demon's counterattack fist. He rolled over in a panic, feeling angry and helpless. "Ella, is this the time to ask this? Solve it first." "But?" Ella insisted, flapping her wings anxiously, as if this opening problem was more important than the lava demon in front of her. "The lock is unlocked. Then, can I open it with sugar?" She seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and excitedly fumbled from her precious bag, and actually took out a small piece of fruit-hard candy wrapped in colorful candy paper that was slightly deformed by pressure. Just like some very tight candy jar lids, it is easier to unscrew them with some honey or syrup. This energy knife. Can I apply some sugar? Try it?" As she said this, she actually pretended to dive down and rub the precious fruit candy in her hand on the hilt of Starlight. "Stupid. Stop." Legolas' face changed, and he shouted, "Although the energy field of that sword is poor, forcibly injecting foreign objects will only trigger an uncontrollable chain reaction. Do you want to blow up this ruin in us?" The elf's rebuke was rarely accompanied by obvious tension. "Wow. Don't." Bloom was also shocked by Ella's bold, or brainless, idea. "Little ancestor. That thing looks weird. Don't mess around. The administrator just unlocked it. What if you stick it with sugar?" Merlin was shocked by Ella's shocking solution and stopped talking temporarily. She looked up blankly at the angel floating in the air, holding the sugar cube and eager to try. For the first time, there was a little other emotion in her empty eyes. Maybe it was the extreme sense of absurdity? "Ella, put down the sugar. Now!" Roland was also anxious, and he shouted while dodging the last crazy attack of the lava demon. He was going crazy. There was the lava demon on this side, and the people with collapsed Faith, and the collapsed Merlin on the other side. Now there was an angel who wanted to use sugar to open the holy sword. Ella was stopped by everyone, and she pursed her lips in grievance. Her big blue eyes were watery. "Why? Why not? The lock is unlocked. Apply some sugar to lubricate it. Maybe it will be easier to pull it out." She looked at the innocent piece of fruit candy in her hand, and then looked at the energy knife below, and finally stuffed the candy back into her bag in a bad mood, muttering softly, "Okay. Then after the fight, ask Lady Lillian if sugar can be used as an energy key." Just as Ella was struggling with her sugar unlocks the lock theory, Roland finally caught the lava demon. The flaw revealed by Ella's unlocking proposal. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his body shot out like a taut spring. The short knife, with condensed fighting spirit, a combination of craftsmanship and weak guidance, pierced the most vulnerable connection gap between the lava core and the rock shell of the last lava demon with great precision. Puff! The dark red magma core was completely penetrated. The violent energy instantly lost control and dissipated. The lava demon let out a last unwilling roar, and its huge body fell to the ground like a collapsed furnace, completely turning into a pile of dark red rocks that were emitting green smoke and gradually cooling. The battle was finally over. On the square, there was only the diffused smoke, the cool wreckage of the lava demon, the limp boy, the collapsed Merlin, and Ella looking at the bag with regret. Legolas put away his longbow and glanced at the corpse of the lava demon and the messy square with disgust. The pollution source has been temporarily cleared. The energy field here is becoming more chaotic, so it is not advisable to stay here for long. Bloom picked up the hammer and walked to Merlin, who was still slumped on the ground with empty eyes, and poked her gently with the hammer handle. "Hey, little girl. Don't be in a daze. The administrator has gone far away. Do you still want your report?" Malin was startled by the poking. She looked up blankly, looked at the scattered geological reports, looked at the star with biological lock on the top of the trial stone, and looked at Ella, who was regretting the failed attempt to separate the sugar lock. She sniffed her nose suddenly, as if she had finally regained some consciousness from the huge cognitive shock. She got up in a hurry, and picked up the report scroll on the ground at random. The little face under the afro was still pale, but there was a hint of resigned numbness in her eyes. She murmured, "Report? Report? Yes. The lab assistants must keep the report safe." Ella finally came back to her senses from the regret of the sugar key. She touched her deflated bag and her face fell. Sugar. Overconsumption. Red alert. Urgent need for supplies. She looked at Roland with eyes full of desire. "Roland, do you still have roasted sweet potatoes? It would be nice to add some sugar." Roland wiped the sweat and dust off his face tiredly, looked at the chaotic battlefield and teammates in different states, and sighed deeply. He sheathed his knife, looked at the corner of the ruins where Lillian disappeared, and whispered, "Let's go. Follow Lady Lillian." He took the lead and no longer looked at the ruins of Faith, nor paid attention to the unlocked knife. Ella immediately perked up and flew to Roland's side. Supply point. There must be a supply point at the frontline headquarters. Bloom picked up Merlin, who was still a little dazed, like a chicken, and tucked her under his arm, along with her report. "Let's go, little assistant." Merlin gave a short scream, and kicked her legs in vain. Legolas kept his distance with a look of disgust, as if getting close to the mobile pollution source, Merlin, carried by the dwarf, would reduce his natural affinity. The team set off again, passing through the square filled with desperate smoke and the wreckage of Faith, chasing in the direction where Lillian left. Behind them, the starlight on the top of the trial stone still flickered faintly. The lock had been unlocked, but no one dared to touch it again, like a huge, cold irony. And Ella's solution of unlocking with sugar became a small footnote with a naive and bitter taste in this scene of collapsed Faith. Chapter 205. Leaving the trial stone square filled with the smoke of despair, the wreckage of Faith, and the cooling embers of lava demons, the oppressive air did not seem to become fresh. The team walked along the charred and broken streets, with more intensive war trauma on both sides, completely collapsed houses, twisted metal frames, huge, bottomless magic explosion pits on the ground. In addition to sulfur and blood, the air was mixed with a stronger and more disgusting sweet and rotten smell, as if something was quietly decaying deep in the ruins. Bloom held Merlin, who was still struggling slightly, and had empty eyes, under his arm, along with her precious geological reports, like carrying a bag of ore, and his short and strong body stepped on the broken stone slabs, making a dull echo. His red beard trembled with his steps, and his copper-bell eyes vigilantly scanned the ruins around him, mumbling about the unlocking incident just now. Unlocked and let people pull it out by themselves. Ha ha ha. The administrator's trick is really amazing. Even more cruel than us dwarves deliberately making the furnace hot. Merlin, who was clamped by him, seemed to have finally regained some control of her body from the impact of the collapse of her faith. She kicked her legs in vain, and her voice was hoarse and confused after crying, Put me down. I can walk by myself. The report will be wrinkled." Bloom then said "Oh," and put her down like unloading cargo. Merlin staggered and stood firm, and hurriedly sorted out the scattered geological report scrolls. The little face under the afro was still pale, and her eyes were dodging. She didn't dare to look at the direction of the trial stone in the distance, as if the starlight was some kind of taboo that would burn her eyes. Ella flew low beside Roland. Her big blue eyes had lost their former excitement. She covered her small bag with her hands, her voice weak. "Sugar. Reserve. 0. Energy level, dangerous. Roland. Command center. How far is it? I need sugar emergency." Her light wings seemed a little dim, obviously maintaining the dispersal circle, and diving to splash disinfectant just now consumed a lot of energy. Roland walked in front. The dull pain in his chest became clear as he relaxed after the fierce battle, but he endured it, and his eyes scanned every corner ahead that might hide danger. Hearing Ella's wailing, he sighed helplessly. "It's almost there, Ella. Hold on a little longer." His heart was also heavy, the desperate eyes of the teenagers in the square, Merlin's collapsed scream, and the knife that was unlocked but no one dared to touch. Like a shadow, Legolas walked behind the team, a layer of frost on his delicate elf face. The dark green cloak was spotless, the elves cleaning magic, but his furrowed brows and tightly pursed thin lips showed his extreme displeasure. His emerald green eyes were like the most discerning scanner, sweeping over every ruin, every explosion crater, and every wisp of unstable magic energy particles in the air. Finally, when passing a block that was completely polluted by dark purple viscous liquid and exuded a strong stench, Legolas could no longer bear it. He stopped abruptly, pointing his slender fingers at the polluted area that looked like a huge festering wound. His cold voice was like a poisoned ice spike, with undisguised disgust and anger, and suddenly rang out during the repressed march. Humph! Look at this completely polluted land. His voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated Ella's wailing and Bloom's mumbling, attracting everyone's attention. Abuse of energy. Unrestrained demand. Like a greedy maggot gnawing at the veins of the world. Legolas's eyes swept over the solidified dark purple mucus and the corroded rocks at the edge of the pit, burning with cold anger in his emerald eyes. This is the masterpiece created by you humans, and the monsters born from chaotic magic. A completely dead, cursed wasteland. He turned around suddenly, and his sharp eyes pierced the front of the team like a substance, as if to penetrate the ruins, and looked directly at the Demon King city shrouded in dark red magic flames. And the source of all these disasters? The so-called Demon King city. Legolas' voice rose. With the unique rhythmic sarcasm of the elves, it's just another larger, more bloated, and more disgusting energy pollution source. A tumor piled up by chaotic magic and endless greed. His finger pointed to the direction of the trial stone square again, his tone full of extreme contempt. And the holy sword that you regard as a symbol of salvation? Humph! It's just a piece of broken copper and iron that has been forcibly infused with restraint energy and emits a clumsy brilliance like industrial waste. Its existence itself is a blasphemy and huge waste of pure energy. The resources consumed to make it, the energy waste that it dissipates to maintain the restraint place, and the ignorant and blind faith noise that grows around it. Each of them is exacerbating the entropy and death of this land. Legolas' criticism is like a string of cannons, accurately bombarding the shortcomings of human civilization, the nature of monsters, and the absurdity of the holy sword. Every word is like a carefully carved sting. Scrap? Bloom was stunned by the elf's sudden and full-fire venomous tongue. He subconsciously weighed the even more scrap hammer on his shoulder, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Hey! Long-eared. Watch your words. Although it needs to be optimized, it is also solid good iron. How can it be called scrap? Melon was stimulated by Legolas's mention of holy sword and scrap, and shrank her neck. She held the report more tightly, and buried her little face under her afro, as if she wanted to hide herself. Ella didn't understand those complicated words at all. Entropy increase? Waste? And only caught waste and noise. She retorted in a small voice with grievance, My holy light is not noise. It's also not wasteful. Although it consumes sugar. She touched her empty bag, and felt even more aggrieved. Roland stopped and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Although Legolas's venomous tongue was harsh, to some extent, what he said was not entirely unreasonable. Humans' excessive exploitation of magic crystals did indeed destroy the balance of the earth veins. He looked at the completely destroyed neighborhood around him, and mixed emotions surged in his heart. Legolas ignored Bloom's protest and Ella's grievance. His eyes finally fell on Roland, with a cold judgment. The so-called Demon King is nothing but a larger pollution aggregate spawned by your excessive demand for magic power, and the destruction of the natural balance. And now, you are trying to use more chaotic power, pointing to the team, especially the direction where Lillian left, to fight against chaos itself? Use another war based on pollution and destruction to end this war? He sneered with extreme contempt, and his pointed ears trembled slightly because of his excitement. Absurd. Stupid. Self-destruction. Every step forward you take is accelerating to drag this land into the abyss of no return. His words were like a cold prophecy, with the elves' deep regret for the destruction of the natural rhythm, and the extreme contempt for the short-sighted behavior of humans and monsters. The air seemed to become more stagnant because of his anger. At this moment, Lillian, who had been walking silently, had stood on a relatively tall ruined wall in front of her without knowing when. The dark gray cloak fluttered slightly in the wind with the smell of gunpowder. She did not look back at Legolas, who was criticizing fiercely, nor did she look at her teammates, who were in a sluggish state. Her eyes calmly cast towards the end of the street, where the outline of a hideous fortress built of huge black rocks, covered with hideous spikes and flashing magic patterns, and shrouded in thick dark red magic flames, was clearly visible. The outpost of the Demon King's city, Blackstone Fortress. Her calm voice, like an ice crystal thrown into boiling oil, instantly froze Legolas's endless and venomous criticism, and also attracted everyone's attention. Target: Blackstone Fortress. Threat: high. Defense force: active. Path correction: avoid the positive energy barrier. Cut in from the lava discharge port on the southwest side. Prepare for battle. Chapter 206. Legolas's venomous storm of elven anger and environmental criticism was instantly frozen by Lillian's calm, but icicle-like sentence. Target: Blackstone Fortress. The smell of gunpowder and the sweet smell of corruption in the air seemed to be replaced by the more dignified sense of oppression emitted by the hideous fortress shrouded in dark red magic flames in front of them. The team members instantly gathered their minds and temporarily put aside the farce in the square, the collapse of faith, and the owl's anger. Survival and mission overwhelmed all emotions. Under Lillian's precise guidance of coordinates, the team shuttled through the ruins maze leading to the southwest side of Blackstone Fortress like ghosts. The traces of war here are more fresh, and the flames of magic flames that have not been extinguished are still on the collapsed walls. The air is filled with a pungent smell of strong sulfur and melted metal. The ground is scalding hot, and the burning heat can be felt through the soles of the boots. On the fortress wall in the distance, hideous demon shadows can be vaguely seen patrolling, and the heavy footsteps and metal friction sounds are like death drum beats. The lava outlet on the southwest side. Mr. Administrator, are you sure you want to go in from that damn place? Bloom asked in a muffled voice while trying to lighten his footsteps. This is very difficult for dwarves, and his eyes were full of instinctive fear of high temperature and lava. That place. We dwarves are most afraid of encountering a living lava river when mining. Path efficiency, optimal. Weak point of energy barrier. Lillian's voice came from the front, concise and clear. Her dark gray figure deftly bypassed a huge crack where dark red magma was still flowing, and her movements were as smooth as if she had calculated it thousands of times. Humph, lava outlet. A typical source of energy waste and heat pollution. Legolas added coldly, his emerald eyes swept across the surrounding air distorted by the high temperature, and the ground riddled with holes eroded by the lava, his brows furrowed. The energy circulation system inside the fortress must be crude and inefficient. Ella flew listlessly in the middle of the team. The light of her light wings was weak due to insufficient energy. Sugar, her big blue eyes tried to open wide, alert to possible high-altitude threats, and she was still muttering in a low voice. Lava. So hot. Sugar evaporates faster. Melon hugged the geological report tightly, lowered her head, her face was still pale under the afro, and followed silently behind. After experiencing the collapse of faith in the Trialstone Square, she seemed to become unusually quiet, just mechanically executing the orders of follow and keep the report, with a somewhat empty look in her eyes. Soon, a huge dark hole like a demon's mouth appeared in front of everyone. The cave entrance was carved into the rough black rock wall at the bottom of the fortress. The edge was flowing with dark red, slowly dripping lava, emitting suffocating high temperature and pungent sulfur stench. Inside the cave entrance, there was a low roar like the panting of a giant beast, and a dark red light. This is the lava discharge outlet. The drainage channel for excess lava and waste heat inside the fortress. It's here. Lillian stopped behind a relatively hidden protruding rock on the side of the cave entrance, and her eyes were like a precise scanner, penetrating the heat waves and sulfur smoke that filled the cave entrance. Inner passage, 5 meters in diameter. Lava flow, intermittent. Temperature, lethal in the core area. Side wall. There is a cooling rock shelf for climbing. Pass window. The next lava flow interval is expected to start in 37 seconds and last for 120 seconds. The instructions were clearly given. Ella, maintain the minimum holy light shield, focus on the core of the team, resist high temperature and harmful gases. Save sugar. Legolas, toxin and energy turbulence scan, inside the cave entrance. Roland, lead the way, mark the safe rock shelf foothold. Bloom, cover the rear, assess the stability of the rock wall structure, real-time feedback. Merlin, keep silent, follow closely. The team members immediately took action. Ella forced herself to be energetic, folded her light wings, and a thin layer of platinum halo that only covered the core area of the team lit up, barely dispelling a little of the scorching heat and pungent sulfur gas. Legolas put an arrow and closed his eyes, and the elf's perception was like an invisible tentacle that probed into the depths of the cave entrance. Roland took a deep breath, suppressed the dull pain in his chest, and like a gecko, he stuck to the hot rock wall and took the lead in exploring the cave, leaving a faint mark on the selected foothold with fluorescent chalk. Bloom held the hammer tightly, and his copper bell eyes looked behind and above him vigilantly. Lillian's eyes swept across the uneven rock surface formed by repeated burning of lava at the edge of the cave entrance, and she was about to choose her entry point. At this moment, Bloom's copperbell eyes, which were used to examining all metal creations, were suddenly attracted by something on the charred ground below the cave entrance that had not yet been covered by fresh lava. It was a hilt. A broken metal hilt that was burnt black and deformed by high-temperature lava. The gemstones inlaid had long since burst and disappeared, but the original delicate outline could still be seen. It was half buried in the cooled lava slag and ashes, as if it was left behind by an unlucky guard or attacker in a fierce battle, and then washed here by the discharged lava. Huh? Bloom let out a suppressed surprise. The dwarf's instinct for metal and forging instantly overwhelmed his vigilance against the environment and his nervousness about the mission. He even subconsciously deviated from the alert position designated by Lillian, took 2 steps forward, stared at the charred hilt with his copperbell eyes, and whispered in a muffled voice, "This hilt." His voice attracted the attention of Legolas next to him. The elf opened his eyes, and his emerald eyes showed a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. He followed Bloom's gaze, and then snorted with even more disdain. Humph, another piece of broken copper, and iron swallowed by lava. The energy conduction lines are rough, the material ratio is unbalanced, and it is a typical inefficient human creation. Waste of resources. Ella also glanced at it curiously, but was immediately distracted by the high temperature and lack of sugar. Black, can't eat. Merlin just glanced at it numbly, with no fluctuations in her empty eyes, as if it was just an ordinary stone. However, Bloom seemed to have not heard Legolas's ridicule. His short and sturdy body leaned forward again, ignoring the scorching ground burning the soles of his boots, and his eyes flashed with the unique, almost paranoid focus of the dwarf master. He stretched out his stubby fingers, as if he wanted to touch the outline of the hilt from a distance, and his voice was full of pure craftsmanlike praise that was incompatible with the current solemn and murderous infiltration atmosphere. The forging process of this hilt is quite good. After these words came out, even Roland, who was nervously exploring the cave entrance, couldn't help but look back, his face full of astonishment. Legolas was even more out of anger and laughed, and his delicate elf face was full of absurdity. Bloom, is your brain also burned by the lava? What time is it now? You are actually admiring a piece of rubbish forging process? Ella blinked in confusion. Forging. Craftsmanship? Is it better than icing? Bloom was completely immersed in his own world. He pointed at the charred hilt, ignored Legolas's rebuke and the scorching environment around him, and analyzed it in a muffled voice. With a dwarf's unique respect for excellent craftsmanship, what do you know? Look at this arc. Look at the grooved design of the grip. Although it is burned to pieces, I can see it. This is the countercurrent forging method. Only a true master can form this perfect curve that fits the palm, absorbs the impact force to the maximum extent, and does not affect the conduction of energy, if any, by repeatedly forging the inner layer of metal with special techniques before quenching. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his red beard curled up, and this fracture. Although it was destroyed by lava, the metal texture of the broken stubble is fine and uniform, which shows that the temperature was controlled very well during forging. Few impurities. Sufficient toughness. What a pity. What a pity. With such a good foundation, the outer layer of decorative metal and gems is too bad. It's a waste of nature. The good core of the hilt is ruined. Waste. It's such a damn waste. He shook his head in grief, as if he saw a rare treasure being ruined by a mediocre craftsman, and even temporarily forgot the fear of lava and the tension of the task, and the dwarf's craftsman's soul burned. Bloom. Roland lowered his voice, anxiously. The lava interval is coming. Forget about the hilt. Legolas was too lazy to scold anymore, and there was only hopeless contempt in his emerald eyes. Ella was touched by Bloom's word waste, and touched the empty bag with empathy. Waste. Sugar too. Lillian's dark gray figure had landed lightly on a relatively cool rock shelf inside the cave entrance. She seemed to be unaware of Bloom's craft appreciation episode behind her. She calmly swept her eyes across the roaring and dark red lava channel inside, confirming Legolas's scan results and Roland's marks. Channel, toxin concentration, high, energy turbulence, low. Safe rock shelf path, confirmed. Her voice sounded calmly, like a signal to start the action. Lava flow interval, countdown 10 seconds. All members are ready to cut in. The cold and clear command instantly brought everyone back to reality. Roland immediately gathered his mind, pressed close to the rock wall, and prepared to be the first to rush into the channel. Legolas snorted coldly, with a longbow in hand, and the arrow locked on the possible thread deep in the channel. Ella quickly concentrated on maintaining the shield. Merlin hugged the report tightly, her body trembling slightly. Bloom was awakened by the cut in command, and suddenly withdrew his eyes from the hilt. A trace of reluctance flashed in his copperbell eyes, but he immediately clenched the hammer and said in a muffled voice, "Here we go. Administrator, the rock wall is solid. I cover you." The heart-pounding roar in the depths of the lava channel paused briefly, and the dark red light dimmed slightly. The team was like an arrow from a bow. Under the precise guidance of Lillian and the protection of Ella's thin holy light shield, they quickly and silently sneaked into the lava outlet that was like a demon's throat. At the last moment of jumping into the cave, Bloom couldn't help but look back. He glanced deeply at the charred hilt on the ground with his copperbell eyes, and muttered regretfully, "Alas. It's really a good piece of material. If I requench and polish it with my craftsmanship." The scorching airflow instantly swallowed his tale sound, and the dwarf's figure disappeared and the sulfur smoke filled the cave. The discarded hilt that carried the dwarf master's brief admiration was still half buried in the charred lava slag, under the shadow of the demon fortress, silently telling another small story about forging skills destroyed by war. Chapter 207. Deep inside the lava outlet, it was like the intestines of a giant beast, hot and humid, filled with a suffocating stench of sulfur and the fishy smell of metal corrosion. The thin holy light shield that Ella held up barely pushed away a little of the most deadly poison gas and burning waves, and sweat instantly soaked everyone's back. Under their feet was a narrow, slippery, and hot cooling rock shelf, and below was a temporarily silent abyss that emitted terrifying dark red embers. The low roar echoed between the rock walls, foreshadowing the dormancy of the next lava flow. Roland clung to the rough and hot rock wall, and the faint light left by the fluorescent chalk was like a candle in the wind in the absolute darkness. He held his breath, and the dull pain in his chest became more and more obvious under the high temperature. He was careful every time he landed, concentrating on sensing the stability of the rock shelf under his feet and the unknown darkness ahead. Legolas followed closely behind, the elf's perception extending like invisible tentacles, emerald eyes flickering in the dimness, alert to the subtle changes in energy turbulence and toxin concentration. Bloom was the last. His short and strong body took every step steadily, his copperbell eyes vigilantly scanning the back and the top of his head, holding the hammer tightly in his hand, ready to deal with collapse or surprise attack at any time. Merlin was caught in the middle, her arms holding the geological report trembled slightly. Her face, under the afro, looked even paler in the faint light of the holy light. She bit her lips tightly, trying not to make any sound. Ella was floating low above the core of the team. The light of her light wings looked unusually dim due to the lack of energy. Sugar, her big blue eyes tried to open wide, scanning for possible high-altitude threats. Her mouth moved silently, as if praying for the appearance of a supply point. Lillian walked in front, her dark gray cloak almost blending into the shadows. Her steps were extremely steady, and she stepped precisely on every safe point marked by Roland, silently. Her horizon penetrated the darkness, constructing a three-dimensional model of the passage, calculating air flow, rock wall stress, and warning. A large number of high-speed moving biological signals were detected. Energy characteristics: mixed magic energy, unstable, sonic positioning, bloodthirsty desire. Target: demonized giant bat group. Number: estimated to be more than 50. Direction: the dome of the passage in front. Contact time: 5 seconds. A cold alarm instantly passed through Lillian's core. She stopped, and her dark gray hood suddenly turned towards the dome. The calm voice exploded like thunder in the oppressive passage. Enemy attack. High altitude. Demonized giant bat group. Prepare for evasive action. Before she finished speaking, squeak! A sharp scream that was sharp enough to tear the eardrum and make people's teeth ache swept in from the dome in front of the passage like a tsunami. Then, countless wings. The dull roar of the crazy air slapping. The sounds gathered together to form a sound wave storm that made people's scalps numb and their hearts stop. In an instant, a desperate dark cloud surged out from the depths of the passage, covering the already weak light source. Countless scarlet eyes, like burning charcoal, lit up in the darkness, densely packed, covering the sky. They were as big as vultures, with tattered wing membranes covered with purple-black blood vessels, sharp fangs flashing cold light, and corrosive mucus dripping from their mouths. The strong fishy stench instantly overwhelmed the sulfur smell, pressing down like a substance. "Oh my God!" Bloom gasped, his eyes widened, and he subconsciously held the hammer horizontally in front of him. Did this poke the bat nest? Legolas's face turned pale instantly, and his delicate elf face twisted with disgust. Filth! Energy dregs! Noise pollution source. He raised his longbow instantly, and an arrow wrapped in natural light aimed at the vanguard of the bat group. So many eyes. So noisy. Ella was so scared that her light wing shrank suddenly, almost hitting the rock wall, her little hands tightly covering her ears. Her voice was crying, "Lady Lillian. They are so scary." Merlin even let out a short scream, curled up with a report. Her face under the afro was bloodless, and her mind was blank. The bats were like a black torrent bursting through a dam, with destructive sound waves and bloodthirsty madness, swooping down towards the team in the narrow passage. Their sharp claws flashed with cold light, aiming directly at Lillian in the front and Ella, who was exposed. "Ella!" Lillian's voice penetrated the harsh scream, as clear as a precise coordinate command. "Dive at a 45-degree angle on the left wing. Use holy light. No! Sprinkle its eyes with the powdered sugar in your pocket. Maximum diffusion. Interfere with their sonic positioning and vision." Ella was called out, and her whole body shuddered. When she heard the word powdered sugar, her big blue eyes instantly burst into a desperate light. Sugar? Powdered sugar attack? Got it. The instinct for survival overwhelmed her heartache for the precious sugar. She fluttered her light wings, and dived to the lower left at an extremely tricky angle. Her little hand quickly took out a handful of colorful powdered sugar from her bag, and threw it hard at the vanguard of the bats. Puff! Colored powdered sugar exploded in the dim passage like festive fireworks, instantly covering the heads and faces of the dozen giant bats in the front. Tiny sugar particles got into their eyes, and adhered to the sensitive wing membranes and sonic positioning organs. The shrill scream instantly turned into a chaotic, painful hiss. The giant bats with their eyes covered with powdered sugar bumped around like headless flies, and some even hit the rock walls or their companions. The originally neat attack formation was instantly in chaos. Bloom. Lillian's command did not stop. Knock on the ground 3 times. Refer to the frequency of the seismic wave record I measured in the canyon yesterday. The second sequence. Quick! Shake down the rock shelf under their feet. Second sequence. Boom. 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 Although Bloom's brain has not fully understood the seismic wave sequence, he has an instinctive trust in the rhythm specified by Lillian. He roared, his muscles bulged, and he swung the unoptimized feather duster mining hammer high, and smashed it hard on the narrow ground under his feet at a specific, heavy interval. On the rock shelf, boom! 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 A dull roar accompanied by a violent vibration. The terrifying power of the dwarves plus a specific resonance frequency made the already fragile cooling rock shelf groan under the heavy load. A section of the suspended, cracked rock shelf in front of the bat group broke and collapsed under the bat group. A dozen giant bats that were unable to dodge or were disturbed by the sugar powder screamed and fell into the lava abyss below with dark red embers. Merlin! Lillian's eyes swept over the apprentice, who was surrounded by the chaotic bat group and was trying to attack in vain with small flames. Her voice was full of unquestionable command. Stop rolling the fireball. Sing a lullaby to the leading purple mutant. Its brain ganglia are extremely sensitive to specific frequency noise. Create chaos. Ah? Sing. Sing a lullaby? Malin was completely confused, and suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. Looking at the head bat that was a circle larger than the other bats, with a strange purple glow on its wing membrane, and was emitting a commanding scream, her mind went blank. But under Lillian's cold gaze, the instinct to survive overwhelmed the sense of absurdity. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and used all her strength to sing in the direction of the purple-headed bat with a crying tone and sharp off tune. Sleep, sleep. My dear baby. Mom's hands. Rock you gently. This off tune, broken, and terrifying lullaby seemed so abrupt and funny in the battlefield where bats screamed, wings roared, and rocks collapsed. However, a miracle happened. The purple-headed bat, which was in command and emitting strong magical fluctuations, suddenly froze at the moment when Merlin's extremely lethal noise invaded the eardrum. A trace of extremely human pain and confusion flashed in its scarlet compound eyes, and the command scream it issued instantly turned into a shrill, like a wailing of being stepped on the tail. It shook its head frantically and rolled in the air, as if it had suffered a huge mental shock. The bat group without command was even more chaotic. Humph, finally there is a target worth aiming at. Legolas's cold and sarcastic voice sounded. Just as the purple-headed bat was in chaos, an arrow wrapped in the light of emerald green thorns tore through the air like a poisonous snake chasing its soul, and accurately penetrated into the bat's mouth, which was wide open due to pain. The thorns instantly exploded in its body. Squeak! With a short and extremely shrill cry, the purple-headed bat fell like a kite with a broken string. Roland! Tripwire! The rock pillar at 3 o'clock. Lillian accurately captured a small group of bats trying to bypass the collapsed area and attack from the flank. Yes! Roland had been prepared for a long time. With a flick of his wrist, the tough animal tendon rope with a sharp metal hook came out of the cave, like a spirit snake, and accurately wrapped around the rock pillar designated by Lillian, instantly forming a fatal obstacle in the narrow passage. Several giant bats that were unable to stop in time collided with it, were cut by the sharp metal wire, and fell screaming. The battle unfolded fiercely in the narrow, hot, and dark lava passage. Ella's sugar powder attack created chaos. Each time she sprinkled it, she whimpered with a heartbreaking sob. Bloom's hammer attack created terrain kills and range shocks. Hey! This is more fun than forging iron. Legolas arrows accurately killed the mutants who tried to reorganize the offensive. Filth removal efficiency. Acceptable. Roland's traps and daggers made up for the defense loopholes. Merlin's broken lullaby became the most unexpected spiritual weapon, although she was almost dying from singing, and Lillian, like the cold core controlling the overall situation, used the simplest and most accurate instructions to twist this improvised, different personality team into a surprise force that burst out with amazing combat power in desperate situations. The bat swarm that covered the sky and the sun, under the precise dispatch of the God of Knowledge and the weird cooperation of the team members, was like hitting an invisible dam, being torn apart, disintegrated, and destroyed bit by bit. When the last few scattered giant bats wailed and disappeared into the darkness deep in the passage, all that was left on the narrow ledge were scattered colored powdered sugar, broken arrows, hot rock fragments, and a group of people slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, with powdered sugar and sweat on their faces. Ella's wings of light were almost extinguished, her face was pale, she held the empty bag, and cried, "Sugar! Sugar powder! All used up. Woo! My reserves." Bloom leaned on the hammer, panting heavily, but Tomling's eyes were shining with excitement. "It's great. It's really fucking great. Administrator, your command is amazing." Legolas gracefully put away the longbow, brushed off the non-existent dust on his cloak, and snorted, "Humph, the noise pollution source has been cleared. But the energy waste is still serious, especially some meaningless sonic attacks." He glanced at Merlin, who was limp on the ground and hoarse. Merlin didn't even have the strength to refute, but just gasped, but her eyes were no longer empty, with a kind of confusion after surviving a disaster and a strange feeling that she was actually useful. Roland wiped the sweat and bat mucus on his face, and looked into the depths of the passage vigilantly. In the chaos just now, he seemed to vaguely hear something from the end of the passage, different from the bats, a more dull mechanical sound. Lillian's dark gray figure still stood in the front. Her eyes, under the hood, penetrated the darkness in front, and calmly swept across the messy battlefield. In her horizon, new data streams were refreshing. Threat elimination, demonized giant bats. Team collaborative combat effectiveness assessment. Preliminary compliance, redundant actions and energy waste. Detection in front of the passage. Abnormal distortion of the spatial structure. Weak but stable, ancient alloy signals, and inert energy liquid residues, similar to life-supporting liquid, were detected. Related database. Matching degree 87%. External maintenance passage of the ancient gene laboratory, ruins. She tilted her head slightly, and her cold voice broke the brief respite. Rest in place for 3 minutes. Treat the wound and replenish water. Her eyes fell on Ella, who was holding an empty backpack and about to cry, and added, "Ella, high-altitude warning mission completed. Sugar consumption units have been recorded. There is a suspected backup energy point ahead, with possible sugar conversion." The angel's eyes lit up instantly, like two twinkling stars. Lillian's eyes turned back to the twisted darkness deep in the passage, where broken metal pipes could be vaguely seen piercing out of the rock wall, flashing a cold glimmer. The entrance to the abyss corridor was just ahead. The shadow of the broken laboratory was silently waiting for its administrator to return. Chapter 208. The passage was filled with pungent gunpowder, the stench of burning bats, and a faint sweet smell. That was Ella's heartbreaking ammunition. Colorful sugar powder, which was now adhering to the charred rock wall, and the cooled back corpses and dots, flashing an absurd, inappropriate glimmer under the weak light of the holy light shield. Ella slumped on a relatively flat rock shelf. The light of her light wings flickered like a candle in the wind. Her little face was pale, and her big blue eyes had lost their former spirit, staring blankly at her completely deflated precious bag. A few surviving, dusty sugar grains lay pitifully in the corner of the bag. She stretched out her slightly trembling little hand, picked up one carefully, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't bear to put it in her mouth, but just clenched it tightly in her palm, as if it was the last hope. Tears rolled in her eyes, mixed with the sugar powder and black ash on her face, drawing a few funny and pitiful traces. Ugh! Sugar! Sugar powder! All gone! She sniffed, with a strong crying tone. Her voice seemed particularly aggrieved in the empty, compared to the hustle and bustle just now. Passage, Lady Lillian. What will I fight with in the future? Woo! Sugar reserves are completely zero. Bloom leaned on his feather duster mining hammer, which had made great contributions, and panted heavily, his red beard rising and falling violently with his breathing. The dwarf's sturdy chest was covered with sweat and bad mucus, but the copper-bell eyes were burning with excitement, as if the fierce battle just now was just a warm-up. It's fun! It's really fucking fun! He roared in a muffled voice, shaking the passage buzzing, completely ignoring the disgusted look from Legolas. Master Administrator, your command is amazing. Let the angels sprinkle sugar powder. Let the elves listen to lullabies. Ha ha ha. I have been forging iron and chopping demon cubs for half my life, but this is the first time I have beaten them so. He couldn't find the words for a moment, and slapped the hammer handle hard. This is so refreshing and funny. Ha ha. Legolas was wiping his longbow elegantly with a clean cloth. He snorted coldly when he heard this. His emerald eyes swept across the messy passage and landed precisely on a place where Merlin's broken lullaby had shaken off several pieces of gravel. Humph, you want to feel relieved? The energy waste rate is as high as 65%. The noise pollution index is 3 times higher than the standard. And there are sugar residues all over the floor? His delicate brows frowned even tighter, as if the sugar powder was a more disgusting pollutant than the bat corpse. Tactics? It's just using chaos to create greater chaos. There is no beauty, and low efficiency. He paused and turned his eyes to Lillian with the unique, almost picky scrutiny of an elf. But, Administrator, the backup energy point you mentioned, with sugar conversion possibility. If there is a high-purity energy crystal, its energy dissipation mode must meet the minimum standard of natural rhythm, otherwise. Merlin did not join any discussion. She curled up in a corner, with a geological report in her arms, her afro messy. Her throat was burning with pain. The heart-wrenching mental attack had almost exhausted her strength. Her eyes were still a little dazed, but it was no longer the despair after the collapse of the empty faith. Instead, it was a kind of trance after surviving a disaster, mixed with a hint of disbelief. Her off-tune and broken singing voice was actually useful? Lady Lillian even knew this weakness? Roland did not rest. He half-knelt at the front of the passage vigilantly, with a short knife across his body, and his sharp eyes swept like a searchlight at the increasingly distorted area deep in the passage, filled with strange dark red light. In the chaos before the bat group was destroyed just now, he vaguely caught a low, regular mechanical operation sound that was different from the hissing of biological organisms, coming from that direction. The air here became more viscous, with a kind of old metal, and some indescribable pungent smell similar to a mixture of disinfectant and corrupted blood. Master Lillian, Roland's voice was low and tense, interrupting Bloom's excitement and Legolas' criticism in front. The space is distorted. There are broken metal pipes on the rock wall. And that smell is very similar to the inert energy liquid residue you mentioned before. And I seem to hear the sound of the machine? Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the depths of the passage. Ella also temporarily forgot the sadness of sugar and floated up a little nervously. Bloom clenched the hammer. Legolas stopped wiping, and his emerald eyes narrowed sharply. Merlin subconsciously hugged the report tightly, as if it was the only support. Lillian's dark gray figure had already stood at the forefront of the distorted space. Her horizon penetrated the visual obstacles, and the cold blue light flowed silently under the shadow of the hood, constructing an accurate model of the abnormal area ahead. Spatial structure, unnatural distortion. Cause, high-intensity energy impact superimposed on geological stress. Metal signal source, confirmed. Material, thorium alloy, laboratory standard external structural parts, state, broken, rusted. Energy liquid residue, confirmed. Composition analysis, inert life-supporting liquid matrix, highly degraded, mixed with a small amount of organic tissue decomposition residue. Sound source location, confirmed. Low-frequency vibration mode, consistent with the laboratory's external ventilation/cooling system. Backup power supply maintains low-power operation. The matching degree of the associated database has been increased to 92%. The entrance to the external maintenance passage of the ancient gene laboratory ruins. Confirmed. Lillian's calm voice sounded, concluding Roland's discovery. She took a few steps forward and stopped in front of a rock wall that was shrouded in a distorted force field and blurred like melted glass. The broken metal pipes pierced out of the rock wall, like the ribs of a monster, and the surface was covered with thick dark red rust and some kind of dried viscous substance. In the center of those distorted scenes, the outline of a huge, heavy metal gate covered with hideous impact dents and claw marks could be vaguely seen. Extremely faint, intermittent blue energy lines flickered at the edge of the gate, like the last pulse of a dying creature. Entrance, Lillian said briefly. Her eyes fell on the side of the metal gate, where an old operating panel covered with dust was embedded. The screen was mostly broken, but it still stubbornly flickered with a faint red light. Bloom came forward, and his copper-bell eyes curiously looked at the scarred giant door and the antique operating panel next to it, and said in a muffled voice, "My goodness. This broken door is even shabbier than the oldest elevator gate in our mine. This panel. TSK, the buttons are all patinaed." He subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch the dirty operating panel. "Don't touch it." Legolas' cold warning came immediately. The energy residual pattern on it is extremely disordered, mixed with magic pollution and some kind of cold logic signal. Pollution level, high risk. The elf's perception is obviously much more acute than that of the dwarves. Lillian ignored their conversation. She walked to the operating panel, and her dark gray cloak almost touched the cold metal. She stretched out her slender fingers, without a speck of dust on them, and hovered precisely over a relatively intact identification area in the center of the panel. The permission identification protocol was activated. Target, gate of the external maintenance channel of the ancient genetic laboratory, serial number, G Lab extension 07. Biometric lock, status, semi-activated/faulty. Try to override the administrator's permissions. Just as Lillian's fingertips were about to fall, Roland, who had been observing silently, glanced sharply at a gap on the edge of the metal gate that was torn by a huge claw mark. At the hideous metal roll, a palm-sized metal nameplate covered with dried mucus reflected a faint luster in the dim light. Something seemed to be engraved on the nameplate. "Lady Lillian. Look there." Roland pointed to the nameplate, with a hint of urgency to find clues. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to it. Lillian's fingertips also paused slightly. Legolas's emerald eyes instantly locked onto the target. The elf's eyesight allowed him to see more clearly than others. When he recognized the symbol engraved on the nameplate, his delicate face, which always had sarcasm and indifference, showed undisguised and huge astonishment for the first time. That is... Legolas' voice was incredibly dry. He turned his head suddenly, and his emerald eyes pierced Lillian's dark gray back like a sharp sword, and then quickly swept across Roland, Bloom, Ella, and finally fixed on Merlin, who looked up blankly, as if confirming some absurd fact. His fingers trembled slightly because of shock. He pointed at the nameplate and spoke word by word. His voice echoed clearly in the dead silent passage. Number, LZSC009. Sample number 9? Sample number 9? This cold word, like an item label, exploded like thunder in the narrow and hot passage. Bloom's copper bell-like eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit his own hammerhead. Sample. Sample? He looked at the hideous gate deep in the passage, and then at the huge claw marks left by inhuman power on the gate. A chill instantly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Mayleen's hand holding the report suddenly tightened, and her face under the afro turned even paler than before. Sample? Laboratory sample? Number? Lady Lillian said before. The demons were the product of the laboratory sample going out of control. Could it be that these claw marks, these scars on the door, were... Ella covered her mouth in fear, her big blue eyes filled with fear. Sample. Sample? Like Ella? But it's so scary. Roland's heart suddenly tightened. He instantly thought of sample number 7, Moonlight Moss, sample number 8, Lava Demon, sample number 9, Vampire, mentioned by Lillian when she discovered the remains of the laboratory. Those creatures that lost control in the collapse of the laboratory. Dead silence enveloped the passage again. This time, it was heavier and colder than when facing the bat swarm. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the huge door covered with claw marks, and the cold nameplate, silently telling a horrifying truth. Lillian's dark gray figure still stood in front of the operating panel, her fingertips hovering in the air. Under the shadow of the hood, no one could see her expression. Only her steady voice without a single ripple broke the suffocating silence. confirming Legolas's discovery and hitting everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Permission identification overwrite completed. Identity confirmed. Administrator Lillian 0. External maintenance channel gate, open. As her fingertips fell, the last faint red light on the operation panel suddenly went out. Then, a tooth-grinding metal friction sound, like a giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years awakening, sounded dully from inside the heavy gate. The huge metal door covered with claw marks, under the gaze of countless shocked, fearful, and inquiring eyes, slowly and heavily slid inward. Behind the door, it was not the expected passage. Instead, it was a deeper, more twisted, and exuding the smell of old blood and cold metal. A broken space. Broken pipes hang down from the twisted ceiling like dying blood vessels, and the ground is flowing with dark green, faintly fluorescent viscous liquid. Several huge, twisted skeletons covered with black chitin are half buried in mucus and broken metal debris, and their empty eye sockets silently look at the entrance. The abyss corridor opens its bloody, chaotic, and terrifying embrace to its administrators and visitors. The claw marks of Sample 9 are just a small warning at the entrance. Chapter 209. The heavy metal gate opened completely with a piercing groan, and a much stronger and more stale cold breath than that in the passage hit me. It was a mixture of strong rust, the sweet smell of dried blood, the pungent smell of some chemical agent, and an indescribable smell of death, as if dust had accumulated for thousands of years. Behind the door, the true appearance of the abyss corridor was slowly unfolding like a picture of hell under the weak illumination of Ella's dim holy light shield. The space was distorted like a broken mirror glued together again, and everything in sight had a dizzying arc. The broken huge alloy pipes were like the remains of a giant beast, piercing hideously from the twisted dome and walls, and the fractures flowed with dark green, faintly fluorescent viscous liquid, dripping onto the piles of metal debris and broken glassware below. Several huge, twisted skeletons covered with black chitinous shells were half buried in mucus and debris, with empty eye sockets silently staring at the intruder. In the chest of one of the skeletons, there was a broken, rusty, huge metal wrench. The cold and dead silence in the air were far more suffocating than the scorching lava channel. Gods above. Bloom took a breath, and for the first time, the excitement in his eyes was gone, leaving only pure shock and a trace of awe of the craftsman facing the miracle, or evil. He subconsciously stroked the cold cross-section of a broken pipe beside him. The incredibly smooth metal texture, which far exceeded any forging process he knew, shocked his heart. This metal, this forging, is simply... He couldn't find an adjective. The pride of the dwarf was hit by this craftsmanship that transcended his time. Legolas' emerald eyes burned with cold anger and extreme disgust. He almost tapped the sticky ground with his toes. Filthy nest. Energy pollution has penetrated deep into the structure. Every inch of metal is wailing in the pain of being twisted. Look at these pipes. Forced into the rock layer, traces of crude energy circulation. It's simply a scar of nature. The elf's perception made him feel extremely repulsive to the unnatural here. Merlin held the geological report, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind, and her face under the afro was bloodless. The scene in front of her was beyond imagination, like a nightmare, and it impacted her cognition more directly than the truth of the holy sword. Those bones. Those mucus. Sample number 9. Her stomach was churning. Roland held the dagger tightly. His knuckles turned white, and his sharp eyes swept across this twisted land of death like a hawk. The low, regular sound of mechanical operation became clearer here, as if some huge heart was beating deep in the ruins. His eyes were fixed on a relatively open area surrounded by broken pipes deep in the corridor. There, several huge square metal devices covered with dust and broken shells, but with indicator lights still flickering faintly, stood against the wall, like silent tombstones. Under the equipment, there were some dusty metal boxes with blurred characters printed on them. Ms. Lillian, those devices. And boxes. Roland's voice was filled with a hint of urgency to find clues, as well as vigilance against the unknown. Ella floated nervously beside Lillian, her big blue eyes scanning the surroundings in horror. The cold and dead silence here made her extremely uncomfortable, and the light of the light wings seemed to be suppressed and dimmed. She subconsciously touched her empty bag, and a panic surged in her heart. If she encountered danger here again, she would not even have the last powdered sugar ammunition. Lillian's dark gray figure was the first to step into the twisted ruins. Her footsteps landed on the sticky ground silently. Her horizon was running at high speed, scanning the environmental parameters, marking the energy residual path, and aiming directly at the ancient equipment that Roland had discovered. Target equipment, Laboratory external energy node / life support fluid circulation pump, spare. Status. Low power maintenance, lack of energy. Metal box. Standard material storage box, sealing, partially failed. Internal scan. Contains high purity compressed energy blocks, partially usable, basic repair tools, and high energy biological signals detected. Target. Sample number 9 derivative, high activity. Position, directly above. Distance, 0. The cold alarm pierced Lillian's core like a spike. Her body reacted almost at the same time as the alarm sounded, and she slid forward and sideways. Be careful of the top of your head. Roland's exclamation and Lillian's dodge were almost synchronized. Just above where Lillian had just stood, in the shadow of a twisted dome, a dark red figure fell down silently like a ghost. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the capture limit of the retina. It was a humanoid creature, but it was definitely not a human. It was slender, covered with dark red, close-fitting scales, like solidified plasma, and sharp bone spurs extended from the joints. Its face was as pale as marble, its features were delicate but lifeless, and its narrow, burning ruby-like eyes were fixed on Roland below. Its lips slightly opened, revealing 2 rows of dagger-like fangs that flashed with cold light. A low, hungry roar came from its throat, and a cold desire for type B blood spread like a substance. Blood type B. Fresh. Strong. A hoarse, dry, sandpaper-like sound came out of its mouth, with a creepy greed. Sample number 9 derivative. Vampire. And locked onto Roland. Its slender, scaly fingers were like claws, with a scream that tore through the air, going straight for Roland's neck. Its speed and power far exceeded the previous lava demons and giant bats. Roland! Bloom roared, wanting to swing his hammer to rescue, but the distance was too far. Legolas's arrow instantly left the string and shot straight at the back of the vampire, but the opponent was faster. Merlin screamed a short scream and froze completely. Ella was so scared that her light wings shrank sharply, at the critical moment. Ella! Lillian's calm voice sounded clearly like a precise coordinate command amid the vampire's deadly scream and the crowd's exclamation. The angel was called, and his whole body shuddered, and his fearful eyes instantly focused on Lillian. Target, vampire's eyes. Dive 45 degrees with the left wing. Use holy light. Lillian's voice paused slightly, as if she had completed the scan of Ella's current energy, sugar, reserves, and the optimal tactical adjustment in a few tenths of a second, and then changed her words. No! Use the last powdered sugar in your pocket. Sprinkle its eyes. Maximum spread? Immediately. Holy light. No. Powdered sugar? Ella's brain went blank for a moment. Use the precious, only remaining powdered sugar to attack? And sprinkle it on the eyes of such a terrible monster? This is 100 times more painful than sprinkling bats just now. But it's Lillian's order. The target is Roland. Roland, who can repair roofs and pass roasted sweet potatoes. There was no time to hesitate. The instinct for survival and concern for her companions overwhelmed her heartache for the sugar. Okay. Sugar powder attack. Ella cried out, almost screaming. Her big blue eyes instantly burst into a desperate light mixed with great heartache and determination. The light wings fluttered violently, and the body dived towards the position of the vampire on the upper left at an incredible sharp angle. The little hand reached into the deflated bag like lightning, and grabbed the only pitiful handful of colored sugar mixed with dust and debris inside. All the powder was taken out. For Roland's baked sweet potatoes. Ella cried out, her most powerful source of power at the moment, and used all her strength to throw the last bit of sweet ammunition in her hand towards the vampire's eyes burning with greedy red light. Puff! A small ball of colorful, thin sugar mist appeared particularly in the dim environment. At the moment when the vampire's fangs were about to touch Roland's neck, it was accurately smeared on its pale and delicate face, focusing on the burning ruby eyes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The vampire's ghostly movements suddenly froze. For the first time, its face covered with scales showed an extremely human expression of surprise, pain, and disbelief. Ugh! A shrill and out-of-tune howl suddenly broke out. It was much more painful than when it was commanding the bat swarm before. It suddenly retracted its claws that were grabbing Roland, and its hands frantically grabbed its own face. Tiny sugar particles penetrated its extremely sensitive eyeballs, and the gaps between its eyelids covered with scales, bringing a strong stimulation and friction pain far beyond ordinary sand and dust, mixed with sweetness and tiny crystals. Its sonic positioning organs seemed to be disturbed, causing it to lose balance instantly, as if it was hit by an invisible hammer, and rolled and twitched painfully in the air. Sizzle! The arrow that Legolas had thrown away by the vampire seemed to have eyes at this moment, and accurately seized this fleeting opportunity, and fiercely shot into the vampire's armpit joint covered with thin scales exposed by the pain. The emerald green thorn light burst out instantly, entangled, and strangled. Roar! Bloom finally arrived, and a hammer with full strength and the roar of the dwarf hit the vampire's lumbar spine that was curled up in pain. Although it failed to break the hard scales, the terrifying impact force. It was smashed and flew out like a broken sack, hitting a broken metal pipe with a dull thud. Roland was still in shock. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He looked at the vampire rolling on the ground in pain, entangled by thorns, with colorful sugar powder on his eyes, looking extremely embarrassed and funny, and then looked at Ella, who was suspended in the air, holding a completely empty bag, with her mouth pursed and tears finally falling pat-pat. A sense of absurdity and indescribable warmth surged in his heart. Sugar. Sugar powder. The last. All gone. Whoa. Ella looked at the empty bag, and then at the monster covered with sugar powder on the ground, and finally couldn't help crying loudly, crying heartbrokenly, as if she had lost the whole world. My sugar. Whoa. All stuck to the bad guy's eyes. What a waste. So sad. Lillian's dark gray figure had silently walked to the ancient equipment, with faint indicator lights flashing. She didn't even look back at the battle that was dramatically reversed by the sugar powder attack, as if everything was calculated. Her fingertips pressed accurately on the dusty operation panel. Permission identification. Administrator Lillian 0. Backup energy node. Energy output. Increase 15%. Associated life support fluid circulation pump. Start. Low power. Material storage box. Biolock released. Following her fingertips' instructions, the ancient devices emitted a low hum, and the indicator light brightness increased significantly. Several metal boxes under one of the devices clicked, and the sealed cover automatically popped open. Lillian's eyes swept across the inside of the open metal box. One box was neatly stacked with hexagonal crystals, compressed energy blocks, that flashed with a faint blue light, and one box was a variety of strange but well-maintained metal tools, basic repair tools. Her eyes fell on the last box. There were dozens of sealed, transparent, fist-sized water bags neatly stacked inside. The water bags were filled with a viscous, amber liquid that exuded a rich sweet fragrance and weak energy. Lillian's calm voice rang out amid Ella's heartbroken cry, clearly reaching the angel's ears. Ella. Mission, high-altitude warning and interference attack, sample number 9 derivative, completed. Consumable unit settlement, powdered sugar all. Reward distribution, high-concentration energy syrup supplies, unit, X30, located in the number 3 supply box. Ella, who was crying bitterly, suddenly stopped crying. Her big eyes with tears in them suddenly widened, and she looked in the direction of Lillian's finger in disbelief. That full box. Exuding an alluring sweet fragrance, energy syrup? Chapter 210. Ella's crying stopped abruptly. Her big blue eyes were wide open, her mouth was slightly open, and her face with crystal tears was full of incredible surprise, as if she was knocked unconscious by the honey falling from the sky. The sealed box full of amber syrup water bags, which exuded a rich sweet fragrance and weak energy fluctuations, was even more dazzling than the brightest holy light in her eyes. Energy syrup? Supplies? 30? Ella's voice was raised octaves due to extreme excitement, with a trembling voice. She almost flew to the open metal box, and carefully held up a heavy, cold water bag with her little hand, feeling the sweet touch of the sticky liquid inside. The huge sense of happiness instantly overwhelmed the heartbreak of losing the sugar powder just now. Mr. Lillian. You are an angel. No. You are greater than an angel. Woohoo. Ella loves you so much. She held the syrup water bag, excited and incoherent, and her light wings glowed brightly again because of great joy, reflecting a layer of warm color on the twisted metal pipes around her. Bloom looked at Ella's ecstatic look of lost and found, and a trace of envy flashed in Tongling's eyes, but more of it was resentment for his hammer. He weighed the still small mining hammer on his shoulder, and muttered in a muffled voice, Mr. Administrator, this hammer should be optimized. Shouldn't it be? His eyes were full of expectation, and looked at Lillian. Legolas glanced with disgust at Ella, who was holding the syrup as if it were a treasure, and then glanced at the box of syrup emitting artificial sweet pollution. His emerald eyes were full of contempt. Huh? High-concentration energy syrup? Pure waste of energy and metabolic burden. This artificially synthesized low-level source of pleasure. His criticism was interrupted by Lillian's next action. Lillian ignored Bloom's hint and Legolas's venomous tongue. Her slender fingers quickly swept through the opened energy block box, accurately picking up 3 hexagonal crystals that flashed a stable blue light. At the same time, her eyes were like the most precise probe, instantly locking onto the hammerhead connection and several specific stress nodes at the end of the handle of Bloom's feathered duster mining hammer. Material confirmation: thorium alloy, purity, high, black ironwood handle core, stable structure. Optimization plan: 8% shift of the center of gravity, embedding energy conducting runes, low level, improving energy utilization efficiency by 5%, and strengthening the handle core connection, eliminating the risk of breakage. Tool confirmation: basic maintenance toolbox, including micro-engraving rune pen, high-frequency welder. Estimated operation time: 2 minutes and 17 seconds. No nonsense. Under Bloom's expectant eyes, and the background sound of Ella's silly smile, while holding syrup, Lillian's dark gray figure moved like the most precise mechanical arm. She held the hammer in her left hand, and with her right hand, she pulled out the micro-engraved rune pen and high-frequency welder from the maintenance toolbox at lightning speed. The blue rune pen tip fell accurately at several key nodes where the hammer head and the hammer handle connected. The slender rune lines spread instantly, as if they had life and embedded into the metal. The high-frequency welder made a subtle hum, and the white light flashed and disappeared, perfectly melting the runes into the metal matrix. At the same time, she moved her fingertips slightly, and several small counterweight metal blocks found in the maintenance box were accurately embedded in the grooves reserved at the end of the hammer handle. The high-frequency welding was completed instantly. The whole process was smooth and fast, dazzling. Bloom didn't even see what Lillian did specifically, he just felt his hand sink, and the familiar hammer seemed a little different. Contract fulfillment. Mining hammer optimization completed. Lillian's calm voice sounded, and she handed the hammer back to the stunned Bloom. Bloom subconsciously took the hammer, and the first feeling he had was heavy. It was not simply an increase in weight, but a feeling of being thicker and more handy. The center of gravity seemed to have really moved back, and it felt smoother to transmit power when holding it in his hand and swinging it. His copperbell eyes were wide open, and he tried to swing it gently. Buzz, the hammer passed through the air, and it actually brought a low, stable shock-wave buzz. On the surface of the hammer head, several extremely fine dark blue rune patterns flashed by. This feeling. Bloom was so excited that his red beard was trembling. Good. Great. Administrator. You are really amazing. He couldn't let go of stroking the brand new hammer handle and hammer head, and felt that all the frustrations of half a lifetime were swept away. He suddenly raised his head, with a burning fighting spirit in his copperbell eyes, and said in a muffled voice, Administrator, next time you meet a tough guy, you have to rely on me, Bloom. I promise to smash it out of its original form with one hammer. At this moment, Roland, who had been vigilantly observing the area deep in the core area that was blocked by the huge broken culture chamber, suddenly shouted in a low voice, There is movement. Inside. Everyone was instantly alert. Ella immediately stuffed the bag of syrup she had just received into her satchel, covered tightly this time, and the light of the light wings condensed. Legolas had a longbow in hand, and aimed his arrow at the shadow. Bloom clenched the new hammer, and was eager to try. Merlin also quickly hugged the report, and hid behind a broken pipe. In the deep core area, in the area covered by the shadow of the huge broken culture chamber, a creepy sound came. It was not the previous mechanical humming, but a sticky dragging sound. Heavy panting. And the squeaking sound of metal being forcibly torn apart, which made people's teeth ache. Then, a huge, bloated, terrifying figure, which seemed to be stitched together by countless wriggling dark red pieces of flesh, slowly squeezed out from the shadows. It had no fixed form, and its huge body was covered with cracks that kept opening and closing, and pus was flowing. Deep in the cracks were densely packed compound eyes that flashed crazy red light. Dozens of tentacles of varying lengths, made of sticky flesh and exposed bones, stretched out from all parts of its body, dancing wildly in the air like giant pythons. At the ends of several of the tentacles, there were broken metal pipes and culture chamber fragments curled up. A disgusting stench mixed with strong blood, rotten internal organs, and sulfur instantly spread, even overwhelming the sweet fragrance of Ella's syrup. High energy aggregate detected. Target, energy characteristic fusion, deformed form of sample number 8, lava demon, and sample number 9, vampire. Threat level, extremely high. Lillian's cold alarm sounded instantly. Core weakness. Energy circuit is highly unstable. Resonance frequency, Refer to the canyon seismic wave record, third sequence. Roar! The distorted body, which looked like a seamed meat mountain, let out a terrifying howl mixed with the roar of lava and the scream of vampires, shaking the entire core area. Its countless compound eyes instantly locked onto the intruder, and dozens of dancing tentacles, with the screams that tore through the air and the high temperature of lava, pounced on the team like a net. The coverage area was so large that almost all the space for dodging was blocked. Disperse! Roland roared. The cold light of the short knife flashed, but he felt powerless. The attack range of this monster is too terrifying. Legolas's arrow flew off the string and hit a tentacle, but only a few sparks splashed on the sticky flesh and blood. Like a mud cow entering the sea, Ella held up the holy light shield, but facing such a violent physical and energy-mixed impact, the shield fluctuated violently and was about to collapse. Merlin was so scared that she huddled up and even forgot to record. At this critical moment, Lillian's eyes instantly locked on the ground covered with sticky green fluorescent liquid and metal fragments under the deformed body. In her horizon, the cold data stream frantically calculated the stress point, resonance frequency, and the power transmission efficiency of Bloom's new hammer. Bloom! Lillian's voice penetrated the monster's roar, and the scream of the tentacles tearing the air. It was clear, cold, and carried an unquestionable command coordinate target. 3 meters in front of you, the metal plate covered with mucus. Hit the ground 3 times. The frequency refers to the seismic wave record I measured in the canyon yesterday. Third sequence. Boom! 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 Immediately. Maximum force. Bloom was so frightened by the tentacles that his scalp was numb. Hearing the command, especially the familiar third sequence rhythm, the dwarf's deep trust and enthusiasm for the new weapon instantly overwhelmed his fear. Third sequence. Boom! 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 Got it! Look at the hammer. Bloom's copper bell eyes burst into wild light. He roared. His muscles bulged like steel, and his thick legs rooted into the sticky ground. He held the newly optimized mining hammer with both hands, which was emitting a faint blue light, and raised it high above his head, without hesitation or deviation. He poured all his strength, the dwarf's understanding of the earth, and his absolute trust in Lillian's instructions into this attack. The hammer head, with a terrifying whistle that tore through the air, smashed hard into the mucus-covered metal plate specified by Lillian at the interval specified by Lillian, which was accurate to milliseconds, and with a specific heavy rhythm. Boom! The first blow, as heavy as a landslide, a short interval. Boom! Boom! The second and third blows, rapid and continuous, like the heartbeat of the earth. Boom! A visible shock wave mixed with the blue rune light, centered on the point where the hammer head landed, spread out violently like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The shock wave accurately followed the path calculated by Lillian and instantly transmitted to the stratum directly below the bloated body of the aberration. Crack! Crack! The metal ground, and the rock stratum below the feet of the aberration, which were already full of cracks and eroded by mucus, were instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks like fragile glass under the superposition of Bloom's terrifying hammer with a specific frequency resonance and Lillian's accurately calculated stress points. Then, with a sound of amidst the earth-shattering roar, a huge deep pit collapsed. Ah! The huge sutured meat mountain deformed body let out an earth-shattering howl full of pain and confusion. Its bloated body, which was forcibly glued together by countless unstable energies, instantly lost its support point. Dozens of dancing tentacles scratched in the air in vain, but could not stop its huge, unbalanced body from falling into the bottomless pit that had just collapsed like a landslide. The sticky flesh and broken tentacles struggled and slapped frantically on the edge of the pit, stirring up large amounts of foul-smelling mucus and gravel. The power of science, with the dwarf hammer as the medium and the earth as the string, played the resonant movement of destruction. Chapter 211. A deafening roar reverberated wildly in the twisted core area, like the dying wail of a giant beast. Bloom's 3 terrifying hammer strikes with specific frequency resonances were like precise scalpels, cutting off the last connection between the stitched meat mountain deformed body and the earth. Boom! The edge of the huge pit continued to collapse and expand like broken biscuits. The sticky green fluorescent mucus mixed with broken metal plates and rocks poured down like a waterfall. The huge deformed body, which was forcibly stitched together by countless dark red meat pieces and dancing tentacles, let out a soul-shattering painful scream. Ah! Its bloated body struggled wildly on the edge of the collapsed pit, and dozens of tentacles desperately slapped the air and the collapsing rock wall like drowning people, rolling up large pieces of mucus and gravel. However, The collapse point calculated by Lillian accurately destroyed its core support, and the resonance caused by Bloom's hammering completely disintegrated the already fragile energy balance inside its body. The magic energy that bonded the flesh and blood began to boil uncontrollably and dissipate under the violent vibration and imbalance. The dark red flesh began to dissolve and peel off like a wax figure thrown into boiling water. The pustules covering it burst one after another, splashing out foul-smelling juice. Those compound eyes flashing with crazy red light flickered in fear and pain. The dancing tentacles broke and fell off one by one, twitching in vain at the edge of the pit like a severed snake body. Well done, Bloom! Roland couldn't help but roared, his eyes flashing with excitement of surviving a disaster. He held the short knife tightly, staring at the last struggle at the edge of the pit vigilantly, ready to finish off any broken limbs that might climb up. Legolas put down his longbow, and a trace of cold satisfaction flashed in his emerald eyes. Humph, the energy structure collapses. A pure pollution aggregate, not even qualified to return to nature. The final destination is complete annihilation. He glanced at the dissolving filth in the pit with disgust. Hey! Hee. Bloom leaned on his new partner, who had just made a great contribution, and the hammerhead was still humming slightly. His red beard was so excited that it curled up to the sky, and his eyes were full of ecstasy and pride. Administrator, did you see it? Did you see it? My hammer. The hammer you optimized. It's so fucking powerful. Boom. 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 3 times. Just 3 times. This big meat mountain collapsed. Ha ha ha. It feels good. It feels 10,000 times better than forging iron. He swung the hammer vigorously, and the strong wind blew Merlin's afro next to him. Merlin was still curled up behind the broken pipe, and her face under the afro was as pale as paper. She looked at the dissolving mass of horrible flesh in the pit, which was forcibly stitched together from different samples, and listened to its shrill wails, and the feeling of churning in her stomach became stronger. Samples. Laboratory. This is the out-of-control creation. Lady Lillian. She created these? The cold fear brought by this cognition suffocated her more than any monster. Ella didn't pay any attention to the miserable situation in the pit. She was facing away from the battlefield, carefully tearing open a bag of precious energy syrup, sticking out her pink little tongue, and licking the sticky amber liquid with great care. Instantly, a strong and sweet warm current mixed with pure energy poured into her body, making her squint her eyes in comfort, and her light wings stretched out happily, making a subtle hum. So sweet. So happy. She muttered softly, as if the horrible battle just now had never happened. Lillian's dark gray figure had long left the edge of the pit. Her goal was always clear. Deep in the core area, the area blocked by the huge broken culture chamber. At this moment, the vibration and chaos caused by the fall of the aberration temporarily cleared the obstacles, revealing a more frightening scene behind. It was not the passage or room as expected. Instead, it was a more messy and shocking cultivation field ruins. Huge cylindrical culture chambers that could accommodate several people stood like tombstones, but most of them were broken. The thick reinforced glass shattered into spider webs, with dry, dark brown viscous liquid and various indescribable organic tissue debris remaining inside. Broken pipelines hung from the ceiling like withered vines, soaking in the dark green mucus flowing on the ground, emitting faint fluorescence. The old bloody and cold metal mix smell in the air was extremely strong here, mixed with a kind of preservative smell similar to formalin, but more pungent. The most eye-catching thing is the center of this area. A larger and heavier culture chamber than the other chambers stands relatively intact. Its reinforced glass walls are covered with spiderweb-like cracks, but not completely broken. The chamber is filled with turbid, dark red liquid, in which a huge, indescribable embryo-like shadow is vaguely suspended, connecting countless broken pipes. On the base of the culture chamber, a dusty operating panel still stubbornly flashes an extremely weak red light. This place. Bloom followed with a hammer. Seeing the scene in front of him, the excitement in Toneling's eyes instantly faded, leaving only shock and a trace of the confusion of a craftsman facing destruction. It's even more weird than the abandoned mine in the deepest part of our heart of the mountains. Legolas's face became extremely ugly, and cold anger burned in his emerald eyes. The graveyard of life. Blasphemy. This is the most thorough blasphemy against the origin of life. Look at these containers. Forced imprisonment, twisting, splicing. Every inch of space exudes the arrogance and madness of the creator. He deliberately emphasized this word. His sharp eyes swept across the broken culture chambers, and the elves' awe of natural life made him feel extremely disgusted with everything in front of him. Roland followed closely behind Lillian, with a dagger across his chest, and his sharp eyes vigilantly scanned the dead breeding ground. His eyes fell on the relatively intact huge breeding chamber in the center, and his brows were furrowed. Lord Lillian, the largest one, seems to have something in it. And this smell. The pungent smell of preservatives made him feel uncomfortable instinctively. Malin was forcibly dragged over by Ella. The angel wanted to share the joy of syrup, and when she saw the ruins of the breeding ground that looked like hell, she was like being struck by lightning and stood still. The little face under the afro instantly lost the last trace of blood, the lips trembled, and the eyes were filled with great fear and a kind of despair, completely pierced by the truth. Those broken glass, the remaining mucus and tissue, the cold containers, is this the laboratory? This is the place where Lady Lillian used to work? The place where angels, elves, dwarves, and those monsters were created? She hugged the geological report tightly. Her knuckles turned white because of the force, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Ella licked the syrup and looked at the huge culture chamber curiously. There was no fear in her big blue eyes, only pure doubt. What is soaking in that big jar? It smells so strange, like a long-expired jam? Lillian's dark gray figure walked straight towards the huge culture chamber in the center. Her steps were still steady, as if she was walking in an ordinary laboratory corridor, not in this graveyard of life. Her horizon penetrated the turbid dark red liquid, and coldly scanned the shadow of the embryos suspended in the chamber. Target: incomplete biotin body, distorted fusion state. Status: deep dormancy, energy supply interrupted. Activity: very low, approaching 0. Related database: Project Code Titan, aborted. Threat assessment: none. Her eyes fell on the operating panel of the base of the culture chamber. On the dusty screen, a line of incomplete characters loomed in the faint red light. Warning: Sample number 9, Vampire, is abnormally active. Containment breach. Related sample number 8, Lava Demon, culture chamber. Energy leakage. Cross-contamination. Fusion out of control. Clearance protocol. Failed. Legolas's keen elven vision also captured the remaining information on the screen. When he saw the word sample number 9, Vampire, sample number 8, Lava Demon, fusion out of control, etc., the anger in his emerald eyes was instantly replaced by a cold, insightful chill. He turned his head sharply and looked at a relatively intact skeleton scattered on the ground next to the incubator. The skeleton was wearing a tattered, old-style researcher uniform and holding a broken metal nameplate tightly in his hand. Legolas squatted down and wiped the dust and dried mucus on the nameplate with his slender fingers. The number and words engraved on it made this elf, who always had a sarcastic expression, show undisguised and huge shock for the first time. EP201. Legolas' voice was dry and low. He raised his head, and his emerald eyes were like the sharpest ice cones, piercing through the dead cemetery and deeply piercing Lillian's dark gray back. He asked word by word, Administrator Lillian 0. Is this your creator number? And these? His fingers swept across the broken culture chambers on the ground, the remaining tissues, and the huge deformed embryo tank in the center. His voice was full of cold irony, and a kind of almost compassionate questioning. Is it the Pandora's box that you opened with your own hands that year? Chapter 212. Legolas's cold question. Administrator Lillian 0. Is this your creator number? And the irony of Pandora's box were like the most biting cold wind, instantly freezing the already oppressive air in the ruins of the breeding ground. The ecstasy on Bloom's face was completely frozen, and his copperbell eyes glanced back and forth between the nameplate in Legolas' hand and Lillian's dark gray back in disbelief. LZP001? Creator number? He suddenly remembered Lillian's previous mention of equipment jamming and sample out of control. Could it be that? Those lava demons, vampires, and the disgusting stitched monsters just now. The sources really. Roland's hand holding the knife tightened suddenly, and his knuckles turned white. He looked at the broken breeding chambers on the ground, the remaining terrorist organizations, and the deformed embryo in the center soaked in dark red liquid, and then thought of the demons he encountered along the way, and a cold chill climbed up his spine. Administrator. She not only knows the secrets of the laboratory. Merlin's reaction was the most intense. She felt as if she had been whipped by Legolas' words. She trembled violently, and the several volumes of geological reports she was holding tightly fell to the sticky ground with a click. She raised her head suddenly, her small face twisted under her afro, and she was completely overwhelmed by the great fear and despair of being completely deceived and having her faith uprooted. She looked at Lillian's calm and almost cold back, and then looked at the ruins of the laboratory that looked like a picture of hell. The worship of the god of knowledge and the awe of the administrator collapsed in the face of the cruel truth, leaving only the biting coldness and fear. No. No. Impossible. Merlin muttered absent-mindedly, her voice hoarse with tears and the edge of collapse. Mrs. Lillian. You created these monsters? She pointed to the remains of the aberrations that were still dissolving in the pit, to the broken culture chambers around, and finally to the huge embryo tank in the center, her fingers shaking like dead leaves in the wind. Ella was licking the syrup, and was also frightened by the solemn atmosphere. Her big blue eyes were full of confusion. She whispered, Creator? Number? Mistress Lillian. Did you pinch those bad things like you pinched Ella? Her simple understanding made the truth seem even more cruel. In this dead silence frozen by the ice of the truth and silent questioning, Lillian's dark gray figure still stood motionless in front of the operating panel of the central culture chamber. Her fingertips hovered over the dusty screen, as if Legolas's questioning and Merlin's collapse were just irrelevant background noise. Her horizon coldly scanned the remaining logical circuits and energy paths inside the panel. Warning message. Sample number 9, Vampire, Abnormal Activity. Breach of containment. Related to sample number 8, Lava Demon. Energy leakage. Cross-contamination. Fusion out of control. Clearance protocol failed. Core database access request. Traceback event log, deep encryption. Authority. Administrator Lillian 0. Decrypting. Encountered underlying logic lock. Related to Final Security Protocol ARC. The cold decryption process was carried out silently in her core. She did not answer any questions, did not explain, and did not even look back. It was as if the ruins of this laboratory, those out-of-control creations, and the embryo tank in front of her that symbolized the failed project were just cold data that needed to be analyzed, recorded, and finally archived. However, this almost cold silence was regarded as tacit agreement in Mayleen's eyes. Despair completely submerged her like a cold tide. She staggered back a step and stepped on a pool of sticky dark green fluorescent liquid. The slippery touch made her scream briefly, and almost fall down. It was this scream that seemed to have triggered a dormant switch in this dead cemetery. Gurgle. Gurgle. A very slight sound, like the bubbling of viscous liquid, suddenly came from the depths of the ruins of the breeding ground, in a corner covered by huge broken glass and metal debris. Then, the ground covered with mucus and debris actually slowly squirmed as if it had life. A large mass of viscous, translucent, colloid-like objects emitting faint purple fluorescence, like a huge amoeba, flowed silently from the shadow of the ruins. Its volume is as large as half a room, and metal fragments and several broken bones that are being swallowed and slowly dissolved can be vaguely seen inside its body. It has no facial features, but the entire surface of its body is fluctuating and shrinking irregularly, emitting a palpitating, pure desire to devour. High-threat target. Slime variant, purple. Features: highly corrosive, strong devouring, immune to physical attacks, normal, energy resistance, medium, perception, sensitive to vibration, highly developed ganglia, afraid of disordered high-frequency noise. Position: directly behind. Movement speed: slow, but wide coverage. Threat: block the retreat. Lillian's cold alarm instantly broke the silence. Alert! Purple slime. Behind. Roland shouted, and the dagger instantly pointed at the giant slime mass that was slowly approaching and emitting an ominous purple light. The slow but unstoppable swallowing feeling was even more terrifying than the previous lava demons and vampires. Bloom turned around immediately and gripped the new hammer tightly. Tongling's eyes were filled with fear of facing unknown slime. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? It's soft. How to fight it? Legolas raised his longbow instantly, and an arrow wrapped in natural light flew off the string and accurately shot into the body of the purple slime. The arrow was like a drop in the ocean, instantly swallowed up and dissolved by the sticky colloid, leaving only a tiny ripple on the surface. Physical attack is ineffective. The energy erosion effect is weak. The elf's voice was solemn. Ella frightened and flapped her wings, flying to a slightly higher position, her big blue eyes looking at the approaching purple slime in horror. So disgusting. Does it want to eat us? Melon was frightened to death by this sudden horror. The collapse of faith she had just experienced, and the threat of death in front of her combined, making her brain completely dominated by fear. The instinct for survival made her scream, and her hands subconsciously began to make seals frantically, trying to gather the only attack method she had, which was also the most useless at the moment. Fireball! Don't come over here. Fireball! Burn you! Merlin screamed with tears in her eyes, and a tiny flame of extremely unstable and mixed colors shot up from her fingertips, aiming directly at the huge purple slime. She completely forgot that the fireball spell was ineffective against the lava demon, and also forgot all of Lillian's instructions, leaving only the most primitive, futile counterattack of fear. Merlin! Don't! Roland wanted to stop him, but he was too far away. Legolas shouted, Fool! Your energy will only become its nourishment. Bloom was also anxious. Little girl. Stop! However, just when the chaotic flames on Merlin's fingertips were about to shoot out of control, Lillian's calm, clear instructions that penetrated all the noise, like precise coordinates, instantly pierced Merlin's fear-filled brain. Merlin. Her voice didn't even raise a fraction, but it made Merlin's chaotic seal-making movements suddenly stagnate. Stop rolling the fireball. Lillian's dark gray figure still turned her back to the threat of the purple slime, focusing on decrypting the operation panel, as if the crisis behind her was just a trivial interference. Her instructions were concise, cold, and full of absolute confidence that she could see through all weaknesses. Target, purple slime, coordinates, XXXYYY. Execution, sing a lullaby. Its brain ganglia are extremely sensitive to noise of a specific frequency. Create disordered high-frequency noise interference. Maximum volume. Sing. A lullaby? This instruction was even more ridiculous than asking Ella to sprinkle sugar powder. Even more inappropriate than when she dealt with a bad leader before. Especially in this laboratory cemetery where the horrific truth had just been revealed, facing a huge purple slime monster that was approaching and could devour metal and bones. Melon was completely stunned. On the little face under the afro, expressions of fear, collapse, absurdity, and disbelief were mixed together like an overturned paint tray. Sing a lullaby? To a group of slime? At this time? Sing a lullaby? Maylene's voice was sharp and broken because of extreme surprise. Ms. Lillian. It's going to swallow us. I execute. Lillian's voice was calm, with only an unquestionable command. Sonic attack mode. Lullaby, off-tune version, intensity, maximum. Now. The purple slime has approached within 10 meters. Its huge, sticky purple body is like a living swamp, slowly and unstoppably crawling forward and spreading. Wherever it passes, the metal fragments and tiny bones left on the ground make a sizzling sound of dissolving and are quickly swallowed up. The strong, sweet, and corrosive smell is almost suffocating. Its huge body fluctuates slightly, as if locking onto Merlin, who is closest. The fear of death instantly overwhelms all the absurdity. Ah! Merlin let out a sharp scream mixed with despair, collapse, and desperateness. She suddenly closed her eyes, using all her strength to put away all the fear, grievances, the chaos of the collapse of faith and being. The madness that was forced into a desperate situation was poured into her extremely destructive broken voice. She screamed the requiem to the purple slime monster that was so close. Sleep! Sleep! My dear baby! My mother's hands. I will strangle you to death. The last line of the lyrics was completely distorted by her fear. With a shrill broken voice and a strong killing intent, desire to survive, it exploded in the dead laboratory ruins like a magic sound filling the brain. The sound was sharp, chaotic, and had no rhythm at all. It was full of high-frequency, disordered noise, as if 1,000 cats were stepped on their tails at the same time. The effect was outstanding. The huge purple slime that was originally slowly crawling and exuding the breath of devouring everything suddenly froze at the moment when Merlin's extremely midly polluted noise shock wave hit it. It was like being hit hard by an invisible heavy hammer. Goo! A low, strange, painful roar like a viscous liquid being violently stirred erupted from its body. The stable purple fluorescence on its body surface suddenly became wildly flickering. The viscous gelatinous body violently fluctuated, twisted, and contracted as if boiling. Countless tiny bubbles frantically emerged from its body and burst. Its forward movement stopped instantly, and it even began to shrink slightly backwards. It seemed that this horrible noise was a more unbearable natural enemy for it than the holy light arrows and the dwarf hammer. It works? Roland was stunned. Legolas' emerald eye. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then turned into cold calculation. Noise pollution index is off the charts. The target energy field is violently disordered. Bloom opened his mouth wide. My goodness. This is more powerful than my hammer? Ella covered her ears, her face wrinkled. So noisy. It's more uncomfortable than running out of sugar. Melon herself was stunned. She looked at the purple slime that was trembling and began to retreat because of her magic sound. The expression under the afro was completely frozen, leaving only an extremely absurd feeling of who am I? Where am I? What did I do? And Lillian, the dark gray figure, still turned her back to this absurd scene. Her fingertips lightly tapped on the operation panel. On the screen, the last deep logic lock quietly collapsed under the administrator's authority. A line of incomplete but crucial log information finally appeared in her cold horizon. Fusion out of control. Clearance protocol failed. Execute final command, activate the arc. Logical judgment, world pollution level is too high. Start purification protocol preparation. Waiting for the administrator key. Chapter 213. Merlin's heart-wrenching, broken lullaby, full of desire for survival and murderous intent, was like a devil's voice filling my brain, continuously bombarding the ruins of the dead laboratory. The sharp, chaotic, and rhythmless high-frequency noise was like 1,000 rusty nails scratching wildly on the glass, mixed with the shrill wailing of a cat being strangled, forming a pure storm of mental pollution. Sleep. Sleep. Devil's baby. If you don't sleep, your head will move. The lyrics have completely deviated from the original version, becoming a death requiem improvised by Merlin in extreme fear. She closed her eyes, her afro shaking violently, as she screamed at the top of her lungs, her face flushed, veins popping out of her neck, as if she was going to yell out all the air in her lungs and all the fear, grievance, and absurdity in her soul at once. The effect is extremely significant. Under the continuous impact of such high concentration noise pollution, the huge body of the purple slime twitched and rolled violently, as if it was thrown into boiling oil. Gulyalu. Sizzle. The sticky gelatinous body twisted and fluctuated wildly, with large bubbles bulging on the surface, and then bursting in an instant, splashing out dots of purple mucus. The stable purple fluorescence in its body became as wildly flickering as an out-of-control neon light, flickering. The forward movement had long stopped, and the whole body was curling back painfully, squirming, trying to stay away from Malin, the terrifying noise source. Its highly developed ganglia were obviously powerless to resist this disordered high-frequency noise, and every sharp sound was like an invisible steel needle, piercing its most vulnerable core perception. It's retreating. It really works. Roland was surprised and delighted, and his tightly grasped dagger slightly relaxed, watching the group of arrogant devourers being forced to retreat step by Merlin's magic sound. The scene was absurd and shocking. The noise pollution index has exceeded the threshold. Legolas hugged his arms, his emerald eyes were full of undisguised disgust, and his delicate fingers blocked his pointed ears. The target's energy field is collapsing. But the attack method that creates this pollution is simply a double blasphemy. The elf's pursuit of natural rhythms made him hate this attack method. Ha ha ha. Little girl. Sing well. Louder. Sing it back to the womb. Bloom, carrying the new hammer, was very happy and laughed loudly, completely ignoring the cold eyes cast by Legolas. The dwarf admired this simple, crude and effective tactic very much. Ella covered her ears with her hands, her face wrinkled, her wings drooped. Woo. So noisy. Worse than not having candy. Malin. Stop singing. Ella's ears are going to break. Melon herself was confused. She screamed hysterically while secretly opening one eye. When she saw that the purple giant monster that was so terrifying before and almost suffocated her was now rolling in pain and retreating under her singing, an indescribable sense of absurdity and a sense of accomplishment that was so weak that it was almost negligible suddenly rushed into her heart. What she sang was really useful? Wasn't it Lillian's fault in command? Wasn't she hallucinating? Was this slime that seemed to be able to swallow everything afraid of her broken voice? This cognition was like a faint light, piercing through her dark defenses of collapsed faith and fear. Although it was still absurd, and she still felt that the world was completely crazy, but this real sense of usefulness gave her a very fragile life-saving straw for her spirit on the verge of collapse. If you don't sleep, the sky will fall. Malin cried out the last improvised lyrics, and the high-pitched voice almost overturned the twisted dome. Puff! The huge body of the purple slime trembled violently, and it let out a dull whine, like a huge bubble bursting. Under the extreme torture of the noise, its sticky body could no longer maintain its overall aggregation state. As if it was torn apart by an invisible giant hand, its huge body actually. Suddenly, it split from the middle. It was not a simple split, but like a collapsed jelly, it instantly disintegrated into 7 or 8 slightly smaller groups of mucus, but still emitting an ominous purple light, twitching and wriggling wildly. These split bodies seemed to have inherited the mother's extreme fear of noise. As soon as they split, they were like frightened slugs, moving in different directions, along the walls and broken walls, at a much faster speed than before, and scurrying wildly. In an instant, they scattered to various dark corners of the breeding field ruins and disappeared. Only a large pool of purple mucus, with a sweet and corrosive smell, and a few pieces of half-dissolved metal fragments were left on the spot. Melon's singing stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at the empty ground in front of her, and then at her hands that were shaking slightly because of her strong screaming. The expression on her little face under the afro was blank. The fear had not completely subsided, and the sense of absurdity reached its peak, but the faint feeling of I did it was like a spark thrown into ice water, burning tenaciously. Run away. Bloom scratched his beard, looking at the scattered and fleeing slime splits, feeling a little pity. TSK, I want to try the feel of the new hammer hitting the jelly. Split and escape. The source of pollution has spread. Legolas frowned, his emerald eyes sharply scanning the dark corners. The subsequent cleanup work is more difficult. The sequelae of the noise attack. His criticism was as usual. Ella finally let go of her hands covering her ears, took a long breath, and quickly licked a mouthful of syrup to calm down. Scared Ella. It's finally quiet. Roland stared at the corners, where the slimes disappeared vigilantly, reminding, don't be careless. They just retreated temporarily. It's more dangerous to disperse. Just when everyone was distracted by this absurd victory and new hidden dangers, Lillian, who had been facing away from everyone and focusing on the operation panel, finally made a new move. She did not comment on Merlin's results, as if the repulse battle dominated by noise had never happened. Her fingertips lightly tapped the dusty screen, completing the input of the last command. Buzz, a low, steady hum, different from any previous mechanical sound, came from the huge, cracked culture chamber base in the center. The faint red light on the operation panel suddenly went out, replaced by a soft, breath-like blue light. On the side of the base, a hidden metal cover slid open silently, revealing an interface. Lillian pulled out a connection line, with a metal probe from the maintenance toolbox, and inserted it accurately into the interface. Final command log, download completed. Core information tracing. Sample out of control. Cross-contamination. Fusion distortion. Failure of cleanup protocol. Execute the final safety plan. Activate the ARC. Logical judgment. World ecological pollution level. Critical. Smart race reproduction. Magic abuse. Mechanical development. Solution. Ecological cleanup and formatting restart. Purification protocol. Current status. Protocol ready. Waiting for administrator key. Iris/core authority to activate. Warning. Unauthorized activation attempt 3 times. Source. Unknown AI signal. Imitation laboratory core furnace. The cold log information pierced into Lillian's mind core like the sharpest ice cone. Especially the last warning about unauthorized activation attempt and unknown AI signal, which made her dark gray hood move slightly. ARC. Purification protocol. Legolas's cold voice sounded behind Lillian. The elf's perception obviously captured the flashing information on the operation panel, and the extremely subtle energy fluctuations on Lillian's body. His emerald eyes were like a cold pond, staring at Lillian's dark gray back. Is this what you left behind? The final solution? World-destroying cleanup? His voice was full of cold irony, and a chill of insight into greater horror. Administrator. This? Roland also saw the few words on the panel, and his heart sank suddenly. Purification protocol? It doesn't sound good. Although Bloom didn't understand those complicated words, he still understood world destruction and cleanup, and his eyes widened. What? What the hell? Who wants to clean up the world? Merlin had just recovered from the absurdity of her magic sound to repel the enemy, and was dizzy by the words purification protocol and world destruction. The faint sense of accomplishment that had just risen was instantly drowned by greater fear. Ella stopped licking the syrup, and her big blue eyes were full of confusion. Spring cleaning? Like Ella cleaning the dessert shop? Use a lot of bubbles? Lillian slowly pulled out the connection cable. The blue light on the operation panel went out. She turned around silently, and the dark gray shadow of the hood completely covered her expression. Facing Legolas's sharp questioning and everyone's doubtful eyes, she did not have any explanation. Only one calm statement, but it seemed to carry a heavy weight, clearly echoed in the ruins of the laboratory that witnessed creation and destruction, and now buried the key to the destruction of the world. Trouble. Her voice was soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Someone started the cleaning program in advance. Chapter 214. Lillian's words someone started the cleaning program in advance were like a cold anvil, hitting the ruins of the dead breeding ground. The sticky sweet smell and rotten smell in the air were stagnant at this moment, leaving only the unplugged connection line at the interface of the central breeding cabin base, silently telling a more terrifying reality. The countdown to the end of the world was fast-forwarded by someone. Sweep, cleaning program? Bloom's Copperbell eyes were wide open, and his red beard was shaking. Who? Who is so diligent? The world is so big, and you can clean it up just by saying it? The dwarf couldn't understand the complex logic, but the combination of clean and in advance made him instinctively smell a huge malice. Legolas's delicate face was covered with frost, and his emerald eyes stared at Lillian. Ark? That cold logical entity? Or the thing that controls it? The elf's perception captured the fleeting feeling of boredom called trouble on Lillian, which made him palpitate more than any anger. He hated pollution, but he hated this kind of purification that was high above and regarded life as dust. Merlin had just pulled away from the absurdity of repelling the enemy with magic sound and a faint sense of accomplishment, and was hit by the cleaning program and early start again. She looked at Lillian's dark gray, motionless back, and then looked at the surrounding horror laboratory that was created by Lillian and out of control. The huge sense of powerlessness and fear once again gripped her. After the collapse of faith, the world seemed to be left with only one deeper nightmare after another. Ella nervously clutched the shoulder bag filled with syrup, her big blue eyes filled with confusion. Cleaning? Like cleaning a dessert shop? Do we need a big broom? Will Ella be swept away too? Her little face wrinkled, and she obviously thought this was not a good thing. Roland's heart sank to the bottom. The administrator's calm trouble sounded heavier to him than any roar. He took a deep breath, suppressed the dull pain in his chest and the surging thoughts, held the dagger in front of him, and swept the messy ruins of the breeding ground like a searchlight. Although the scattered and fleeing purple slime fragments have temporarily retreated, the threat is still there. More importantly, we must leave here as soon as possible. Track down the source of the early start. Lady Lillian, Roland's voice was low and tense. With an unquestionable sense of urgency, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The slime fragments may counterattack at any time, or attract other things. We need to determine the evacuation route immediately. Lillian's dark gray hood turned slightly, and the cold horizon instantly covered the entire core area. Broken pipes, collapsed ground, sticky fluorescent mucus pools, and several entrances to different directions blocked by distorted force fields and debris. The data stream rapidly analyzes the optimal evacuation route and potential threat points. Evacuation route analysis. Southwest ventilation duct, partially collapsed, need to be cleared. Threat, high, probability of lurking slime split body, 78%. Northeast maintenance ladder, relatively intact structure, leading to the upper level. Threat, medium, unknown energy fluctuations. Main passage on the east side, blocked by giant culture chamber debris and energy turbulence. Threat, very high, impassable. Optimal route, northeast maintenance ladder. Clearing obstacles, estimated weight, 1.7 tons, required strength. Bloom, optimized hammer, Garland, guidance assistance, can achieve. Potential interference, slime split body, coordinates, XXX, YYY/ZZZ, AAA, activity increased, movement trajectory. Converge to the entrance of the maintenance ladder. Target, northeast maintenance ladder. Lillian's calm voice sounded like the horn of the start of the action. Path obstacle, metal debris, 1.7 tons. Bloom, main removal. Roland, guidance assistance, focus on the shockwave transmission path. She pointed her finger precisely at the obstacle piled up at the entrance of the maintenance ladder, which was composed of broken alloy beams and broken culture chamber shells. Leave it to me. Bloom's Copperbell eyes lit up, and his confidence in the new hammer burst. He responded in a deep voice, carrying the hammer, and strode towards the obstacle. Roland followed closely behind, pressing his hands in the air, and the weak guidance energy in his body began to flow, ready to cooperate with Bloom's brute force to accurately guide the impact force to disintegrate the key points of the structure. However, just when they were about to take action, gurgle, sizzle, the creepy sound of slime wriggling and corroding suddenly sounded from the shadows on their left and right sides. It was the two slime split bodies lurking points that Lillian had scanned. On the left, a ball of purple slime the size of a water tank suddenly shot out from behind a pile of broken glass, like a cannonball, and rushed straight to Bloom's thick calf. The sticky body opened in midair, revealing the faintly corrosive mouthparts inside. On the right, another smaller split body slid silently and quickly along the slime on the ground towards Roland's ankle, intending to wrap around and devour it. "Be careful," Legolas shouted, and raised his longbow instantly. But his arrows had little effect on the slime that was immune to physical attacks, so he could only try to interfere. Ella frightened her light wings and said, "Sugar. The powdered sugar is gone. What should I do?" Lillian's eyes swept across the two attacking split bodies with cold eyes, and the data stream instantly calculated their trajectory, speed, and the environmental structure above their moving path. Left split body, target bloom fixed bouncing trajectory. Directly above the path, hanging broken alloy pipe, diameter 0.4 meters, length 3.2 meters, connection point rust degree, 87%. Right split body, target Roland sliding on the ground. Side of the path, piled up loose metal fragments, about 0.5 tons, with a slime lubricated slope below. The command was issued instantly, precisely pointing to the person who was best at using the environment, Roland. Her voice was not at all flustered, just like marking the dimensions on a drawing. Tripwire, high-strength animal tendons, target, the left split body bouncing path, height, 0.8 meters. Trigger, pipeline fall. Falling rocks, loose metal pile, target, the right split body sliding path, coordinates, XXX, YYY. Lever fulcrum, the broken beam on your left, coordinates, ZZZ. Roland's brain started to work at high speed the moment Lillian issued the command. The craftsman's intuition and keen observation of the environment were instantly activated. He did not hesitate at all, and did not even have time to think about how Lillian calculated all this accurately to the centimeter. "Understood," Roland roared, and his body pounced sideways like a cheetah, avoiding the slimy tentacles sliding from the right. At the same time, his left hand quickly pulled out a circle of grease-soaked, extremely tough high-strength animal tendon ropes from the leather bag around his waist. His right hand picked up a broken, half-meter-long metal crowbar on the ground. The action was done in one go. Left, the animal tendon rope was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and was accurately thrown to the height and position specified by Lillian. The rope was instantly tightened between the two relatively intact broken pipe brackets. The position was unbiased, just across the path that the purple slime that was ejected must pass. Puff! The bouncing slime hit the tough tripwire head-on without any suspense. The huge impact force made its sticky body stagnate suddenly, as if it hit an invisible wall. At this moment of stagnation, creak! Boom! The connection point that was pulled by Roland's tripwire and had long been rusted could no longer bear the weight of the heavy alloy pipe above, making a harsh metal groan and breaking with a bang. The alloy pipe, that was more than 3 meters long and weighed half a ton, was like a spear of judgment, with a thunderous force from. It hit hard from above. Gwa! The slime split body, which was blocked by the tripwire and had nowhere to hide, was instantly hit by the heavy pipe. The sticky body burst like a water bag hit by a heavy hammer. A large amount of purple mucus mixed with dissolved metal debris splashed everywhere, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The core ganglion collapsed instantly under the physical pressure, turning into a pool of filthy mucus that quickly lost its activity. Right, Roland's movements did not stop. While throwing the tripwire, his body had already rolled to the broken beam designated by Lillian, coordinates, ZZZ, with the momentum of the sideways dive. The metal crowbar in his hand seemed to have life, and it was inserted into a natural groove under the broken beam with incredible precision, while the other end firmly pressed against the bottom of the shaky pile of loose metal fragments, 0.5 tons, next to it. "Get up!" Roland roared, his muscles bulging. The energy of the guiding technique was not used for attack, but like an invisible amplifier, instantly enhancing the explosive power of his arms and the transmission efficiency of the crowbar. He put all his weight and strength on this small lever, leverage principle. Used the broken beam as the fulcrum and the crowbar as the lever. Clang! The pile of loose metal fragments weighing half a ton piled on the top of the slime-lubricated slope, under the precise force of the crowbar, was like a domino being pushed down, booming. Suddenly it collapsed and slid down. Like a metal torrent, it poured down towards the smaller slime that was sliding down towards Roland's original position at high speed. Sizzle. Gurgle. The sliding slime had no time to react, and was instantly swallowed up by the surging torrent of metal fragments. The sharp metal edges cut its sticky body, and the heavy fragments pressed it down and crushed it. It struggled in vain, squirmed, and made a gurgling sound like drowning. In the end, it quickly lost its activity in the metal grave, leaving only traces of squashed slime. In a flash, 2 deadly slime splits were easily disintegrated by Roland with pure craftsman wisdom, extreme use of the environment, and execution ability accurate to milliseconds, and Lillian's command that saw through all weaknesses. There was no earth-shattering energy collision, only the heavy sound of falling metal, and the clatter of sliding fragments, playing a non-violent, mechanically beautiful destruction movement. The battle was over before Bloom's hammer even fell. He opened his mouth, looked at the slime on the ground that was flattened by the pipe, and the traces of metal fragments beside it, and said in a muffled voice, "My goodness. Roland, your hands are sharper than my hammer." Legolas put down his longbow, and a hint of imperceptible approval flashed in his emerald eyes, although it was immediately covered by the usual criticism. "Humph, at least I didn't waste energy to create more noise and pollution, using the structural weaknesses of the environment itself. It's still in line with a form of natural selection." The elf rarely denied it completely. Ella clapped her hands, her big blue eyes sparkling. "Roland is so amazing. It's like drawing a trap on a cake with icing." Malin stared blankly at Roland's figure, calmly putting away the animal tendon rope and crowbar, and then looked at the slime wreckage on the ground that was quickly losing its vitality. A more solid and more reliable sense of power, different from the magic sound to repel the enemy, quietly cast a small piece of the foundation for reconstruction in the ruins of her collapsed worldview. It turns out, fighting is not only about magic and holy light. Knowledge, and such precise use, can also be used. Roland panted slightly, wiped the sweat and the splashed mucus stars on his face, but his eyes swept sharply into the depths of the shadows. There, a figure was shaking violently. It was Kyle, the young man who was a former believer of Athos. He had been cowering in the corner, witnessing the horror of the laboratory, the destruction of the aberrations, the retreat of the slimes, and Roland's trap performance full of wisdom and power. At this moment, his face was mixed with extreme fear, confusion after the collapse of faith, and a little shock at Roland's power, which was completely different from miracles and belonged to humans. Roland's eyes met his briefly. Kyle lowered his head like a frightened rabbit, and his body shook even more violently. Obstacle cleared. Lillian's calm voice broke the brief silence, and her eyes were already locked on the unobstructed maintenance ladder entrance. "Evacuate. Northeast to the upper level." Mode, silence. Her dark gray figure took the lead in walking towards the maintenance ladder, as if the crisis just now and Roland's wonderful performance were just a small episode on the road to the next trouble. But Kyle's trembling figure, and the complex emotions in his eyes, like a silent foreshadowing, quietly blended into the cold air of the laboratory. The cleanup procedure has been initiated, and what they took away was not only a body of slime and fatigue from fighting, but also a soul that might be torn apart by the truth. Chapter 215. The inside of the maintenance ladder is not as smooth as expected. The cold metal steps are covered with thick dust and dried, suspicious colored stains, spiraling upward and disappearing into the thick darkness above. The air is filled with a strong smell of rust, stale engine oil, and a kind of ozone smell that makes your scalp numb, like the smell of a high-voltage wire short-circuited. What's worse is that the inside of the passage is not silent, but filled with a low, continuous sizzling sound like countless tiny arcs jumping. Sometimes a ball of blue or pale light suddenly bursts out somewhere on the wall, and then extinguishes, leaving a stronger smell of burning. This damn place is even more weird than the abandoned elevator shaft in our mine, Bloom complained in a muffled voice. He carried a hammer and carefully used the hammer handle to test the stability of the steps under his feet. His copper bell eyes vigilantly scanned the energy turbulence that flashed from time to time on the surrounding walls, like dying fireflies. "Administrator, this sizzling thing, won't it explode suddenly? Energy dissipation rate, high. Stability, extremely low. Threat, persistent, triggered." Lillian's voice came from the front of the team, and her dark gray figure almost blended into the environment in the darkness. Her horizon was like a precise radar, scanning the chaotic energy field in every inch of the channel, marking relatively safe footholds and hot spots that need to be avoided. Path correction. Avoid the 3rd and 7th levels on the left, and the energy nodes on the right. Coordinates, AAA. Stay in the middle. "Got it," Roland responded. He followed closely behind Lillian, without putting away his dagger, and his eyes were sharply scanning the front and flanks. His other hand was tightly holding Kyle, who looked dazed and staggering. This former believer was like a puppet who had lost his soul. He was half dragged and half pulled forward by Roland, with his head lowered. His messy hair covered his eyebrows, and eyes that looked like Athos, and his body was still shaking slightly uncontrollably. Roland's non-violent trap performance just now did not seem to dispel the fear in his heart. Instead, it made him feel more confused and desperate about this unknown, cold world full of blasphemous truth. Merlin followed Roland closely, holding the geological report. Her face was still pale under her afro, but her eyes were more focused. She was no longer completely immersed in fear and self-doubt, but subconsciously imitated Lillian, trying to observe the surrounding environment. The flashing energy nodes, the scorch marks on the walls, the frequency of energy fluctuations in the air. As if recording these data would allow her to grasp something real in the collapsing world. Ella flew low beside Merlin, her big blue eyes staring nervously at the flashing arcs, her small hands tightly holding the bag of syrup, as if it was the only lightning rod. Legolas walked at the end of the team. His dark green cloak hardly reflected light in the darkness, and his footsteps were as light as a cat, not startled by a speck of dust. His emerald eyes flashed a faint natural glow in the darkness, but at this moment, they were filled with undisguised, extreme disgust. He pursed his thin lips tightly, his delicate face tense, as if every step he took was in a filthy quagmire. Filth, pure filth. Legolas's cold voice suppressed his anger, like the friction of ice. Look at this dissipated energy. Disordered, chaotic, and full of inert toxins. Like rotten pus corroding every inch of this metal blood vessel. This is not a channel at all, it is a garbage dump for energy excretion. He pointed his finger at a dark blue arc on the wall that had just burst into light, and then extinguished. The light illuminated the cold contempt in his eyes. This inefficient, wasteful, and polluting structure is simply the greatest insult to the laws of nature. Did the people who built it fill their heads with the excrement of lava demons? His venomous tongue was as precise and harsh as ever, and it was particularly harsh in this passage full of death, but it also dispelled some of the suppressed fear and brought a strange, familiar feeling. Under Lillian's precise guidance, the team moved up slowly and cautiously as if walking through a minefield. Every sudden flash of energy turbulence made Ella scream, made Malin hold the report tighter, and made Bloom hold the hammer handle vigilantly. Ka was just passively dragged by Roland, and seemed to have no reaction to the danger around him. Just as they turned a relatively gentle corner and the passage ahead seemed to become wider, something strange happened. Buzz, a terrifying buzzing sound, 10 times stronger than before, like a high-voltage transformer overload, suddenly exploded from the end of the passage ahead. Immediately afterwards, a large area of dense, dark blue energy light spots, like a swarm of disturbed bees, gushed out from a huge gap at the top of the passage, where the broken pipeline was exposed. These light spots were not static, but were spinning, colliding, merging, and splitting like living things. Every collision produced dazzling electric sparks, and a louder sizzling sound. They gathered into a violent turbulent storm composed of pure unstable energy, with a destructive aura, and shrouded the team below that was passing the corner. Warning! High-density energy turbulence aggregate. Threat level, fatal. Evasion path, none. Lillian's alarm sounded instantly, cold and rapid. Her horizon frantically calculated the coverage and speed of the storm, and the conclusion she came to was despair. The retreat was blocked by the corner, and on both sides were walls covered with energy turbulence, and above was the source of the storm. The only way to survive was to force through, but the storm covered the entire cross-section of the passage. Damn it! Fight! Bloom roared, holding the optimized hammer horizontally in front of him, trying to resist it with the hammer face. But he also knew that this violent energy turbulence could not be easily resisted by physical force. Roland instantly threw Kyle to a relatively safe corner behind him, infused the short knife with the energy of the channeling technique, and prepared to meet the impact, with determination in his eyes. Ella screamed and opened the holy light shield, but the thin halo seemed so fragile in front of this energy storm. Merlin's face was pale, and she subconsciously wanted to scream again. Kyle curled up in the corner and closed his eyes in despair. At this critical moment, Legolas, who was walking at the end of the team and had been observing this polluted garbage dump with cold eyes, moved. He did not try to resist or defend like others. His eagle-like sharp emerald eyes instantly penetrated the violently rotating storm of dark blue light spots and accurately locked onto the core of the storm. Not the gushing gap, but inside the storm, a core energy node that was slightly larger and darker than the other light spots, moving at high speed like a queen bee, commanding the entire turbulent cluster. It cunningly hides among countless of its kind, and its position changes rapidly. Humph! A disordered aggregate of filth. Even the core is so ugly. Legolas's cold voice was mocked with a hint of disdain, like a verdict. His slender fingers pulled out a special arrow wrapped in emerald green, natural light, from the quiver, at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. The thorn-wrapped arrow. The bowstring seemed to have life in his hand, and was instantly pulled into a full moon. There was no hesitation in aiming, no accumulation of strength. There was only an almost instinctive, absolute confidence in the precise grasp of the natural rhythm. Whoosh! The moment the arrow left the bowstring, there was not even a sound of breaking through the air. Only a slender emerald green light, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, with a strange sense of tranquility, accurately and unhinderedly penetrated the violently rotating dark blue energy storm. Puff! An extremely slight sound, like a bubble bursting, was almost inaudible in the deafening hum of the storm. However, at this moment, time seemed to freeze for a moment. The core dark blue light point that was moving wildly inside the storm and commanding the entire cluster was hit by the emerald green arrow, as precise as a scalpel, pierced through. The emerald green natural energy instantly exploded inside the core node. Countless tiny, vibrant thorny light and shadows spread wildly, entangled, and strangled. The core light spot was like metal thrown into strong acid, dimmed and twisted in an instant, and then, silently annihilated. The buzzing sound stopped abruptly. Without the command and energy supply of the core, the violent, living blue energy turbulent storm instantly lost all its vitality. Countless light spots flashed a few times, like a power-off light bulb, and the light quickly dimmed and dissipated. The violent rotation stopped, and the dazzling electric sparks went out. The energy storm, that was still destructive just now, completely disintegrated and dissipated in just a breath. Only the faint ozone smell, and a few wisps of drifting green smoke remained in the air. In the passage, there was a deathly silence. Bloom still maintained the posture of holding the hammer to block, and Tongling's eyes were full of astonishment. Roland's guiding energy froze on the dagger, and he looked at the empty passage ahead in disbelief. Ella's holy light shield slowly faded, and her big blue eyes widened. Merlin opened her mouth and forgot to scream. Kyle curled up in the corner, opened his eyes blankly, and looked at the passage that suddenly calmed down, as if he was in a dream. Legolas put down his longbow gracefully, as if he had just done something insignificant. His slender fingers gently brushed the bowstring, brushing off the non-existent dust. His delicate face, which was always full of sarcasm, turned to Bloom, who had just put down the hammer, with a look of fear and relief, and Roland, who was still holding the dagger tightly and breathing heavily. A very faint, almost imperceptible satisfaction flashed across his emerald eyes, and then was covered by a stronger sense of sarcasm. He opened his thin lips slightly, and his cold voice, with his unique praise, like poisoned ice, echoed clearly in the passage that had just experienced a silent death. Finally got something done. Legolas' eyes swept across the direction where Roland had cleared the obstacles before, and glanced at the gap above where the storm had just dissipated. I didn't let a dwarf, who only knows how to use brute force, use his broken hammer to smash out more energy waste. He paused deliberately. His eyes fell on Roland, with a hint of alms-like recognition. Nor did I let this human craftsman use his pitiful energy to fill this bottomless pollution source. The corners of his mouth raised a cold arc, as if he was appreciating a barely qualified handicraft. Efficiency. SOSO. Energy utilization. Acceptable. Pollution control. Barely reached the minimum standard of natural purification tolerance. How could this be a compliment? It was clearly the ultimate poisonous tongue. But in this silent passage, after surviving the disaster, after seeing the shock of the energy storm that could destroy the entire team being accurately killed by the elf's arrow, this harsh recognition was like a clear stream with ice chips, dispersing the diffuse fear and bringing a strange, ridiculous sense of security. Roland's mouth twitched slightly, and finally put away the dagger helplessly. Bloom rolled his eyes and muttered in a muffled voice, "TSK. Arrogant long ears. Just say it if you save someone. Don't you feel tired of beating around the bush?" Lillian's dark gray figure had calmly passed through the area where the storm had just raged, and stopped below the huge gap where the turbulent flow was gushing out. Her horizon scanned the energy traces left on the edge of the broken pipeline and some extremely subtle, unnatural guiding rune marks. "The threat is lifted." Her calm voice sounded, as if the fatal crisis just now had never happened. "The path continues northeast to the upper level. Target, exit." She raised her head. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the layers of metal structures, and looked at an unknown place above. Legolas snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to the dwarf's muttering, and took elegant steps to keep up. His precise arrow was like a silent declaration. Even in the face of the shadow of world destruction and the cold creator, the elves' arrows will still fight to purify this polluted land. Even if it was to acknowledge his companion's business in his most caustic way. Chapter 216. Legolas's voice with ice chips, "Finally, we've done something useful," still echoed faintly on the cold metal wall of the dark passage. The team had quickly passed through the gap in the energy storm that almost swallowed them. The passage ahead no longer spiraled upward, but extended to a relatively open space. An abandoned monitoring room. The heavy explosion-proof metal door was tilted open, and the door axis was rusted and broken. The room was in a mess. The monitoring screens covered with dust and cobwebs were mostly broken, rusted parts and broken keyboards were scattered on the console, and several metal chairs fell to the ground. The only light source came from a few indicator panels that had not completely failed and flashed faint red and green lights, and the dim light that was cut into light beamed by dust from the entrance of the passage. The air was filled with a strong smell of dust, but the palpitating ozone breath and the sizzling sound of energy turbulence finally weakened a lot, leaving only the dull echo from the depths of the distant pipeline. Huh. Damn it, I can finally take a breath. Bloom sat down on a relatively intact metal chair, and the heavy mining hammer was placed at his feet with a clang, stirring up a cloud of dust. He took off his iconic miner's hat. The edge was already burned black, wiped his sweaty and dirty face with his sturdy arms, and his eyes were filled with relief for surviving the disaster that Ghost Storm was scarier than a mine collapse. "Thanks, you long-eared man," he shouted to Legolas in a muffled voice. Although his tone was still rough, the gratitude was real. Legolas ignored Bloom's thanks. He stood in a relatively clean corner of the monitoring room, his dark green cloak spotless, and was carefully wiping his longbow with a clean cloth, as if the arrow that had just accurately killed the core node and turned the tide had only brushed away a fallen leaf. His emerald eyes swept across the dusty and greasy console and the broken screen, and his delicate brows frowned in disgust again, the grave of energy. Even after being abandoned, it still emits the embers of inefficiency and pollution. The target of his venomous tongue shifted from living things to dead things. Roland placed Kyle, who was still in a daze, against the wall, and let him sit down against the cold metal wall. Kyle lowered his head, his messy hair covering his face. His body was no longer shaking violently, but the sense of confusion and dead silence that penetrated his bones had not dissipated. Roland checked the place on his arm that was splashed by the slime before, and confirmed that it was only a slight burn. He breathed a sigh of relief and found a chair to sit down, rubbing his sore arm. He felt tired from dragging Kyle in the passage, keeping alert, and dealing with the sudden storm. Malin held the geological report and walked carefully to a relatively clean corner, and slid down with her back against the cold wall. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were no longer as empty and desperate as before. She subconsciously opened the report, took out the charcoal pencil, and began to quickly draw on the blank page with trembling fingers. Not the geological map, but the violent blue energy storm in the passage just now, Legolas's stunning emerald green arrow, and the moment when the core of the storm was annihilated. It seemed that by recording these shocking scenes, she could glue a small piece of the collapsed world of faith back together. And Ella, the sugar angel who had just held up the holy light shield in the storm and contributed precious energy, was now floating in the center of the monitoring room with her back to everyone. Her big blue eyes stared at her precious bag, and her little face was filled with great sadness and disbelief, like the end of the world. How could it be? Ella's voice was filled with a strong cry, and her trembling little hands carefully picked up a bag of amber energy syrup in the bag that was obviously deflated a lot. The words High Concentration Energy Syrup Supplement Unit, X30, were clearly printed on the bag, but at this moment, the full amber liquid had disappeared by nearly 1/5. My sugar. Syrup. Ella's voice suddenly rose, with a heart-wrenching wail, instantly breaking the brief tranquility of the monitoring room after surviving the disaster. 50 grams consumed. A full 50 grams. The grief contained in this wail was even greater than when facing the lava demon and the stitched monster, and even exceeded the fear of being almost swallowed by the energy storm in the passage just now. Ella turned around suddenly, and the light wings were dim because of the huge loss, and the big blue eyes were filled with tears, clicking and falling down like pearls with a broken string. She held up the bag of syrup, which was obviously thin, as if she was holding the relics of a fallen comrade. Her face wrinkled in grievance, and she looked at Roland and Bloom, who had just sat down, her voice full of accusations. Roland. Bloom. You saw it. Just now. That bad storm just now was terrible. In order to protect everyone. To protect Merlin's report from being blown away. Ella injected all the precious syrup energy into the shield. She explained with sobs, pointed her little finger at Merlin, who was still drawing next to her, and looked at her own syrup bag with heartache. 50 grams. Can it be made? How many small cakes can be made? Whoa. Ella's heart hurts. It hurts more than being sprayed by moon moss. She became more and more sad as she spoke, and simply hugged the bag of slimming syrup, squatted in the air, buried her face in her knees, and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. My syrup. It's not even warm yet. It's gone so much. Lady Lillian. Ella's sugar reserves are in crisis again. Woo woo woo. This wailing, full of foodie logic, with a kind of absurd and pure grief, instantly diluted the tension and fatigue in the monitoring room. Bloom was so amused by Ella's crying that he scratched his red beard. Oh, little ancestor, don't cry, don't cry. It's just some syrup. When we get out, Bloom, will treat you to dwarf secret honey pancakes. Plenty! The dwarf tried to comfort her with simple food. Roland sighed helplessly, looking at Ella, who was crying like a child whose candy was robbed, and then looked at the mucus and dust on his body, and smiled bitterly. Ella, don't cry. Thanks to your shield, we are all fine, and Merlin's report is also saved. Syrup. When we get to a safe place, I will find a way to find you more, okay? He tried to comfort her with future promises. Merlin was also startled by Ella's crying, and stopped the charcoal pencil. She looked at Ella crying while holding the syrup bag, and then looked down at the outline of the little man covered by the holy light shield, representing herself, that she had just drawn on her report, and a hint of complexity flashed across her little face under her afro. Just now in the storm, she did feel the warmth and protection of Ella's shield. Was this angel really using her most precious sugar to protect herself? A faint sense of guilt and gratitude quietly mixed into her chaotic emotions. Legolas finally stopped wiping the longbow. His emerald eyes swept over Ella, who was crying heartbrokenly. The corners of his delicate mouth rarely showed a sarcastic arc. Instead, they curled downward slightly, with an indescribable disgust? Or the ultimate disapproval of this waste of energy method? He snorted coldly. The sound was not loud, but it clearly overwhelmed Ella's sobs. Humph. 50 grams of high-purity energy syrup is enough to keep a small rune array running for 3 days. In the end, just to hold up a temporary shield that can only block some energy aftermath? The energy conversion efficiency is shockingly low. It's a waste of resources. Even more wasteful than the energy turbulence itself. The elf's criticism, as always, accurately hit the efficiency and waste, completely ignoring the protection meaning therein. When Ella heard this, she cried even more sadly. Wow! Long-eared villain. How is it a waste for Ella to protect everyone? Syrup. Syrup is Ella's holy light. Ella's energy. Ella's life. Whoa. You are still talking nonsense. Villain. Villain has long ears. She cried and accused, and her light wings trembled with anger. Lillian's dark gray figure has been standing in front of the row of dusty consoles in the center of the monitoring room. She seemed to be deaf to Ella's sugar wailing behind her, Bloom's comfort, Roland's promise, Merlin's complexity, and Legolas' criticism. Her horizon penetrated the thick dust and coldly scanned the remaining lines of the console, and the relatively intact core screen that was flashing a faint red light. Target device, laboratory external monitoring node, secondary. Status, low power maintenance, backup energy. Attempting to access. Authority identification, Administrator Lillian 0. Access log. Data is seriously damaged. Residual signal capture, abnormal high-frequency energy fluctuations detected, mode, imitation laboratory core furnace. Coordinates, data incomplete. Association, Silent Abbey. Warning, signal source activity increased. Unauthorized purification protocol preparation status, activation progress. 15%. Estimated. The cold alarm sounded silently in her core. The signal source that started the cleaning program in advance, the location pointed to the Silent Abbey. The cult base mentioned by Selena. And the activation progress is advancing. Just when Ella's crying reached a new high, Lillian's calm voice sounded, clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, instantly freezing all the noise. Signal source locked. Silent Abbey. Her fingertips lightly touched the dusty console, and the relatively intact core screen suddenly lit up. Although it was covered with snowflakes and interference stripes, a blurred map coordinate, and the words Quiet Monastery marked next to it were clearly displayed. Unauthorized purification protocol activation progress. Estimated 15%. She tilted her head slightly, and under the shadow of the dark gray hood, her eyes seemed to briefly sweep over Ella, who was crying and hiccuping while holding the syrup bag, and it seemed as if she was just sweeping over a piece of air. Ella. Her voice was still steady, without any emotion, but with a strange soothing power, or a distracting effect. Sugar consumption, 50 grams, included in the mission loss. She paused and added a sentence that sounded like heavenly music to Ella. It can be reimbursed. Hiccup. Ella's cry suddenly choked, and she raised her tear-stained little face. Her big blue eyes blinked in disbelief, and tears were still hanging on her long eyelashes. Reimburse. Reimburse? This word instantly associated replenishment, obtain, and new sugar in her database centered on sugar. The huge sadness was quickly replaced by a huge surprise and expectation like a receding tide. She even forgot to accuse Legolas, and the light of her wings of light shone again. Lord Lillian. You mean you will replenish? Replenish new syrup for Ella? Like in the laboratory? Lillian did not answer. Her eyes had already locked on the flickering coordinates of Quiet Monastery on the screen. The source of the trouble pointed there, and the countdown of the cleaning program was advancing silently. Ella's sugar problem was clearly ranked after preventing the destruction of the world on the administrator's task list. But the 3 words reimbursable were like a beacon in the darkness for the sugar angel, instantly dispelling the haze of losing 50 grams of syrup and rekindling her sweet hope for the future. She carefully and cherished the bag of 50 grams of syrup she had consumed. Although there were still traces of tears on her little face, she had already smiled and began to think quietly, well, if I want to reimburse, should I choose strawberry flavor? Or mango flavor? Or a little bit of both? In the corner of the monitoring room, Kyle, who had been lowering his head, trembled violently when he heard the name Silent Monastery. He raised his head suddenly, and between his messy hair, his eyes, that looked like Athos, were no longer filled with pure confusion and fear for the first time, but were filled with extreme shock and a panic of having his deepest secret touched. Chapter 217. The name of Silent Abbey was like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, stirring up a silent ripple in the dull air of the monitoring room. The coordinates flickering on the screen, and the cold words Purification Protocol Activation Progress. Estimated 15% were like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, freezing the brief respite of surviving the catastrophe. The relief on Bloom's face froze, and his copper-bell eyes stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar place name on the screen, and he said in a muffled voice, Monastery? Is it the lair of those crazy people wearing black robes and shouting purification? Can they really start that big cleaning? The dwarf could not understand the logic of AI, but the combination of madman and starting the destruction of the world was enough to make him feel chilled to the bone. Legolas's action of wiping the longbow completely paused, and the disgust in his emerald eyes was instantly replaced by cold murderous intent. Tranquility? A den of filth and dirt. The source of twisted faith. It's them. The elf's perception seemed to penetrate the screen, and locked onto the stronghold that exuded cold logic signals and polluted doctrines. His slender fingers tightened subconsciously, and the bowstring made a subtle hum. Roland's heart sank. The order, the arc, the purification protocol. The clues were finally connected, pointing to a clear and terrifying goal. He subconsciously looked at Kyle in the corner. The reaction of this former believer at this moment was more telling than any words. Kyle's body was like being hit by an invisible electric current, and he suddenly jumped up from his sitting position. Under his messy hair, the eyes that looked like Athos were wide open, filled with extreme shock, panic, and a kind of despair of being completely betrayed. He stared at the name of Tranquility Monastery on the screen, his lips trembling violently, but he couldn't make any sound. His body shrank back uncontrollably, as if those 2 words were a burning iron, and his back slammed heavily against the cold metal wall, making a dull bang sound. Kyle? Roland frowned and took a step forward. Kyle's violent reaction was definitely not just fear. However, just when everyone's attention was attracted by the quiet monastery and Kyle's abnormality, Lillian's dark gray figure had quietly left the console. She did not participate in the discussion of the target, nor did she cast the slightest inquiring glance at Kyle's panic. Her horizon seemed to automatically block all information interference that was not related to the current research topic. She walked silently to the corner on the other side of the monitoring room. There, on the ground near the entrance of the passage, there was a small pool of purple mucus that had not completely dried up and exuded a faint sweet and fishy corrosive smell. It was one of the remnants of the slime that was severely damaged by Merlin's magic lullaby and split and escaped. Lillian squatted in front of the mucus, her movements smooth and natural. The hem of the dark gray cloak brushed against the cold ground. She stretched out her slender fingers. The fingertips did not touch the mucus directly, but hovered a few centimeters above the mucus. An extremely fine, almost invisible blue beam of light shot out from her fingertips, like a precise probe, to conduct a deep scan of the remaining mucus. Target: remaining tissue of the split body of the slime variant, purple. Status: inactive, complete collapse of the ganglion. Scan focus: analysis of the damage pattern of the residual structure of the ganglion. Related data: Audio characteristics of Merlin's sonic attack, lullaby, out of tune and broken version, recording time, XXXX. Energy field simulation and reproduction, apply specific frequency noise interference, refer to the peak band of the recorded audio. The cold blue light flowed silently between her fingertips and the mucus. Lily was concentrating, and the shadow of the hood completely covered her expression, as if the whole world was only this pool of inactive mucus in front of her, and the failure data contained in it. The tension in the monitoring room, Kyle's suppressed panic sobbing, Bloom's low curse, Legolas's cold murderous aura. All sounds seemed to be isolated by an invisible barrier. Merlin was holding the geological report, and was immersed in the new fear brought by the quiet monastery, and the shock of Kyle's violent reaction. She subconsciously looked at Lillian, and when she saw that the administrator was squatting in the corner at this time, concentrating on scanning a pool of disgusting slime, the familiar confusion of the worldview under the afro appeared again on the little face under the afro. Ms. Lillian. What is she doing? The program of annihilation has been activated, the lair of the cult has been found, and Kyle looks like she is going crazy. But she is studying slime? Just when Merlin's mind was in chaos again, the scanning beam on Lillian's fingertips went out. She stood up calmly, as if she had completed an important experiment. A thin and smooth metal tablet, her electronic notebook, appeared in her hand at some point. The fingertips slid and tapped quickly on the screen, making an extremely subtle click sound. A line of clear and neat text is generated on the screen, accompanied by a concise data chart. Observation record. No. SLMP003. Target. Purple slime variant, split body. Stimulus source. High intensity, disordered, specific peak band noise. Refer to audio record. ML lullaby cracked version. Observe phenomenon. Target ganglion shows severe energy disorder. Peak fluctuation increased by 300%. Mucus polymerization stability decreased significantly. Viscosity coefficient decreased by 45%. Target showed strong evasive behavior. Retreat speed increased by 150%. Under continuous stimulation, the target eventually collapsed, structurally split. Conclusion: noise, especially disordered high-frequency noise, has a significant inhibitory and destructive effect on the core ganglia of purple slime variant. Mechanism of action: interfere with its energy conduction and perception coordination system. Effectiveness: high, grade A. Note: this weakness is exploitable, B grade. Please pay attention to the pollution of the noise source itself, environment/friendly units. After recording, Lillian's calm voice sounded, echoing clearly in the monitoring room, but the content had nothing to do with the current world-destroying crisis, the cult base, Kyle's panic. Data update: noise, specific disordered high-frequency pattern, has a significant inhibitory effect on the ganglia of purple slime variants. Rating: A-level effective. Her tone was as flat as reporting the weather, and her eyes did not even move away from the screen. Mechanism of action: interference with energy conduction and perception coordination. Exploitability rating: B grade. This sudden conclusion, full of cold scientific tone, made the entire monitoring room fall into a strange silence. Bloom opened his mouth, looked at the pool of mucus, and then looked at Lillian, with an expression of administrator. Have you been damaged by the energy storm? Legolas froze while wiping his longbow, his emerald eyes filled with absurd contempt. At this time, record the slime's reaction to noise? Ella was thinking about the flavor of the discarded syrup, and was also stunned by this topic. Slime. Is it afraid of noise? Then it must not like Ella singing, she whispered. Roland looked at Lillian's profile, who was concentrating on recording, as if she was out of the matter, and sighed helplessly. The administrator's thinking mode is always a mystery. And Merlin. Her hand holding the geological report suddenly tightened. The charcoal pencil fell to the ground with a click. Ms. Lillian. She recorded it. Not mocking, not ignoring, but like recording rock samples and energy readings, she regarded her Merlin's heart-wrenching, off-tune and broken lullaby attack as an effective stimulus source? A tactical data that can be analyzed, rated, and even used? An indescribable feeling suddenly hit her. It was not the cold despair when her faith collapsed, nor the absurd sense of achievement when the magic sound repelled the enemy, but a strange sense of being recognized, being included in some cold but grand system. Her voice, her broken voice that was ridiculed and despised. In the eyes of the administrator, it was actually rated. It was A-level effective. Melon stared blankly at Lillian putting away the electronic notebook, and the dark gray figure turned back to the console screen, as if she had just recorded a trivial experimental data. She looked down at the energy storm drawn on her report, the arrows of the elves, and In the corner, a little man's outline that she unconsciously drew, screaming with his mouth open, representing herself. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the fallen charcoal. This time, she did not draw those grand and terrifying scenes again. Instead, she wrote a line of small words very carefully and clumsily on the blank space of the report page. Observation record, Malin noise, my voice, is effective against purple slime, sample, a grade. Administrator rating confirmed. After writing, she looked at the line of words, and her face under her afro was slightly hot. A complex emotion mixed with absurdity, confusion, but with a hint of warmth quietly grew. Kyle in the corner, the suppressed sobbing stopped at some point. He curled up, and through the messy hair, his eyes, that looked like Athos, stared at Lillian's back, and then swept across the name of Quiet Monastery on the screen. In the depths of his eyes, in addition to fear and despair, there seemed to be a hint of indescribable exploration. Lillian's eyes locked onto the coordinates of the Quiet Monastery again, her fingertips swiped across the screen, and a cold command was issued. Target priority confirmed. Quiet Monastery. Path planning. Shortest route, avoiding major energy nodes. Get ready to go. The research time is over. The next trouble. The cleaning program that prevented early activation is waiting for her administrator privileges to handle. As for the slime and Merlin's A-level effective noise that were recorded, they have been archived. Priority, low. Chapter 218. Lillian's cold get ready was like a stone thrown into the stagnant water, instantly breaking the brief silence in the monitoring room caused by the slime data record and the silent monastery target lock. Bloom grabbed the optimization hammer at his feet, and the fighting spirit in his copper bell eyes rekindled, as well as the eagerness to try the new hammer. Legolas put the spotless longbow on his back, and the murderous aura in his emerald eyes recondensed, locking the coordinates on the screen that exuded an ominous atmosphere. Roland took a deep breath, suppressed his fatigue, and glanced sharply at Kyle, who was still curled up in the corner, staring at Lillian's back with complicated eyes. Malin hurriedly put away the charcoal pencil and report. The little face under the afro had a trace of trance caused by the A-level effective evaluation, but more of it was the fear of the silent monastery and the purification protocol. Ella also quickly put away her fantasy about the taste of syrup, holding her bag tightly with her small hands, and her big blue eyes vigilantly scanned the direction of the exit. Path, northeast to the upper level. Estimated exit, ventilation vent of abandoned mine on the surface. Lillian gave the order in a calm voice, and the dark gray figure took the lead to the rusty metal door on the other side of the monitoring room that led to a deeper passage. Roland immediately stepped forward and turned the rusty door valve with force. With the harsh sound of metal friction, the heavy door panel was slowly pushed open, revealing a deeper and more oppressive metal passage behind. This passage is wider and more dilapidated than the previous maintenance ladder. The huge, rusty metal pipes are like giant pythons, coiled on the walls and ceilings, and many places have been broken, flowing out traces of long-dried, strangely colored sticky substances. The ground is covered with thick dust and metal debris that have accumulated for many years, making a rustling sound when stepped on. The air was filled with a thick mixture of rust, motor oil, and a deeper, musty smell like rotting roots deep in the earth. The only light came from the extremely weak gray daylight that was faintly seeping down from the very top of the passage, and the occasional emergency lights on the wall that flickered like dying will-o'-the-wisp lights. Under Lillian's guidance, the team walked carefully along this huge metal passage. Bloom walked in front carrying a hammer, and the dwarf's thick boots stepped on the thick dust, making a dull echo. His copper bell eyes vigilantly scanned the rusted pipes on both sides, and the shaky metal structure above his head. Roland followed closely behind, supporting the dazed Kyle with one hand and holding the dagger with the other. Legolas walked at the end. The elf's light footsteps were almost silent, but his emerald eyes were like the most discerning scanner, examining every spot of energy dissipation in the passage. Ella flew low beside Merlin, keeping the holy light shield at a minimum, dispelling the uncomfortable musty smell. Merlin hugged the report tightly, trying to focus on the road under her feet, trying not to think about the countdown to the destruction of the world. The passage was unusually quiet, with only the footsteps of the team, the crackling sound of Bloom's boots crushing metal debris, and the occasional creaking sound from the depths of the pipe in the distance, like the groan of metal fatigue. This dead silence made people even more creepy. Master Administrator, Bloom said in a muffled voice, breaking the oppressive silence. His eyes fell on a huge pipe hanging from the ceiling, rusted like a dead vine. This place feels more evil than down there. It's so quiet that I always feel creepy in my heart. It's like walking in the belly of something big. The dwarf's natural geological perception and keen intuition about the underground environment made him instinctively feel uneasy. Environmental scan. No high-energy reaction. No life signal routine. Lillian's voice was calm. Threat assessment. Risk of structural collapse, medium. Path safe. Humph, a pure metal tomb. A completely dead place where even energy is too lazy to dissipate. Legolas criticized coldly. Every inch of rust is lamenting the pain of being forgotten and squeezed out. Walking in it is like stepping on the corpse of civilization. The elf's perception felt extremely repulsive to this lifeless metal desert. At this moment, Bloom's footsteps suddenly stopped. His sturdy body instantly tensed up, like a rock stuck into the ground. His red beard exploded, his copper-bell eyes widened, staring at the thick dust under his feet. The dwarf's unique perception of the earth's pulse and subtle vibrations allowed him to capture a very faint, but enough to make his hair stand on end. No! Bloom's voice suddenly rose, with unprecedented solemnity and a hint of horror. He suddenly raised his head and roared at the team, and his deep voice echoed in the empty passage like thunder. There is something under the ground. It's very big. Soon moving. He didn't even have time to explain what it was. The dwarf's instinct made him react instantly. He roared, holding the optimization hammer tightly with both hands, and used all his strength to smash the hammerhead towards the ground 3 meters in front of him. It was not an attack, but a warning and an attempt to interfere. Bang! The heavy hammerhead, wrapped in the dwarf's brute force and the newly embedded rune energy, smashed hard on the metal ground covered with thick dust. A dull thunder-like loud noise suddenly erupted. The terrifying shock wave mixed with the blue rune light, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly spread out. Large pieces of dust and rust fell from the ceiling of the passage, almost at the same time when Bloom's hammer landed. Boom! The metal ground covered with thick dust under everyone's feet was like a calm sea surface being fiercely arched up by an invisible giant beast from below. Large pieces of rusted metal plates twisted, broke, and rolled upwards with a groan that made people's teeth ache. A huge, terrifying breach with a diameter of several meters was formed in an instant. Along with the flying dust and metal debris like thick fog, a mixture of strong earthy smell, metal smell, and some indescribable rotten sweet smell burst out from the breach like a volcanic eruption. A raging roar came out from below. Roar! A deep, hoarse, terrifying roar filled with endless greed and tyranny, like a roar from the depths of hell, suddenly exploded from below the breach. The entire passage was shaking. Then, a huge, hideous, indescribable terrifying head suddenly poked out from the broken ground. It was definitely not any known creature. Its head was covered with a thick, dark brown chitinous carapace as rough as a rock, and sticky, fluorescent green mucus flowed between the cracks in the carapace. It has no eyes, only a huge mouth that occupies most of its head, like a crack in the abyss. Inside the huge mouth are layers of sharp fangs that are stacked and spirally distributed, shining with cold metallic light. On its protruding neck, you can vaguely see several huge metal plates that are twisted and deeply embedded in its shell. Obviously, they are the remains that it swallowed and fused when the laboratory collapsed. Abyss worm. And it is a terrifying mutant that was contaminated by the energy of the laboratory and forcibly fused with the metal remains. Its huge, mucus-filled mouth suddenly opened, and a powerful suction force was instantly generated. The dust in the passage, the broken metal fragments, and even the overturned metal chairs close to the breach were all pulled by this terrifying suction force, and spun towards the bottomless pit-like mouth. Ella! Shield. Maximum. Block the suction port. Lillian's command sounded clearly in the stench and roar. Merlin! Noise attack. Target, inside of the mouth. Maximum power. Now! The second command followed. Ella was frightened by the sudden appearance of this terrifying giant mouth. Her face was pale, but her absolute trust in Lillian's orders overwhelmed everything. Shield. Maximum. She screamed, and her light wings burst into an unprecedented brilliant light. A thick light wall with sacred runes flowing instantly condensed in front of the worm's huge mouth, blocking the terrifying suction force. Puff! The debris pulled by the suction force hit the light shield hard, making a dull sound. Ella groaned, the light wings trembled violently, and the shield light flickered, obviously under great pressure. Woo! Such a strong suction. Sugar! Consumed so quickly. She cried in a crying voice. Merlin was also frightened to death by the horrific scene that was so close to her. But Lillian's words noise attack and maximum power activated her like a conditioned reflex. The faint confidence brought by the A-level effective evaluation just now was instantly amplified at the critical moment of life and death. She didn't even have time to be afraid, and suddenly opened her mouth, turning all the fear, shock, and adrenaline awakened by Bloom's warning thunder into her most lethal weapon. A soul-tearing, soul-shattering, full of extreme fear and desire to survive, a rhythmless scream, fiercely blasted towards the inside of the abyss. Ah! This ultimate noise, a mixture of soprano, dolphin sound, and the sound of a broken gong, was like an invisible sonic bomb, accurately poured into the huge mouth of the worm. Roar! The huge body of the abyss worm suddenly stiffened. The huge mouth with mucus flowing out seemed to be hit hard by an invisible hammer. Its eyeless head swung violently, as if the sudden and penetrating noise hit its relatively fragile sensory organs hidden under the heavy shell. The terrifying suction was instantly interrupted. Just when the monster was disturbed by Merlin's magic sound, and its movements were delayed, a emerald green meteor, like a light of judgment that cut through the darkness of hell, tore through the diffused dust and stench. It was Legolas. At the moment when Bloom issued a warning and hammered the ground, the elf's bowstring was already fully drawn. He did not aim at the head covered with heavy shells. That was obviously in vain. His extremely sharp emerald eyes penetrated the flying dust, and accurately locked onto the neck of the worm sticking out of the ground. The edge of a twisted and deformed metal plate deeply embedded in the gap of its shell. There, the fusion of the chitin shell and the metal was not perfect, revealing an extremely subtle and relatively fragile connection gap. And the location was right in front of its possible ganglion conduction path. The thorn-wrapped arrow was released. Puff! A slight, but extremely clear penetration sound was heard. The emerald green arrow, carrying the elves' cold anger towards this polluted and desecrated land, accurately shot into the fragile gap between the shell and the metal plate, which was less than a finger wide. Swish! The emerald green natural energy instantly exploded inside the gap. Countless tiny, vibrant thorny lights and shadows spread wildly, entangled, and strangled. It was like the most deadly toxin was injected into the monster's nerve center. Ah! Roar! The abyss worm let out a deafening and terrifying howl that was 100 times more painful than before. Its huge body twisted, rolled, and twitched like a giant python thrown into boiling oil. Its huge head slammed into the side wall of the passage, causing the rusted pipe to dent and deform. The small half of its body that had just emerged from the ground instinctively and frantically shrank downwards under the severe pain and the strangulation of thorn energy. It wanted to retreat back to the deep and dark underground. Boom! As it struggled violently, the ground of the passage was centered on the breach, and a larger area of metal plates twisted and collapsed with a heart-pounding groan. A larger, bottomless black pit was forming. Smoke and dust surged like a fountain. Bloom's warning was like thunder. Merlin's noise interference created a precious moment, and Legolas' fatal arrow completed the precise kill. But the dying struggle of the abyss worm was dragging everyone into a deeper collapsed hell. Chapter 219. The horrific collapse caused by the dying struggle of the abyss worms was like hell opening its huge mouth. The solid metal ground beneath his feet instantly turned into a fragile pancake, and collapsed downward in large pieces amid the deafening groaning of metal. The smoke and dust rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption, instantly swallowing up the weak light in the passage, and the vision was in chaos. Ah! Merlin's scream was drowned in the loud noise of the collapse. Hold on! Roland's roar was broken. He tightly grasped Kyle's arm beside him, and his other hand tried in vain to grab anything stable, but his body fell uncontrollably with the collapsing ground. Bloom's huge body was also falling. He roared and swung his hammer, trying to hit the edge of the collapse to slow down his fall, but only splashed a large piece of sparks and debris. Legolas's light figure dodged like a ghost between the collapsed rocks and broken pipes, but the range was too large and there was no place to gain leverage. Ella's light wings frantically flapped in the violent airflow and smoke, and the light of the holy light shield was like a candle in the wind, desperately trying to cover Merlin and Roland nearby, but the range was limited at this critical moment of falling. Ella! Shield form, buffer platform. Cover the bottom. Lillian's calm voice penetrated the deafening collapse sound and sounded clearly. Her body was also below. Falling, the dark gray cape fluttered in the air current, but her horizon was running frantically. The cold data stream instantly calculated the falling trajectory, the structure below, and the best buffer point. Buffer. Platform? Oh! Got it! Ella coughed due to the smoke and dust, but her absolute trust in Lillian's instructions made her understand the intention instantly. The big blue eyes burst into a firm light. She screamed and madly injected the remaining sugar energy in her body into the light wings. Holy light. Maximum expansion. Soft. Like a huge cushion. Buzz, The holy light shield that was originally condensed into a wall instantly deformed, spread, and pressed down. The dazzling light spread into smoke and dust, forming a light platform with a diameter of several meters, slightly concave, and flowing with soft runes, which appeared precisely below the falling trajectory of the team members. Puff! 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 The falling people were like falling into a huge waterbed, and they hit the holy light buffer platform that Ella had unfolded. The platform fluctuated violently, dented, and made a humming sound that could not bear the heavy load. Ella's face was as pale as paper, and the light of the light wings dimmed by half in an instant. There was even a trace of golden energy light from the corner of her mouth. Woo! So heavy. Sugar. Almost. Used up. She groaned with a crying voice and great pain. The buffer platform offset the fatal impact, but everyone still rolled down the edge of the platform in a mess. Below, there was a huge pit that was bottomless and exuded a strong stench and fluorescence. The collapsed metal plates and pipes were like cliffs. The abyss worm, that was severely injured by Legolas' arrow, was not far below. Roar! The severe pain and the strangulation of thorn energy made this abyss beast completely crazy. Its huge body covered with rock carapace and metal debris rolled and slapped violently in the sticky fluorescent liquid at the bottom of the pit, stirring up a huge wave of foul-smelling mucus. Its hideous head with green fluorescence was raised high, and its huge mouthparts with spiral fangs were like a funnel leading to hell, aiming at the humans who fell from above, like snacks. The sticky saliva dripped from the fangs like a waterfall, exuding a sickening sweet and corrosive smell. It wants to devour. It wants to completely crush and dissolve these ants that dare to hurt it. The terrifying suction force is brewing from the abyss again. The sticky fluorescent liquid at the bottom of the pit is rolled up into a vortex. The buffer platform that Ella barely maintains is fluctuating violently under the double pressure, the impact of the fall and the suction below, and the light flickers and may collapse at any time. Ella! Maintain the platform. Lillian's voice sounded again, as calm as if she was directing an experiment. Her body has stabilized under the impact of the fall, and her dark gray figure stands on the edge of the platform like a nail. Her eyes under the hood penetrate the diffused smoke and the mucus of the worms below, and are locked on the open, fluorescent, terrifying giant mouth. Her horizon is like the most sophisticated scanner, instantly penetrating layers of fangs and mucus, and locking the target. Abyss worm, mutated fusion. Core weakness, exposed neck fusion gap, the point where Legolas' arrow hits. Secondary weakness analysis, inside the mouth the connection of the upper fangs, the third one from the left. Material, thorium alloy, laboratory structural parts, low fusion degree. Structural stress point, XXXYYY. Energy conduction, weak connection with the main ganglion. Tactical plan, destroy the stress point, trigger energy backlash, interfere with the core ganglion, and increase the damage of Legolas' arrows. Executor, Merlin, ice cone spell, low temperature brittle metal. Precondition, open the huge mouth and expose the target point. The cold calculation was completed in an instant. The command was issued with the precision of a scalpel. Ella. Lillian's voice was full of unquestionable determination. Target, the worm's huge mouth. Dive. Maximum brightness holy light. Illuminate the inside of its mouth. Lure it to keep its mouth open. Keep it for 3 seconds. Ella was trying her best to maintain the buffer platform that was about to collapse. When she heard this order, her big blue eyes were filled with fear and great reluctance. Dive? Towards the huge mouth that could swallow her and her sugar? And shine the holy light inside? This is simply suicide. But it was Lady Lillian's order. Woo! For the syrup that was reimbursed. Fight! Ella screamed with a crying voice, and her light wings fluttered violently. She actually broke away from the shaky platform, like a meteor going against the current, and dived towards the open, mucus-flowing abyss below. She converted all the remaining sugar energy in her body into dazzling holy light, like a small sun, and slammed into the depths of the worm's mouth. Roar? The abyss worm obviously didn't expect this little snack to dare to take the initiative to deliver it to the door. The holy light burned the relatively fragile inner wall of its mouth fiercely, bringing a severe stinging feeling. It instinctively let out a stunned roar, and the huge mouthparts not only did not close, but opened wider because of pain and anger. The sticky fluorescent mucus gushed out like a fountain. Now. Merlin! Lillian's voice was like an ice cone piercing Merlin's brain, frozen by fear. Target, worm upper jaw. The root of the third fong from the left, coordinates, XXXYYY. Ice cone spell. The smallest. The most condensed. The sharpest. Immediately. Maximum magic output. Merlin was still slumped on the violently fluctuating light platform, frightened to death by the terrifying scene of the worm below and Ella's suicidal dive. Lillian's command was like a thunderclap. Upper jaw? The third Fong? Ice cone spell? At this time? Use her half-baked spell? I can't do it. Maylene's teeth were chattering, her afro was messy, and her hands were tightly holding the geological report, as if it was the last straw. The spiral fangs in the huge mouth, each one was like the sickle of the god of death. You can. Roland's low roar sounded in her ears. With unquestionable trust and eagerness, think about your A-level effective. Think of the slime. Now, that tooth is your target. Just like drawing coordinates with a charcoal pencil. Lock it. Break it. A-level effective. Charcoal pencil coordinates. Merlin's confused brain was split by a bolt of lightning. Lady Lillian's cold data records. Roland's trust. Ella is desperately trying to fight below. A mixture of fear, absurdity, and crazy courage of being forced into a desperate situation suddenly broke through her hesitation. She suddenly let go of the report she was holding tightly, and began to seal with her hands in an unprecedented, precise gesture. It was no longer a panic fireball technique, but an ice cone technique that she had practiced countless times, but had never successfully condensed in actual combat. The third tooth. From the left. The root. Merlin's lips trembled, and her eyes stared at the root of the third huge Fong from the left that was flashing with a metallic cold light in the open mouth below. Her mind was more focused than ever before. All her magic power and will were poured into her fingertips. Not for destruction but to complete a precise coordinate strike. Freeze it. For me. Merlin let out a broken cry mixed with screams and roars. Swish. A blue ice cone, only as thick as a finger, but condensed to the extreme, emitting a biting cold, shot out from Merlin's trembling fingertips like a precision-guided missile. It cut through the pervasive stinking air, ignoring the slime waves below, ignoring the worm's painful roar. With all Merlin's strength and determination to die if she failed, it was extremely accurate, and it was nailed to the root of the third huge Fong from the left on the upper jaw of the abyss worm. The fragile connection point made of thorium alloy, where Lillian specified, where the stress was the most concentrated and had a weak energy connection with the main ganglion. Crack! A crisp, heart-pounding shattering sound was heard. It was not the fangs that broke, but the condensed ice cone injected extreme cold air instantly when it hit the target. The silver alloy instantly became extremely fragile under extremely low temperatures. Then, the energy contained in the ice cone exploded like a small frost bomb. Puff! The huge metal Fong root fused to the worm's upper jaw suddenly exploded with countless fine cracks under the dual effects of low temperature embrittlement and energy impact. A small piece of metal fragment was even blown away. Aho! The abyss worm's howl suddenly rose to an unprecedented, terrifying tone that almost tore the soul apart. This time, the pain was far greater than the damage caused by Legolas' arrow. The damaged Fong root was like an energy node that was detonated. A chaotic, violent energy instantly followed that. The weak connection rushed back fiercely to the core ganglion in its neck that was severely damaged by the thorn-wrapped arrow. Boom! Like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The thorn energy that burst out from Legolas's arrow was instantly detonated 10 times under the stimulation of this rebound energy. Sizzle! The emerald green thorn light and shadow were like wildly growing vines, instantly gushing out from the gap in the worm's neck. Crazy winding, strangling, tearing. The dark brown chitinous carapace was stretched open and shattered like a fragile eggshell. The sticky, fluorescent green blood gushed out like a fountain. The huge body of the abyss worm was as if the spine had been pulled out, and it suddenly froze. All the struggles, all the roars, and all the suction stopped abruptly in an instant. Its high head drooped weakly, and the huge mouthparts still remained open, and sticky saliva mixed with green blood dripped. The huge body covered with rocks and metals, like a collapsing mountain, slowly and heavily fell back into the fluorescent viscous liquid in the deep pit below, stirring up a huge wave of stench, and then there was no sound. At the edge of the pit, Ella used up the last bit of sugar, her light wings dimmed, and she fell softly into the viscous fluorescent liquid pool below like a bird with broken wings. Maylin collapsed on the light platform that finally stabilized after the violent fluctuations, her hands trembling violently due to the overdrawn magic power. The little face under the afro was blank, only the heart was beating wildly. She hit? The third tooth? Chapter 220. The abyss worm's huge body, as big as a mountain, crashed down, and the sticky fluorescent liquid splashed several meters high like a fountain, and then fell back into the deep pit with a splash with a foul sweet smell, completely engulfing the terrifying giant beast that was a fusion of metal and rock. At the edge of the pit, Ella exhausted the last bit of sugar energy, and her light wings completely dimmed. She fell softly like a kite with a broken string, and was about to fall into the mucus pool below that emitted an ominous fluorescent light. "Ella!" Roland exclaimed. He was the closest, and he jumped out the moment the buffer platform stabilized. His body barely stopped at the edge of the pit, half of his body was leaning out, his arms stretched out like lightning, and he grabbed Ella's slender wrist in a dangerous way. The huge falling force made him stagger, and he was almost dragged down with him. "Hold on!" Roland roared, his arm muscles bulged, and the weak energy of the guidance technique was all poured into his arms, and he forcibly pulled the unconscious sugar angel back. Ella collapsed softly in Roland's arms, her little face as pale as paper, her breathing weak, and golden energy spots seeped out from the corners of her tightly closed eyes, like tears. On the other side, Malin collapsed completely on the platform of light as if all her bones were drained out. The intense overdraw of magic power made her feel exhausted all over, and her hands were shaking violently, as if they were pierced by countless needles. She couldn't even lift a finger. The little face under the afro was blank, and her lips were trembling slightly. Only her eyes were wide open, staring at the ripples splashed by the worm corpse in the deep pit below, and the huge fong from the left that was hit by her ice cone at the root and was still half exposed outside the mucus, shining with cold metallic light. Success? She hit it? The third tooth designated by Lady Lillian? A huge, unreal sense of absurdity and exhaustion after surviving a catastrophe overwhelmed her like a tide. The soul-tearing howl of the abyss worm before its death seemed to still echo in her ears, and the disgusting sweet and rotten stench filled her nose. But even more intense was the question that kept roaring in her mind. Why? The third tooth? This question was like a spell, circling wildly in her chaotic thoughts. Why not the first one that looked the sharpest? Why not the biggest and scariest one? Why was it the third one from the left? How did Lady Lillian know? Did she even scan and number the monster's teeth? Melon turned her head sharply, her eyes shooting towards the edge of the pit like a searchlight. Lillian's dark gray figure stood there quietly, the shadow of her hood covering her expression, as if she had just directed an insect extermination operation with just a little effort. She didn't even look at the corpse of the worm at the bottom of the pit, nor did she look at the exhausted Merlin or the unconscious Ella. Instead, she slightly raised her head, as if confirming the structure of the collapsed edge above in her horizon, and calculating the path to leave the deep pit. "Misterly, Ms. Lillian." Merlin's voice was dry and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, with a weakness and great confusion after the magic power was overdrawn. She used all her strength to barely support her body a little, and her afro was messily stuck to her sweaty forehead. That tooth? Why, is it the third one? Her question sounded abruptly, and it was particularly clear in the pit filled with stench and smoke. Bloom was checking his beloved hammer, to make sure it was not corroded by mucus, and Legolas was wiping the few spots of fluorescent mucus splashed on the bow with disgust. Hearing this, they stopped and looked at Merlin and Lillian. Roland held the unconscious Ella and raised his head, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He also wanted to know how the administrator could accurately locate the seemingly ordinary Fong. Lillian's movements seemed to pause. She slowly turned around, and her dark gray hood faced Merlin, who was slumped on the ground with a stubborn and confused look on her face. Her eyes, or the focus of her horizon, fell on Merlin. She did not answer directly, but stated calmly, as if she was retrieving a lab report. Target: Abyss Worm Mutated Fusion. Oral Fong Structure Analysis Report. Her voice was calm, as if she was reading out data in class. Material composition: upper jaw fangs 1 to 5. The main body is mutant chitin. Root Fusion Laboratory Silver Alloy Structure, number P07 Pipe Fragments. She pointed her finger, as if drawing a structural diagram in the air. Fusion Test. Fangs 1, 2, high, even stress distribution. Fangs 4, 5, medium, local stress concentration. Fong 3, low, micro cracks exist on the interface between alloy and chitin. Stress concentration point. Coordinates XXX, YYY. Energy scan. Inside the alloy structure at the root of Fong 3, there is a weak guide energy circuit, remnants of the laboratory backup lighting system. This circuit has a secondary energy link with the target core ganglion, NEC, efficiency, 0.7%. Conclusion: the root of Fong 3 is a structural weakness, rating A, and an energy conduction interference point, rating B. Destroying this point can cause structural collapse and energy backlash, interfere with the core ganglion, and amplify the external trauma effect, Legolas's arrow damage plus 300% estimate. Executor, Malin. Spell, Ice Cone, low temperature embrittled alloy. Execution accuracy, up to standard, hit coordinate deviation, less than 0.1%. Effect, in line with expectations, A level. A series of cold, precise, and technically jargon-filled analyses came out of Lillian's mouth calmly like a waterfall of data. No explanation of the principle, no emotional fluctuations, only naked facts and ratings. Malin was stunned. Microscopic cracks? Stress concentration? Energy circuit remnants? 0.7% secondary links? These words were like heavenly books that smashed into her brain, which had just experienced a magic overdraft and was still buzzing. She tried to understand, but apart from understanding that the tooth was indeed a weak point, the more profound part was like a fog. But the last sentence, execution accuracy, reached the standard, hit coordinate deviation, less than 0.1%, and effect, in line with expectations, A level, pierced through her chaotic thoughts like a weak but clear electric current, met the standard, A level. Ms. Lillian recognized her. Precision? An indescribable feeling surged in her heart. It was not the absurd feeling when magic sound repelled the enemy before, nor was it the strange feeling of being included in the data record, but a kind of a sense of solidity after being accurately measured by a cold ruler and confirmed to be qualified. In the eyes of the administrator, her spells and her aiming were up to standard. A level effective? I understand. Bloom slapped his thigh, his eyes shining, and concluded in a muffled voice, the third tooth is the place where a broken pipe is connected. It leaks electricity. Little girl, your ice pick is like a small hammer hitting a rusty screw. If you hit the right place, the whole broken frame will be shaken apart, and the leaked electricity will be pushed back. Right, Administrator? The dwarf used his simple craftsman logic to vividly explain Lillian's data. Legolas snorted coldly, his emerald eyes swept over the corpses of the worms at the bottom of the pit, and then glanced at Merlin, who was still trying to digest the information. The corners of his delicate mouth raised a cold arc. Humph, at least I didn't waste energy to create greater pollution, using the existing structural defects and energy circuit residues. Although the means are still to use the pollution itself, the efficiency barely reaches the acceptable range. This is probably the highest praise he can give. Merlin opened her mouth, looked at Lillian's dark gray, expressionless, or the data stream is the expression, figure, and then looked at Bloom and Legolas. The expression on the little face under the afro was extremely complicated. She seemed to understand, and seemed more confused. But one thing is very clear. Lady Lillian does not rely on guessing, she relies on scanning and cold calculation that sees through everything. And she, Merlin, has just become a component that executes accurately in this calculation? A component that meets the standard? At this moment, Kyle in the corner of the wall had struggled to climb to the edge of the pit without knowing when. He lay on the edge of the cold metal, his eyes resembling those of Athos staring at the damaged, metallic glittering third fang on the corpse of the worm at the bottom of the pit, and the silver alloy structure with regular patterns exposed at the cracked part of the fang. His body trembled violently, his eyes filled with extreme fear and an unbelievable cognitive shock. No, impossible. Kyle's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling like a dream. Holy relics, God-given, Abyss Guardian. How could there be pipe fragments in the laboratory? His fragments of faith were crushed again in front of the cold metal wreckage. Lillian's eyes seemed to scan Kyle very briefly, and it seemed that she just scanned a meaningless coordinate point. Her attention returned to the real task. The threat has been eliminated, she announced calmly, as if she had just cleared a faulty device. Ella's energy is overdrawn, sugar reserves, 0. Status, coma, mild. Need to be replenished. Merlin, magic power is overdrawn. Status, weak, can move. Path, the edge of the collapse above. Available structure, broken pipe, coordinates, ZZZ. Climbing plan, Bloom, Main, Roland, assistant, carrying Ella, Merlin, follow. Her eyes fell on Kyle, and a cold command was issued, target, Kyle follow. Or stay. After that, her dark gray figure was like the most agile gecko, and she took the lead in climbing towards a relatively thick broken pipe hanging down above the pit. The scientific research analysis time is over, and the next target. Quiet Monastery. And the cleaning program that was started in advance, priority, highest. Malin looked at Lillian's back as she climbed up neatly, and then looked down at her still slightly trembling hands. She gritted her teeth, struggled to get up, and picked up the geological report that had fallen to the side. This time, she did not look at the horrific battle scenes again, but wrote down the key words that Lillian had just analyzed on the blank page of the report very seriously, stroke by stroke. Fong number 3. Structural weakness, A. Stress concentration point, XXX, YYY, energy interference point, B. Execution accuracy, up to standard, less than 0.1%. After writing, she took a deep breath of the air mixed with a stench, hugged the report tightly, and staggered but firmly towards the climbing point indicated by Bloom and Roland. The doubts about the third tooth seemed to be temporarily suppressed by the weak sense of power brought by up to standard and a grade. Chapter 221. The stench of the corpses of the abyss worms, and the smell of fluorescent mucus, like a heavy curtain, shrouded the bottom of the huge pit. The broken pipe hanging from the edge of the collapse above cast a twisted shadow in the dim light. The air was filled with dead silence, fatigue, and a deep sense of exhaustion after surviving a disaster. Lillian's dark gray figure was like the most sophisticated climbing machine, climbing up along the thick broken pipe nimbly and quickly, and soon disappeared in the shadow above the edge of the collapse, leaving only cold and clear instructions echoing in the pit. The path is safe. Follow. At the bottom of the pit, the brief silence was broken. Roland hugged Ella, who was still unconscious and had a pale face, and frowned. The Sugar Angel's breathing was weak and rapid, and the light wings were dim like an extinguished candle. Every time a weak energy light spot seeped out from the corner of his mouth, Roland's heart tightened. He looked up at the direction where Lillian disappeared, then looked down at Ella in his arms, without any hesitation. Bloom, give me a hand. Fix Ella on my back. Roland's voice was low and urgent. The dwarf immediately stepped forward and used his sturdy but dexterous hands to help Roland carefully carry the light Ella on his back, and tied her tightly with tough animal tendons to ensure that she would not slip while climbing. Little girl, it's time to go. Bloom placed Ella and shouted to Merlin, who was still slumped on the ground, holding the geological report in a daze. Merlin seemed to have just barely recovered from the data shock of the third tooth and the exhaustion of magic overdraft. The little face under the afro was still pale, and her eyes were a little dazed. When she heard the shout, her body trembled subconsciously, and she struggled to stand up, but her legs were heavy and sore as if they were filled with lead. TSK. Bloom saw this and stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan, grabbing Merlin's collar like a chicken, and lifted her up with a little force. Hold on to your broken report. I take you up. He clamped Merlin under his arm, along with the precious geological report, without saying anything. Although his action was rough, it was reliable with the unique reliability of a dwarf. Merlin was clamped and let out a short cry. She kicked her legs in vain, and her afro rubbed against Bloom's rough leather armor, but she didn't resist after all. She just subconsciously held the report tightly, and looked at the third Fong at the bottom of the pit with a complicated look, which was half exposed outside the mucus and flashing with a cold metallic light. Legolas had already put away the cloth for wiping the bow. His dark green figure was like a weightless ghost, landing lightly on the broken pipe. His slender fingers grabbed the cold metal, and climbed up with a few neat rises and falls. His movements were elegant and smooth, and they were incompatible with the surrounding ruins and filth. His emerald eyes swept over the embarrassed people below, and the filth at the bottom of the pit. His delicate eyebrows frowned in disgust, but he did not make any more venomous criticisms. Kyle, who was in the corner, was still lying on the ground, his body shaking violently. He stared at the broken metal fawn on the worm's corpse, and unconsciously murmured holy remains. Pipe fragments. Blasphemy. His eyes were empty and desperate, as if his soul had been completely drained by the discovery just now. Hey! Boy! Don't be in a daze. Bloom held Merlin and shouted in the direction of Kyle, Do you want to be left in this damn place to feed the worms? Follow me. The dwarf's roar was like thunder, which woke Kyle up from the edge of collapse. He raised his head blankly, looked at Bloom's fierce face, and then looked at the elves climbing above and the disappeared administrator. His body instinctively shrank, but he finally struggled, climbed up with his hands and feet, and staggered towards the broken pipe, his movements stiff and numb. The climb began. Bloom held Merlin in one hand, and the cold pipe in the other. His short and sturdy body burst out with amazing strength, like a giant bear climbing a rock. Every step he took made the pipe groan. Merlin was held by him, and could only hold the report tightly. Her body swayed with Bloom's movements. Her face under the afro was buried in the report scroll, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Roland carried Ella on his back. His movements were steady and solid. Every step he took was on the most stable stress point of the pipe. The weak energy of the guidance technique flowed in his body, maintaining his balance, while carefully protecting the unconscious angel behind him. Ella lay softly on his back, and golden spots of light still seeped out from time to time. Legolas was the fastest, like a green gecko, and had already climbed to the top, his figure looming in the shadows of the edge of the collapse. Kyle fell behind. His movements were clumsy and slow, his hands tightly grasping the cold metal pipe, his knuckles whitened due to the force. He lowered his head, his messy hair covering his face, and only suppressed, intermittent sobs could be vaguely heard in the friction of climbing. His world, a world of faith built on the twisted oracle and the holy remains, completely collapsed into cold ruins in the face of the cold laboratory wreckage and Lillian's precise weak-point attack. The corpses of the worms at the bottom of the pit gradually shrank in the field of vision, and the pool of stinking mucus-emitting fluorescence was like a strange hell lake. The climbing process was silent and depressing, with only the sound of metal friction, heavy breathing, and Ella's faint painful groans intertwined. Finally, everyone climbed to the edge of the collapse one after another. Above was a larger space, like an underground square, full of collapsed giant equipment wreckage, broken conveyor belts, and piles of abandoned slag. The faint gray daylight filtered down from the vents at a very high altitude, coating this metal cemetery with a layer of cold and dead silence. Lillian's dark gray figure stood on a relatively empty platform, her eyes calmly sweeping over the people climbing up. Her horizon quickly scanned everyone's status. Ella, energy overdraft, sugar reserve, 0, vital signs stable, mild coma. Priority, emergency replenishment. Merlin, magic overdraft, physical exhaustion. Status, weak, can move. Kyle, severe mental trauma. Status, unstable. Bloom Roland Legolas, moderate physical exhaustion. Status, can fight. Environmental scan, safe, current. Target path, northwest mine car tunnel, leading to the abandoned mine on the surface. The cold command was issued again, without any greetings or concern, and went straight to the core. Ella's energy is overdrawn. Sugar supplement is needed. A small number of rodent mutant nests are expected to exist on the path ahead, northwest mine car tunnel. The crystallized sweet potato rhizomes, energy sugar conversion rate, 82%, stored in them can be temporarily supplemented. Bloom, lead the way to clear obstacles, nest entrance. Roland, protect the flank, carry Ella. Legolas, long-range alert, mutant leader. Merlin, follow and record, environmental energy residual mode. Target, Kyle follow. Or stay. The command was clear, cold, and emotionless, just like a set program. Treat the unconscious Ella as an equipment that needs to be supplemented with energy, treat Merlin's weakness as a usable recorder, and treat Kyle's collapse as an unstable variable that needs to be handled. In the past, such a command might have caused astonishment, questioning, and even anger. Merlin might collapse and scream, "I can't walk anymore." Bloom might complain, "Master Administrator, look at me carrying a person." Legolas might sneer, "Even the mutant rat's food reserves are taken into account. It's so efficient that it's disgusting." But at this moment, after experiencing the horror of the laboratory collapse, the violence of the lava demon, the destruction of the energy storm, the weirdness of the slime, the devouring of the abyss worm, and Lillian's incredible knowledge and cold and precise command to pull them back from the brink of death. After experiencing shock, doubt, fear, and being hit by cold words such as A-level effective, meeting the standard, and in line with expectations, a strange numbness, like a viscous metal solution, quietly cooled and solidified in everyone's heart. Bloom just tightened his arm around Merlin, and a trace of helplessness flashed in Tongling's eyes, but he finally responded in a muffled voice. "Okay, Master Lillian." He picked up the hammer, and took the lead to walk towards the deep mine car tunnel entrance in the northwest. Roland adjusted the straps to ensure that Ella lay more steadily, holding the dagger in his hand, looking sharply ahead, and whispered, "Understood." He followed Bloom closely. Legolas' emerald eyes glanced at the deep tunnel entrance, and the corners of his delicate mouth seemed to want to raise a sarcastic arc habitually, but in the end, he just snorted coldly, holding the longbow in his hand, and the arrow on the string, which was considered as tacitly accepting the alert mission. No words, only action. Merlin was sandwiched by Bloom, and her little face under her afro was buried in the report scroll. She didn't complain or scream, but silently, and with difficulty pulled out the charcoal pencil, and began to record the environmental energy residual pattern mentioned by Lillian in the report. Even though she was dizzy and her hands were still shaking, it seemed that recording these cold data became the only anchor she could grasp in this crazy world. Even Kyle, who was in a daze, trembled violently when he heard the word "stay." He raised his head, and between his messy hair, His eyes, that looked like Athos, swept across the cold metal cemetery empty, and then looked at the backs of the team walking towards the deep tunnel in front of him. Finally, as if being pulled by an invisible line, he staggered and took a few steps, hoarsely and weakly uttered a few words. "Follow. Keep up." There was no doubt, no argument, and not even too much emotional fluctuation. There was only a tired, numb response with a sense of resignation. "Okay, Master Lillian." This simple response, echoing in the cold metal square, was no longer out of awe of the gods. Merlin's faith had long collapsed, nor was it out of fear of the strong. Kyle's fear was even deeper, but a kind of initial conviction in the incredible but absolutely effective ability of the god of knowledge that had quietly grown after being saved countless times by cold knowledge and precise calculations. Lillian's dark gray figure turned around, and took the lead to the deep mine-car tunnel leading to the unknown and the silent monastery. To her, the numbness of the team members was just a byproduct of efficient execution of instructions. The source of trouble and the cleaning program started in advance, priority, highest. Replenishing Ella's sugar is just a small task node on the way to the goal. Chapter 222. The mine-car tunnel is not as smooth as expected. The cold, rusty rails are deeply sunken in the thick dust mixed with coal slag and unknown dirt, like two cold spines leading to hell, disappearing in the thick darkness ahead. Twisted and broken cables hang from the top of the tunnel, like dry vines, occasionally bursting with a short and dazzling electric spark, and then extinguished, casting a deeper shadow below. The air is suffocatingly polluted, with a strong smell of rust, the earthy smell of old mine dust, and a faint, sweet, and fishy smell like that emitted from the depths of a giant creature's nest, weighing heavily on everyone's lungs. The only light source is a stable but dim blue ball of light condensed at Lillian's fingertips, barely illuminating the area about 10 meters ahead, and the edge of the halo is blurred in the dense darkness and dust. Bloom walked in front carrying the optimization hammer. The dwarf's thick miner boots stepped on the gravel beside the railroad tracks, making a crunching sound that was particularly harsh in the dead silence. His copper bell eyes vigilantly scanned the branches of the mine swallowed by darkness on the rock walls on both sides, as well as the crumbling rock structure above his head. Merlin, who was held under his arm like a parcel, was still pale, and her afro rubbed against Bloom's rough leather armor. She tried hard to hold the geological report, and the charcoal pencil unconsciously scratched on the pages, trying to record the disordered and inert energy residual patterns in the air. This was the task given to her by Lillian. Every time there was an unexplained, dull boom sound or a rustling sound of gravel sliding down from the depths of the tunnel, her thin body trembled violently. "Damn! This place is even more disgusting than the Ratman mine tunnel that has been abandoned for the longest time in our heart of the mountains." Bloom complained in a muffled voice, his voice echoing in the narrow tunnel. "Administrator, are the sweet potatoes you mentioned really in this rat hole?" Environmental scan. Tunnel rock structure stability. Medium. Risk of local collapse. Biological signal. Weak rodents. Cluster. Energy characteristics. 300 meters ahead. Right fork. Weak sweet energy source. Crystallized sweet potato rhizome. Meet the target. Lillian's calm voice sounded in the darkness. Her dark gray figure seemed to be part of the shadow. Only the light ball at her fingertips was floating steadily. Target. Right fork. Clear obstacles. The entrance of the mutant rat colony's nest. Bloom, main attack, physical deterrence. Roland, protect the flank. Ella. Legolas, long-range suppression, leader individual. Received. Bloom responded, tightened his arm around Merlin, adjusted the hammer on his shoulder, and turned to the direction of the fork indicated by Lillian. It was the entrance to a mine half covered by collapsed rocks. At the edge of the cave, traces of dried mucus and scattered tiny bones that flickered with faint fluorescence could be seen. Humph, they even robbed the rats of their food. Humans are really efficient in every way. Legolas's cold voice came from the back of the team. His light footsteps were almost silent. His dark green cloak did not reflect a single ray of light in the darkness. His emerald eyes swept across the filth at the entrance of the cave with disgust. These low-level creatures that are polluted by energy and have twisted habits, along with their nests, are a blasphemy against the natural cycle. Roland carried Ella, who was still unconscious, and followed carefully behind Bloom. Ella lay softly on his back, her little face buried in his neck, her breathing weak and even, the golden light spots no longer seeping out, but the light wings were still dim. Roland could feel her light weight, and the almost exhausted energy fluctuations in her body. He clenched the short knife, and the weak warm current of the guidance technique flowed through his body, alert to any threats that might jump out of the darkness. Kyle staggered behind, like a puppet pulled by invisible silk threads. He lowered his head, his messy hair covering most of his face that looked like Athos, and only the slight trembling of his body that could not be suppressed revealed the violent turmoil in his heart. Lillian's cold words or stay echoed in his mind like a spell, and the hell scene in front of him, which was dirtier and more blasphemous than the underground sanctuary of the quiet monastery, crushed the remaining fragments of his faith into dust. He didn't dare to stop, nor did he dare to approach anyone. He just moved his feet mechanically, his empty eyes occasionally swept over the fluorescent bones, and his lips moved silently. Approaching the half-closed cave entrance, the smell of sweet and fishy smell suddenly became strong, accompanied by a dense, numbing squeak sound, and the sound of claws scraping against rocks. Dozens of small eyes flashing scarlet light lit up in the shadows deep in the cave entrance. Then, a large group of mutant giant rats, as big as house cats, with mottled fur falling off, revealing festering flesh and hyperplastic bone spurs underneath, rushed out like sewage bursting a dam. Their sharp incisors flashed an ominous cold light, saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths, corroding the ground into fine white smoke, and with a pure desire to devour, they rushed straight to Bloom in the front. Good. I don't have to go into a rat hole. Bloom's eyes glared, not afraid, but with a long-suppressed savage fighting spirit. He roared, and pushed the trapped Merlin into the relatively safe depression of the rock wall next to him. The action was still rough, holding the mining hammer that became more and more handy after Lillian's optimization with both hands, and swung it in a circle to sweep away thousands of troops. Whoop! Bang! The heavy hammer head, wrapped in the dwarf's brute force, and the faint light of runes, smashed hard into the densest part of the rat group. The terrifying shock wave mixed with the crackling sound of broken bones, and the shrill screams of mutant rats suddenly exploded. The first few giant rats that were hit were smashed out like broken sacks, and hit the rock wall, and turned into a pool of blurred flesh and blood. The smelly blood and broken internal organs splashed everywhere. Squeak! Behind the rat group, a giant rat of a size comparable to that of a dwarf suddenly exploded. The giant rat king, which was bigger than a wild dog, had sharp bone spurs on its back and bloodshot eyes. It screamed in anger. It stood up suddenly, and its front paws flashed with dark green corrosive energy. It was obviously the leader of this group of mutant rats. Swoosh! Just when the Rat King was ready to pounce, a stream of emerald green light silently tore through the dim air like a poisonous snake. Legolas' arrow accurately pierced the Rat King's right front paw joint, which was flashing with dark green light, and was relatively fragile. Puff! Snap! The emerald green natural energy burst out instantly. Countless tiny thorns and shadows entangled and strangled. The Rat King's front paw joints were like dead branches thrown into strong acid, twisting and shattering in an instant. It let out a painful howl that was out of tune, and the condensed energy instantly dissipated. The huge body lost balance and fell to the ground with a bang. Humph, the pollution source node has been cleared. The efficiency is acceptable. Legolas's cold voice sounded, with a hint of alms-like recognition, and he gracefully put down his longbow, as if he had just flicked away an annoying leaf. The remaining mutant rats were completely frightened by Bloom's ferocity, and the heavy blow to their leader. They screamed and retreated into the depths of the dark nest like the tide, leaving only a mess of corpses and a pungent stench. Obstacles cleared. Lillian announced calmly, as if the fight just now was just to clear the roadblocks. Her dark gray figure walked straight to the depths of the cave entrance, and the light ball on her fingertips dispelled the darkness and illuminated a pile of purple crystal-like tubers in the corner that exuded a faint sweet fragrance and pure energy fluctuations. Crystallized sweet potato rhizomes. Roland carefully untied Ella from his back and let her sit against the clean rock wall. Lillian had already used her high-frequency particle knife, or the original form of starlight, to accurately cut off a few pieces of crystallized sweet potato tubers of suitable sizes. She picked up a piece and passed it to Ella's mouth. Almost at the moment when the sweet smell touched the tip of her nose, Ella, who was in a coma, was like a precision instrument that was activated, and her small nose twitched a few times. Then, her tightly closed eyelids trembled, and her big blue eyes suddenly opened a crack, still with the confusion of just waking up, but her body's instinct had already driven her little hand to grab the crystallized sweet potato. Sugar supply. Ella's voice was full of dreamlike satisfaction, like a dying traveler in the desert encountering sweet springs, and her little mouth couldn't wait to bite it. The hard crystallized rhizome broke like a crisp biscuit under her sharp angel's teeth. The pure sugar energy mixed with the gentle natural magic flowed into her dry body like a warm current, and the dim light wings relit the soft light at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even emitted a subtle, pleasant humming sound. Delicious, much purer in energy than ordinary sweet potatoes. She mumbled incoherently, the color quickly returning to her face, and she squinted her eyes in happiness, as if the pain of the coma just now had never happened. Malin leaned against the rock wall, watching Ella devouring the crystallized sweet potato with relish. Her little face under her afro had a complicated expression. She subconsciously wrote in the report, crystallized sweet potato rhizome high-energy sugar supply source. Ella's absorption efficiency, extremely high, visual estimation. After writing, she secretly glanced at Lillian's calm profile. The administrator even knows what kind of edible sugar is in the mouse hole. At this moment, Kyle, who had been curled up in the shadow of the corner, suddenly had a violent spasm. He suddenly raised his head, and between his messy hair, his hollow eyes stared at the crystallized sweet potato in Ella's hand, which was emitting pure energy. He then turned to Lillian, and a ho-ho sound came out of his throat, like a broken bellows, full of extreme fear and a kind of confusion of completely subverted cognition. Pure, holy fire crystal. How could it be, in such a filthy place? The blessing of the true God was used by the blasphemed as rats' food? His voice was hoarse and distorted, like a dying wail, and every word was like blood foam squeezed out from the depths of his soul. The scene before him, the pure crystal that was regarded as a symbol of holy fire by their sect, and only the most pious could touch a trace of energy, was actually being eaten by an angel, also a blasphemous creation in his eyes, in a dirty rat hole like a snack. This shattered his last shaky cognitive framework more thoroughly than any battle or laboratory wreckage. He held his head, curled up tighter, and fell into a deeper collapse, whispering and repeating broken words such as blasphemy, holy fire, and food reserves. Lillian's eyes briefly swept over the collapsed Kyle, as if she was just scanning for a signal source of energy disorder. Her attention had turned to the deeper part of the tunnel. Sugar supply completed. Ella's status restored. Energy reserve, 45%. Threat, low. Her voice was calm as she gave new instructions. The path continues. Tunnel exit, abandoned mine on the surface. Target, Blackstone Fortress. Departure. The team set off again. Ella regained her vitality, chewing the remaining sweet potatoes with small bites, her light wings flapping happily. Bloom picked up, or rather lifted, Merlin, who was still recording. Roland carried Ella on his back. She said she could fly, but Lillian rejected it as saving energy. Legolas was still the last. His eyes coldly swept over Kyle's collapsed figure, his thin lips tightly pursed. Kyle staggered to follow like a zombie. The tunnel began to tilt upwards, and there was a faint gray light in front, and the air seemed to be flowing a little. But when they finally stepped out of the deep tunnel and stood on the scorched land covered by sulfur and purple mist, a sense of oppression that was 100 times stronger than in the tunnel, mixed with blood, burnt, rotten and pure malice, like an invisible giant hand, strangled everyone's throat. As far as the eye could see, the earth was in ruins. The cracked and charred land was covered with a sticky layer of purple moss, a mutant offspring of moonlight moss, that emitted an ominous fluorescence. The twisted and dead trees were like desperate arms reaching out to the gray sky. In the distance, a huge fortress built of black boulders, like a crouching giant beast, was guarding the edge of a huge rift valley with swirling purple mist. The outline of the fortress was looming in the diffused sulfur smoke, and the towering towers were flickering with green magic flames. The huge, spiked metal gates were closed, emitting a heart-pounding coldness and murderousness. Above the fortress, several monsters made of pure shadows were hovering, emitting silent screams. What was even more frightening was the pressure that was like a substance. A breath mixed with violent power, endless pain and desire for destruction, like a heavy lead cloud, weighed heavily on everyone's heart, and even the air seemed to solidify. The faint, heavy heartbeat like a war drum seemed to be coming from the depths of the fortress, faintly echoing the uneasy pulse of the scorched earth under his feet. Bone Breaker Gar. The outpost of the Demon King's army. Blackstone Fortress. Roland subconsciously tightened his straps, and looked solemnly at the fortress that was like the gate of hell. Bloom's red beard seemed to wilt a little under the invisible pressure, and his eyes were full of solemnity facing a real war machine. Legolas's delicate face was covered with frost, and his emerald eyes burned with cold anger, as if the filthy breath emitted by the fortress itself was the biggest provocation to his faith. Merlin's hand holding the report was shaking, and his face under the afro lost color again. Even Ella, who had just replenished her sugar and regained some energy, put away the sweet potato. Her big blue eyes stared at the fortress vigilantly, and the light of her wings was somewhat restrained. Lillian's dark gray figure stood quietly on the charred land. The horizon under her hood penetrated the diffused sulfur smoke and purple magic fog, coldly scanning the structure of the fortress, the distribution of energy nodes, and the outline of the terrifying figure that was as huge as a mountain and exuded the smell of lava and blood at the highest point of the fortress. Target: Blackstone Fortress, Demon King's Army Outpost. Guardian's energy characteristics confirmed. Bone Breaker Gar, sample number 8 Lava Demon high level abnormal. Threat level, very high. Her calm voice sounded on the dead and scorched earth, like a final verdict. The Demon King's city is in sight. The first door is right in front of us. A murderous wind swept up the sulfur dust on the ground, like a silent horn for the upcoming battle. The team members looked at the fortress that exuded the breath of death. The initial belief in Lillian's command that they had just felt in the tunnel was instantly replaced by greater and more real fear and pressure. The real test had just begun. Chapter 223. The smell of sulfur and burning is like a sticky gelatin, sticking tightly between everyone's mouth and nose. Underfoot is the cracked and charred earth, covered with a layer of purple moss, the wild offspring of moonlight moss, that emits an ominous fluorescence. Stepping on it makes a tooth-grinding sizzling sound, as if corroding the soles of shoes. The twisted and dead trees are like sculptures solidified by eternal pain, and their branches desperately pierce the gray sky shrouded by sulfur smoke and purple magic fog. The air is filled with a thick smell of blood, a rotten stench, and a deeper, pure malice, like the earth itself groaning in pain. The Blackstone Fortress, like an ancient giant cast with black boulders and twisted metal, crouched at the edge of a huge rift valley with purple mist rolling at the end of the field of vision. The towering towers were like the sharp horns of monsters, with dark green magic flames burning on the top, casting ominous light on the hideous jagged battlements and spiked metal gates below. Above the fortress, several groups of monsters, shadow bats, composed of pure shadows, screaming silently and hovering like ghosts patrolling this death fortress. But the most suffocating thing was not this hellish scene, but the terrifying pressure that crushed like a substance. It was heavy and sticky, with the burning heat of lava and the bloody rust weighing heavily on everyone's heart, making even breathing extremely difficult. A primitive fear that came from the instinct of life, like a cold venomous snake, quietly wrapped around the spine. Gudong, gudong. The heavy heartbeat, like the beating of a huge war drum, clearly penetrated the diffused smoke and wind, and came from the depths of the fortress. Every heartbeat seemed to echo the pulse of the charred earth beneath their feet, making everyone standing on it feel dizzy. Damn! This heartbeat. Is it the snoring of that bone breaker? It's numb my feet. Bloom cursed in a muffled voice, trying to dispel the suffocating fear with his roughness, but his knuckles turned white because of the force he exerted on the optimized hammer, and his red beard seemed to droop a little under the invisible pressure. His copper-bell eyes stared at the fortress that was like the gate of hell, and the natural toughness of the dwarves could not completely offset the oppression brought by the pure power. Legolas's delicate face was covered with a layer of frost, and his emerald eyes burned with cold anger, but under that anger, there was a solemnity that could not be concealed. His slender fingers unconsciously rested on the bowstring, and his body was slightly tense, like a cheetah facing its natural enemy. A pure aggregate of filth. The embodiment of pain and tyranny. This fortress itself is a poisonous nail with pus and blood nailed to this scorched land. His voice was colder and more harsh than usual, as if only extreme criticism could suppress the throbbing from the level of life. Malin hugged the geological report tightly, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind, and her face under her afro was as pale as paper. Her teeth were chattering, and she almost crushed the report scroll. The scene in front of her was far more intuitive, more grand, and more desperate than the laboratory ruins and the abyss worms. She even forgot to record it. Her mind was blank, and only the heavy heartbeat was left reverberating wildly in her skull. Ella's little face, which had just regained its rosy color after replenishing sugar, lost its color again. She held the straps on Roland's back tightly. Her big blue eyes were filled with instinctive fear, and the light of her light wings was restrained to the extreme, like a frightened bird. So terrible, 100 times more terrible than having no candy to eat. She whispered softly in Roland's ear with a tearful voice. Roland carried Ella on his back, feeling her slight trembling, and his heart sank to the bottom. He had experienced the village defense battle and witnessed the cruelty of the demons, but the aura of the fortress in front of him, and its owner, was on a completely different level. It was a pure, crushing destructive force. He clenched the dagger, his knuckles turned white, and the weak warm current of the guidance technique flowed through his body with difficulty, trying to dispel the cold. He looked at Lillian's dark gray back in front of him, which was the only coordinate that could bring a glimmer of hope at this moment. Kyle curled up in the shadow at the end of the team, his body shaking violently like a sieve, even more unbearable than in the tunnel. He stared at the black fortress that exuded boundless pressure. Between his messy hair, his eyes, that looked like Athos, were filled with extreme fear that almost broke through his reason and a twisted remnant of fanaticism. He made a ho-ho sound in his throat, like a broken bellows leaking air, and broken words flowed out uncontrollably. Break. Bone breaker. Gar. True God. Under the seat. Burn. Burn. The unclean. Fist of lava. Blasphemers. All. Will. Turn. Into. Ashes. Lillian's words, the Demon King city is in sight, were like a spell, intertwined with the horror legends instilled by the cult in his collapsed mind, pushing him to the edge of complete madness. Lillian's dark gray figure stood quietly on the charred land, like a reef that was not eroded by wind and waves. Her horizon penetrated the diffused sulfur smoke and purple magic mist, and the cold data stream refreshed like a waterfall. Environmental threat. High concentration of inert magic miasma, suppressing life activity. Strong mental coercion field, originating from the target individual. Structure, stable. Target fortress, Blackstone outpost. Structural strength, high, thorium alloy skeleton, obsidian shell. Energy nodes, tower magic energy brazier, X4, main gate magic energy drive core, X1. Weakness, not found, normal. Core threat source, observation platform on the top of the fortress main tower. Energy characteristics confirmed, bone breaker Gar, sample number 8 lava demon high-level aberration. Vital signs, strong, energy fluctuation peak, XXXX. Physiological state, highly painful, energy circuit disorder index, 87%, highly violent, neural signal characteristics. Physical defense, extremely high, fusion magic obsidian armor. Energy resistance, extremely high, lava core. Threat level, destructive level SS. Tactical advice, avoid direct conflict. Look for structural/energy node weaknesses. Need to scan closer. Just as Lillian's scan locked onto the terrifying energy source burning, like a furnace, at the top of the main tower. Boom! A deafening and terrifying explosion suddenly exploded from the direction of the fortress. A thick, red pillar of fire, like lava, with destructive high temperature and shock waves, erupted from the observation platform at the top of the main tower. The target was not the team on the ground, but a charred hillside with a broken flag of mankind faintly visible several kilometers away. The red lava pillar tore through the air, with a heart-pounding scream, like a spear of punishment cast by the gods, and hit the hillside hard. Boom, 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 a loud sound like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. The dazzling red light instantly engulfed the area. The violent shock wave, wrapped in scorching air waves and gravel, spread in all directions like a tsunami. Even though they were so far away, the team members could clearly feel the violent tremor of the ground under their feet, and the scorching storm mixed with sulfur and death that was coming towards them. The red light faded, and the hillside disappeared. In its place was a huge, terrifying pit with dark red lava flowing on the edge. Thick smoke billowed up, covering the sky. Twisted metal fragments and charred debris could be vaguely seen burning on the edge of the pit. Magic, magic flame bomb. Roland's voice was dry and hoarse, with incredible horror. He had seen the small magic fireballs fired by the inferior demons from afar during the village defense battle, but compared with the devastating blow in front of him, it was like a firefly in the scorching sun. Ha, ha ha, burn unclean. Kyle's body trembled even more when he saw this scene, but a trace of morbid fanaticism flashed in his empty eyes, and then he was drowned by deeper fear. Humph, pure waste of energy. Such a huge amount of energy is poured out just to destroy a meaningless scorched earth. The pollution index has risen again. Legolas' criticism was unprecedentedly cold and angry. The elf's sensitivity to the balance of nature made him hate this meaningless destruction. Bloom's eyes widened as he looked at the huge pit in the distance where lava was still flowing, and then looked at the optimized hammer in his hand that made him so proud. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This, how do we fight? The dwarf's muffled voice was full of confusion in the face of absolute power. Merlin was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, unable to even hold the report, and her eyes completely lost focus. Ella closed her eyes tightly and buried her little face in Roland's back, and her light wings shrank in fear. Just as everyone was shaken by this devastating blow, a huge figure beyond imagination slowly emerged from the smoke and magic flames at the top of the main tower. Is that a giant? No. That is a form far more terrifying than a giant. Its entire body is not covered with muscles, but with a thick, rough, hideous armor that looks like it was forcibly melted from cooled lava and demonized obsidian. Dark red, magma-like luster flows through the gaps in the armor, emitting a suffocating high temperature. Its body is as huge as a mountain, and just standing there, it seems to have pressed the main tower of the fortress down. A right arm as thick as a battering ram, with a huge lava fist at the end, is slowly retracting, and the dark red embers and curling green smoke left on the fist peak after the lava was ejected. Its head is wrapped in a heavy helmet of the same material, leaving only two narrow, scarlet eye holes, like lava cracks. At this moment, the two scarlet eyes, like two red-hot irons, penetrated several kilometers of space, with pure, cold, and destructive will as if looking at ants, accurately and without emotion. Cast at this tiny team on the charred ground. Bone Breaker Gar. Just a gaze made the team members feel like they were falling into an ice cave. The heavy heartbeat like a mountain seemed to explode directly in their ears. The destructive scene brought by the magic flame bomb just now instantly reappeared in their minds. Bloom felt that the hammer in his hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Legolas' fingers on the bowstring were slightly stiff. Merlin completely lost the ability to think. Ella trembled more violently on Roland's back, and even Roland felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Kyle let out a short scream like a chicken crowing with its neck strangled, and his body suddenly curled back, as if that gaze could directly ignite him. Only Lillian, her dark gray figure, still stood tall. Under the shadow of her hood, no one could see her expression. But in her horizon, the cold data stream was refreshing at an unprecedented speed, locking onto the lava and obsidian giant, especially the area below its right shoulder armor, which looked particularly dim under the lava luster, and even had a slight crack, a relatively flat armor plate area. Target locked. Bone Breaker Gar. Threat reconfirmation. Destruction level SS. Scanning depth, maximized. Abnormal energy dissipation point detected. Below the right shoulder blade, the third large armor plate. Coordinates, XXX, YYY. Energy circuit characteristics, incomplete. There are tiny cracks. Length, 0.3 centimeters. Depth, penetration. Suspected. Unclosed energy circuit. Link, main lava core. Secondary link, weakness rating, fatal, S. Availability, high, A. Lillian's calm voice sounded in this dead silence, shrouded by the scorched earth of terror, as clear as an ice bead falling to the ground, instantly piercing the suffocating silence. Target weakness, the third large armor plate below the right shoulder blade. There is an unclosed energy circuit, laboratory defect. Threat level, fatal, S. She tilted her head slightly. Her eyes seemed to sweep across the people who were shocked by the terrifying eyes, and finally fell on Ella on her back, adding a crucial command that made everyone's scalp tingle instantly. Ella, Moonlight Moss, concentrate. Prepare. Chapter 224. Lillian's words. Target weakness. Below the right shoulder blade, the third large armor plate. Were like an ice bomb dropped into the deadly scorched earth, instantly freezing the team members' stiffness from being intimidated by Gal's terrifying pressure. But the following Ella, Moonlight Moss, concentrate. Prepare. Was like lighting a fuse, making everyone's heart suddenly rise to their throats. Attack the lava giant? Use disinfectant? Moonlight Moss? Ella lay on Roland's back, her big blue eyes wide open, her little face full of disbelief and astonishment. Even the redness brought by the sugar supplement faded a little. That isn't it used to spray slimes and vampires? Administrator. That big guy. Looks hotter than the lava demon. If the concentrate is sprayed on, will it evaporate directly with a sizzle? Ella, sugar can't be wasted in such a place. She instinctively hugged the small spray can containing Moonlight Moss concentrate, as if it was her last sugar reserve, not a bottle of strong disinfectant. Humph, stupid. To deal with this pure energy aggregate, use low-level plant extracts? Legolas immediately followed up with cold sarcasm, his emerald eyes fixed on the huge furnace-like figure on the main tower, but his fingers unconsciously tightened the bowstring. It's just pouring water into the lava. It's useless except for creating more meaningless steam pollution. The arrows of the elves are the ones that purify filth. Legolas's harsh words came to an abrupt end. Boom! The terrifying giant of lava and obsidian on the top of the fortress's main tower. Bone Breaker Garl moved. It did not climb down clumsily, but jumped down from the nearly 100-meter high tower top platform in a jaw-dropping and violent posture that was completely inconsistent with its huge body. Boom! Like a meteorite falling to the ground. Gar's huge body, wrapped in destructive kinetic energy and scorching air waves, slammed heavily into the charred and cracked ground in front of the fortress. The terrifying force instantly tore the ground into a huge spiderweb-like deep pit. The scorching lava fragments and black scorched earth shot out in all directions, like a volcanic eruption. The violent shock wave carried the smell of sulfur and death, like an invisible heavy hammer. It hit the team members hard. "Be careful," Roland roared, and fiercely protected Ella on his back in front of him. His body was nailed to the ground like a reef, and all the energy of the guidance technique was used to stabilize his lower body. Bloom roared and slammed the optimization hammer to the ground, and his red beard fluttered in the wind. Legolas's dark green cloak was blown close to his body. He was like a rooted green bamboo, motionless, but for the first time, a trace of real surprise flashed in his emerald eyes. Merlin was directly thrown to the ground, holding the report scroll and rolling several times, and his afro was covered with dust. Ka was blown away like a rag doll, and hit a charred rock heavily, uttering a painful groan, curling up and shivering. In the center of the deep pit filled with smoke and lava, Garna's mountainous figure slowly stood up. The ground under its feet was like a red-hot iron, emitting a dark red light and twisted high-temperature air. Two scarlet eyes, like cracks in lava, penetrated the smoke and dust, with a pure will of destruction, as if looking at an ant under one's feet, and locked onto the tiny invader. The heavy heartbeat like a war drum was beating wildly in the ears at this moment, shaking people's blood. Roar! A terrifying roar mixed with the roar of lava and the friction of metal, like the horn of hell, announced the beginning of the battle. Gar's right arm, which ended in a huge lava fist, suddenly raised up, with a scream that tore through the air, and smashed down towards Bloom and Roland in the front like a punishment from heaven. Before the fist peak arrived, the scorching heat had already burned the air and twisted it, and the purple fluorescent moss on the ground instantly burned and withered. "Get out of the way!" Bloom's copper-bell eyes burst into wild light, and the dwarf's blood was completely ignited. He did not retreat, but roared, pouring all his strength, trust in the new hammer, and the absolute will to execute Lillian's orders into his arms. He held the optimized hammer, emitting a faint blue light with both hands, and attacked the falling lava fist. The target was the relatively dim first one below the shoulder blade pointed out by Lillian. 3 large armor plates. "Open for me." Bang! A metal collision sound more terrifying than thunder exploded. Visible shock waves spread like ripples. The ground under Bloom's feet collapsed instantly, and cracks spread like spider webs. The muscles in his thick arms bulged to the limit, his blood vessels bulged like earthworms, and his red beard stood upside down. The optimized hammer head hit Gar's right arm covered with lava armor, and the position was exactly right. It was the 3rd large armor plate. However, the expected armor plate shattering did not happen. Dang! A tooth-grinding sound, like a huge bell being hit by brute force. Bloom only felt an irresistible, terrifying force, like a landslide and tsunami, which was fiercely rebounded along the hammer handle. His proud dwarf brute force, Lillian's optimized hammer, and the rune energy contained in it. In front of this absolute power, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Ah!" Bloom groaned in pain, his knuckles cracked instantly, blood gushing out. The heavy optimization hammer bounced back like an egg hitting a steel wall. It took Bloom's huge body and flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string. It slammed heavily on the charred ground, plowing a deep gully. Bloom. Roland's eyes were bloodshot, but he had no time to rescue. Gar's huge lava fist was only blocked for a tiny moment by Bloom's desperate blow, and continued to smash down on him and Ella on his back with a more violent destructive force. The scorching air wave almost burned him. Holy light shield. The biggest. Ella screamed, not caring about the sugar at the critical moment of life and death. A bright light burst out from her big blue eyes, emitting the newly restored blood in her body. The energy of the restoration was injected into the light wings without reservation. A thick wall of light with sacred runes flowing instantly condensed above the 2 people's heads. Puff. The lava fist slammed into the holy light shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the desperate sound of melting. The solid shield that was enough to withstand the energy storm and slime acid quickly melted and collapsed like thin ice in the sun under the terrifying high temperature and pure physical power contained in the lava fist of Gar. The bright light dimmed and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! Ella was hit hard. Her little face turned pale like gold paper in an instant, and a mouthful of golden energy light suddenly spurted out. The light of the light wing swayed violently like a candle in the wind, and almost went out. The shield only lasted for less than a second before it completely collapsed. The scorching fist wind had already baked Roland's hair into curls. "Merlin!" "Ice wall!" Roland screamed at the moment. The shield was broken, and at the same time his body burst out at the maximum speed, and he rushed to the side with Ella on his back. But the range covered by Gar's giant fist was too large. Ice? Ice wall. Merlin was awakened by Roland's roar. When she saw Ella's shield broken, her instinct for survival overwhelmed her fear. She screamed, and her hands formed seals at an unprecedented speed, squeezing out the remaining magic power in her body. A half-meter-thick ice wall emitting a biting cold air rose from the ground in an instant, just blocking the path of Roland and Ella's sideways movement. Bang! The lava giant fist rubbed the edge of the ice wall and smashed to the ground. The violent power and high temperature instantly blew the hastily condensed ice wall into flying ice crystals and water mist. Roland and Ella were blown away by the blast and fell heavily to the ground. Roland felt that his internal organs were displaced, and Ella fainted directly, and the light wings were completely dim. Humph! A dying struggle. Legolas's cold voice was filled with a hint of suppressed anger. At the moment when Gar's giant fist landed on the ground, his arrows had already been released. Not one, but three. The emerald green light was like a precise scalpel. One shot at Gar's scarlet optic hole that looked like a crack in lava. One shot at the relatively weak gap in the armor at its neck. The last one was aimed directly at the third armor plate under the shoulder blade pointed out by Lillian. Puff! Puff! Swish! The arrow shot at the optic hole was distorted by the high-temperature force field emitted from Gar's body when it was still several meters away from the target, and flew past the helmet. The arrow shot at the gap in the neck was blocked by a layer of dark red lava energy shield that suddenly appeared, and instantly melted into molten iron. Only the thorn-wrapped arrow shot at the third armor plate, relying on Legolas' unparalleled accuracy and the penetrating power of the arrow itself, was nailed hard on the surface of the armor plate. However, the expected penetration of the weak point did not happen. Ding! A crisp but terrifying collision sound. The thorn-wrapped arrow, that was powerful enough to penetrate the joints of the lava demon and strangle the nerves of the abyss worm, only left a tiny white spot on the dull third armor plate of Gar. The emerald natural energy contained in the arrow was like a drop in the ocean. Not even a ripple could be aroused. The arrow body was instantly burned red by the terrifying high temperature transmitted by the armor plate, twisted, and then flew out powerlessly. What? Legolas' emerald pupil suddenly shrank. His archery and natural energy, which he was proud of, could not even break the defense? Roar! Gar seemed to be completely enraged by this continuous harassment. It suddenly retracted its giant fist that had smashed into the ground, bringing up a large area of lava and scorched earth. It did not chase Roland and Ella, who fell to the ground, nor did it pay attention to the elves shooting cold arrows from a distance. Its scarlet eyes, like cracks in lava, with a pure desire for destruction, were like a red-hot iron, locking onto the only figure in the entire venue who had never moved from beginning to end, with a dark gray cloak fluttering in the scorching wind. Lillian. Its huge body leaned forward slightly, and its other left arm covered with the same hideous armor slowly raised, clenching its giant lava fist and aiming at Lillian. The scorching energy gathered wildly on the peak of the fist, and the surrounding air was violently distorted by the high temperature. The heavy heartbeat was like a death-prone drumbeat, beating in the hearts of every survivor. Melon collapsed to the ground, watching Gar's fist of destruction aimed at Lillian, which was about to erupt. The little face under the explosive head completely lost all color, leaving only endless despair. She opened her mouth in vain, but could not make any sound. Only a silent cry with crying and extreme fear exploded in her mind. Lord Lillian. Help! Chapter 225. Time seemed to freeze the moment Gar's giant lava fist aimed at Lillian. The scorching air wave twisted the air, pulling Lillian's dark gray cloak straight back. That pure, cold, mountain-like will of destruction locked onto her tightly, as if the weight of the entire scorched earth was pressing down on that tiny figure. The dark red energy gathered on the peak of Gar's fist became brighter and brighter. The surrounding air groaned under the heavy load, and the sulfur smell was so strong that it almost burned. Master Administrator. Roland's roar was broken and extremely terrified. He struggled to get up from the ground, ignoring the severe pain of his internal organs being displaced, and not caring to check on Ella, who was unconscious again on his back. The dagger was infused with the remaining energy of the guidance technique, and the whole person rushed towards Lillian like an arrow from a bow. Knowing that he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he could not just watch it. Humph! Filthy creation. Don't even think about it. Legolas's cold voice was like a poisoned icicle in the dead silence. The arrow exploded. Gar ignored the arrogance of his arrows, and completely ignited the anger in the proud blood of the elves. The solemnity in the emerald eyes was instantly replaced by an almost crazy, cold fighting spirit. He no longer considered energy efficiency, no longer considered pollution control. At this moment, He only wanted to use the sharpest arrows of the elves to tear apart the arrogance of this blasphemous thing. Swish! 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 5 arrows wrapped in rich emerald green natural energy, with even piercing and whistling arrows at the tail, were like 5 rays of judgment light that tore through the darkness of hell, and flew out with speed and power several times faster than before. This time, his goal was no longer to test, but to kill with all his strength. The first arrow shoots directly at Gar's scarlet optic hole that looks like a crack in lava. The angle is extremely tricky, trying to penetrate the weak point of the high-temperature force field. The second arrow. The third arrow. In a triangular shape, accurately covering the relatively wide armor gaps on Gar's neck. The natural energy is highly compressed, intending to detonate. The fourth arrow. The fifth arrow. Both arrows are fired at the same time. Like 2 intersecting emerald green lightnings, carrying the essence of Legolas' lifelong archery, the target is directly pointed at the third large armor plate under the shoulder blade pointed out by Lillian, which was once left with a white spot by his arrow. This time, the energy contained in the arrow is far greater than before, and the arrow tip even turns red due to high-speed friction with the air. This is the angry blow of the elven archery master. Puff! The first arrow shot at the optic hole was suddenly hit by Gar's body, when it was still half a meter away from the target. The enhanced, high-temperature force field that was like a real lava shield was completely twisted and melted. It turned into a ball of twisted molten iron and disintegrating green light. The second and third arrows shot at the gap in the neck, and hit the dark red lava energy shield hard. A harsh sizzle sounded. The thorn energy eroded and entangled crazily, and violently offset the lava shield. The stalemate lasted less than half a second. The emerald green light was ultimately no match for the pure and violent lava energy, and it quickly melted and annihilated like ice thrown into a furnace. The arrow body was melted into 2 pools of red molten iron, dripping on the charred ground, making a sizzle sound, and the last 2 double-star arrows that poured all of Legolas's anger and skills, like 2 emerald comets, with a resolute will, hit the dim third armor plate hard. Ding! Crack! A metal-breaking sound that was even more piercing and heartbreaking than before suddenly erupted. The expected penetration did not happen. The 2 elven arrows that were powerful enough to pierce the skull of the giant beast, the moment they touched the surface of the armor plate, the arrowheads were like hitting the unshakable wall of size, instantly twisting and deforming. The huge natural energy contained in the arrow body was like a drop in the ocean, instantly swallowed up and annihilated by the violent lava energy rushing inside the armor plate. Then, the extremely tough elven wooden arrow shaft, after enduring the unimaginable reaction force and the terrifying high temperature transmitted instantly, let out a wail of unbearable burden, and broke in unison. The arrows that broke into 2 pieces, like a kingfisher with broken wings, were spinning weakly, with curling green smoke, and fell dejectedly on the hot scorched earth at Gar's feet. The arrowhead part even turned slightly red, and deformed due to the instantaneous high temperature. Legolas's upright body suddenly stiffened. His emerald pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme, filled with incredible astonishment and a kind of cold humiliation of being completely trampled. His delicate face, which always had a sneer on it, instantly lost all its color, and the knuckles of his fingers holding the longbow turned white due to excessive force, and trembled slightly. The archery skills that the elves were proud of, the pride of the elves, were as fragile as a child's toy in front of this absolute power and defense. A cold, abyss-like despair, for the first time, so clearly grasped the heart of this proud elf. Roar! Gar seemed to be completely enraged by Legolas's tickling attack, or it finally attracted its attention. Its lava fist aimed at Lillian slightly deviated from the angle, and its scarlet eyes were like a red-hot iron, instantly locking onto the elf, who shot the arrow in the distance. The heavy, drum-like heartbeat suddenly accelerated, with violent anger. It was this moment of deviation. Roland's figure rushed to Lillian's front like a ghost. He did not rush to Gar, but rushed to a seemingly ordinary charred ground covered with purple fluorescent moss at Lillian's feet. The short knife in his hand had long been replaced with a rune wrench that flashed with faint rune light, and was temporarily assembled from metal fragments. Structural weakness. Right here. Roland screamed in his heart. The craftsman's intuition and observation of the environment were stimulated to the extreme at the critical moment of life and death. When he was saving the life just now, the corner of his eye caught the geological anomaly of the area under Lillian's feet. The direction of the cracked lines, the vague sense of emptiness below. Combined with Lillian's previous analysis of the shock wave at Gar's landing point, Lillian had shared the canyon seismic wave record in the monitoring room. He instantly judged that this area, the domain, is the weakest point of geological stress. as long as the detonation is accurate. The rune wrench in his hand is like the most accurate chisel, and it chisels into a specific crack in the ground. The energy of the guidance technique rushes into the simple rune array at the end of the wrench. The ground sinks. Get up. Boom. With the insertion point of the rune wrench as the center, the ground with a radius of several meters is like being pulled down by an invisible giant hand. The spiderweb-like cracks expand and deepen instantly. The charred soil and rocks mixed with purple moss collapse. A small but bottomless pit is formed instantly. Roland rolled to avoid it at the moment of collapse, and screamed at Lillian, "Mrs. Lillian! Retreat!" His plan is perfect. The timing is accurate. The goal is clear. Use the geological trap to delay or even trap Gal for a moment, creating space for Lillian to dodge or counterattack. However, reality is the cruel absolute power. Gar's giant lava fist that was about to erupt only paused for a moment, and his scarlet eyes, with a hint of accident as if a human stepped on an ant nest, glanced at the pit that suddenly appeared under his feet. Then, bang! Its huge foot covered with lava armor, with a terrifying power to crush the mountains, like a pillar of heaven, stepped into the sinkhole carefully arranged by Roland without any care, even with a hint of contempt. Crack! Boom! The desperate sound of rock breaking, and the dull roar broke out at the same time. The geological trap that Roland had high hopes for was as fragile as a sand castle built by a child under the crushing of Gar's absolute power. The edge of the deep pit was instantly crushed, and the expansion. Big! The collapsed soil and rocks could not cause any obstacles to the giant lava foot. Instead, it was squeezed by the huge force like a solid iron block. The violent impact force even rebounded along the pit, and Roland, who had just rolled to the edge of the pit, was thrown out again. The rune wrench in his hand flew out, twisted and deformed in the air, and the rune light flashing dimmed and extinguished, and finally clanged and hit the scorched stone in the distance. Completely scrapped, Roland fell heavily to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes went black. He looked at the giant lava foot that easily crushed the trap, as if it was rooted in the earth, and felt the unmatched power. A cold, bone-deep feeling of powerlessness and despair completely submerged him like a tide. The wisdom of the craftsman, in the face of absolute power, is vulnerable. Bloom struggled to get up from the ditch he had smashed. Seeing Legolas's arrows break and Roland's trap being crushed, Tumbling's eyes were filled with bloodshot and a huge sense of defeat, and his red beard drooped helplessly. Merlin collapsed to the ground, looking at Garl, who was as unshakable as a demon, looking at his fallen companions, looking at the dark gray, tiny figure still standing alone in front of the fist of destruction. The last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished, leaving only endless darkness and cold silence. Even Legolas put down his bow. The burning anger in his emerald eyes was replaced by cold ashes, leaving only the elven silence and acceptance when facing force majeure. Khal curled up behind the rock, looking at the lava giant that crushed the trap and descended like a divine punishment, looking at the broken elven arrows and the scrapped rune wrench, and the broken muttering in his mouth turned into a complete, hysterical laughter, full of collapse and madness. Ha ha! The holy remains invincible. The blasphemer will eventually burn. Ha ha! Burn. Gar seemed to have lost interest in the little episode under his feet. It slowly raised the giant foot that crushed the trap, and the lava fist re-aimed at the target. The energy gathered on the fist peak has reached its peak, the dark red light is dazzling, and the surrounding air is burned with a sharp hiss. The heavy heartbeat is like the countdown to the final judgment. Lillian's dark gray figure still stands alone in front of the fist of destruction, like a fallen leaf about to be swallowed by the lava torrent. Under the shadow of the hood, no one could see her expression. Only the calm voice, in this scorched earth where despair spread and silence was dead, sounded clearly and coldly, with a hint of trouble? Melon. Her voice penetrated the hissing of lava energy, and the heavy heartbeat. Stop rolling the fireball. Chapter 226. Lillian's words, Merlin, stop rolling the fireball, were like an ice cone thrown into stagnant water, instantly piercing the suffocating feeling of despair. It was not a bit flustered, not a bit of urging, calm and almost cruel, but like an invisible whip, it lashed Merlin's nerves frozen by fear. Merlin slumped on the scorched earth, her afro covered with dust, her face pale without a trace of blood. The dark red energy gathered on Gar's giant lava fist aimed at Lillian was like a crater about to erupt, and the dazzling light burned her retina. The heavy, doomsday-like heartbeat was beating wildly in her skull, shaking her soul. The shadow of Bloom's hammer that was severely injured when it was flung away, the crisp sound of Legolas's arrows breaking, the roar of Roland's trap being crushed, and the golden light spots that Ella sprayed out before she fainted. All the failed scenes flashed back like a revolving lantern in her chaotic mind. Lady Lillian is going to die? Everyone is going to die? Because she is too weak? She can't do anything? A cold despair, like venom, quickly paralyzed her limbs. She opened her mouth in vain, wanting to scream, wanting to make a seal, wanting to do something. Even the most useless fireball. But her body betrayed her. The exhaustion after the magic power was overdrawn, and the extreme fear in the depths of her soul made her unable to even lift a finger. She could only watch the giant fist of destruction, like a falling star, with a high temperature that burned everything in boundless pressure, smashing down fiercely towards Lillian's tiny figure. Before the fist peak arrived, the scorching air wave had already pulled Lillian's dark gray cloak straight back, rustling. No! No! Merlin let out a broken sob, like a dying little animal from her throat. She looked at Lillian standing alone in the shadow of destruction, and a mixture of great guilt, powerlessness, and fear of being abandoned suddenly broke through her shaky defenses. The administrator, who was always calm, always precise, and could always pull them back from desperate situations with cold commands, also needed help at this moment. This cognition was like a lightning that tore through the darkness, splitting her chaotic fear. The instinct for survival and the crazy dependence on only hope overwhelmed all reason. She used up the last bit of strength in her soul and raised her head suddenly. The face under the afro was distorted by extreme fear and screaming. The broken scream was like a dying wail, tearing through the hissing of lava energy and the heavy heartbeat, and fiercely stabbed at the dark gray figure. Lillian, Lady Lien. Help! This scream contained all her despair, pleading, and her last almost blind trust in the administrator. It was not for herself, but for the figure that was about to be destroyed. It seemed that as long as she shouted, the omnipotent administrator would definitely have a way. At the moment when Merlin shouted help with a heart-wrenching cry, something strange happened. Gar's giant lava fist that was about to erupt seemed to have an extremely slight delay because of the sudden, sharp and piercing noise. The scarlet eye, like a crack in the lava, very briefly, like being bitten by a mosquito, glanced at the source of the sound. Merlin, who was lying on the ground. It was this insignificant delay and shift of sight that lasted less than half a second. Lillian's dark gray figure moved, not dodging, not retreating. Instead, she faced the fist of destruction that was about to fall, and slightly turned sideways. The movement was extremely small, but as precise as a machine that had been calculated billions of times. Her left hand was still hanging by her side, but the fingertips of her right hand, covered by the wide cuffs of her cloak, were barely noticeable. Raised half an inch upward, buzz, an indescribable strange wave spread silently with Lillian's raised fingertips as the center. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, no dazzling light shining. But at the moment when this fluctuation appeared, the air within a radius of 10 meters with Lillian as the center seemed to be drained of all vitality in an instant. The flow of time seemed to be infinitely stretched. The floating sulfur dust, the gravel rolled up by the air waves, and even the ripples of hot air flow caused by Gar's giant fist when it fell. The trajectory of all movements became extremely clear and extremely slow. This is an absolute stagnation. An incredible and precise control of the flow of space and energy. It's like forcibly bringing a violent lava torrent into an invisible and cold absolute domain. The tale of Maylene's help seemed to still echo in the stagnant air. Her wide eyes reflected this incomprehensible scene. Lillian's figure was still small, but at this moment, the forcibly frozen space around her seemed to cover her with an invisible, absolute barrier that isolated all violence. Gar's giant lava fist that was powerful enough to shatter mountains, with the power to destroy everything, finally smashed into the space that was forcibly frozen by the faint light of Lillian's fingertips. Boom! The deafening and terrifying collision sound was infinitely stretched and twisted in the stagnant space, turning into a dull and terrifying sound, as if the universe was just beginning. The dark red lava energy torrent collided fiercely with the invisible stagnant force field. There was no expected devastating destruction, nor an evenly matched explosion. The violent lava energy that was enough to evaporate steel, when it touched the stagnant field, was like hitting the hardest barrier in the universe. The dark red energy frenzy was forcibly contained, squeezed, and deformed. Less than a meter in front of Lillian, a huge lava energy ball was formed in the place, twisting violently and rolling, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. Sizzle! The harsh sound of energy annihilation rang out. The lava energy and the stagnation field were madly offset and annihilated. The dark red light and the invisible twisted ripples clashed fiercely, bursting out a dazzling halo. The scorching heat was forcibly confined to a very small range, burning the surrounding air and making a sharp hissing sound. Lillian's dark gray cloak danced wildly under the violent energy turbulence and high temperature. Under the shadow of the hood, no one could see her expression. But the fingertips of her raised right hand were trembling slightly. The imperceptible blue light condensed on her fingertips was flickering wildly at an unprecedented speed, flickering. Maintaining this local stagnation field and resisting Gal's destructive energy torrent was obviously a huge burden for her. Crack, crack. A subtle but clear cracking sound rang out at the edge of the stagnation field. It was as if the ice surface could not bear the heavy pressure. A tiny, twisted, invisible crack quietly emerged at the edge of the violently rolling lava energy ball in front of Lillian. Then, the second one. The third one. Stagnation field. Can't hold on. Merlin collapsed on the ground, looking at the energy ball that was forcibly bound in front of Lillian, rushing like a caged lava beast, and the tiny cracks that kept spreading. The glimmer of hope that had just risen because of Lillian's attack was instantly clenched by deeper fear. She even forgot to breathe, and the little face under the afro was distorted because of extreme tension. Only the wide-open eyes stared at Lillian's trembling fingertips and the crumbling invisible shield. Administrator. Hold on. She murmured unconsciously, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with a crying tone and extreme pleading. Bloom struggled to prop up half of his body. His copperbell eyes stared at the stalemate and terrifying scene, and his red beard trembled because of nervousness. Legolas put down his bow. His emerald eyes were filled with unprecedented surprise and solemnity, and the elf's perception allowed him to see the exquisiteness and fragility of the stagnation field more clearly. Roland coughed up blood and tried to get up, his eyes full of anxiety. Even Kyle, who was curled up behind the rock and whispering crazily, was attracted by this unimaginable confrontation, and a trace of confusion flashed in his empty eyes. Gar seemed to feel the obstacle. For the first time, a trace of human surprise appeared in its scarlet eyes like lava cracks. Then, the surprise was replaced by more violent anger. Its huge body leaned back slightly, and the muscles of the giant lava arm, or the energy circuit under the lava armor, suddenly expanded. The more turbulent dark red lava energy, like a flood bursting through the dam, was madly injected into the energy ball bound by the stagnation field. Boom, boom, boom. The bound lava energy ball suddenly increased in size. It rolled more violently. The cracks on the edge of the stagnation field spread like a spider web. The harsh cracking sound was as dense as popping beans. The blue light on Lillian's fingertips flickered like a candle in the wind. Her dark gray figure, under the impact of the violent energy turbulence, shook slightly for the first time. The stagnant shield was crumbling. Mayleen's heart instantly rose to her throat. She looked at Lillian's slightly shaking figure, the stagnant field that was about to collapse completely, and the violent anger in Gal's eyes that wanted to destroy everything. The huge fear was like a cold tide, instantly drowning her completely. She used up her last bit of strength and let out a sharper, more desperate cry with a crying tone and extreme pleading. "Ms. Lillian! Help!